Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 13, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw.
Goodness gracious. Dust off your broomsticks is the perfect lead-in for today's episode.
It is.
This might be the best Quidditch match in the entire series.
You think so?
I think
this is the best one.
I think it's a really good one. I think I suppose that there's some stuff that goes down in future books, but I feel like as of the Umbridge era, it's like Harry is otherwise preoccupied.
Right. It shifts to Ron a bunch the next time we're having a lot of Quidditch.
Exactly, because we don't have any in Goblet of Fire at all because the Triwizard Tournament.
Well, there's the Quidditch World Cup.
Well, there's the Quidditch World Cup. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, the movies didn't seem necessary to depict any of that.
Oh my gosh, Ben, if they don't put the Quidditch World Cup in the TV remake, look, Goblet of Fire is the one they really need to focus on.
Goblet of Fire is it's such a fan favorite for the books, and it's probably like one of those things like where I feel like if you go through and take like bite-sized pieces from the movies, like I don't have as many like qualms with it as I do when I like watch it the whole way through.
Yeah.
Like when I pull clips, I'm usually like, this is not so bad. And the graveyard scene's pretty amazing.
The graveyard scene is great. There are things done very well, but there's no Quidditch World Cup. At least not the game itself. There's no Vila at all. There's no Ludo Bagman. There's no Winky. There's no blast-ended Scroots. There's no obstacles in the hedge maze other than the hedges. Like, where's the Acromantulus? Where's the Sphinx? Where's the Golden Mist?
I don't know.
They're not there.
They're not there.
They're not there.
We don't see them.
We don't see them.
But so anyway, yeah. So then by the time Half-Blood Prince rolls around, I know the 6th book in the series.
Yeah.
Harry at that point in time, I feel like his sights are set on much bigger goals. Like, it's not like he doesn't care about Quidditch, but it's like, there's big stuff afoot.
There's Horcruxes.
Yeah, there's Horcruxes.
Yeah.
The Felix Felicis chapter is kind of fun, so there's that. But I think that this one does a really good job.
That's still more of a Ron chapter, though.
It is a Ron chapter.
Yeah.
It's a fun trick on Harry's part, though.
It is. It's very sneaky, even if it kind of blows up in his face with Hermione.
Yes. But no, it's kind of interesting because looking at chapter 13, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, we have a depiction of Crookshanks kind of like curled up around a tree.
Yeah.
And so I literally wrote a little note here, kind of just being like self-aware, like something tells me Quidditch isn't going to be the main thing that happens in this chapter. And you think, because sometimes the chapters will do that where it's like, oh yeah, this is a Quidditch chapter. It's also the chapter where something else vitally important happens.
Something else vitally important happens. I know. It is the chapter art is like, it's cool, but boy, do I wish it was Quidditch.
Same here. It should just be Quidditch.
It should just be Quidditch.
It could just be Harry reaching for the snitch or something. Like, that would be completely fine.
It should 1,000,000% feature Harry and Cho, because Cho is going to be introduced in this chapter.
I know. Yeah, Cho is also it's one of the areas of like the whole saga where it's maybe like a little bit tricksy to know if it's just like Harry Potter's relationship training wheels. Like, it's supposed to sort of just like introduce you to the idea of Harry like being interested in anybody as like a romantic partner.
Right.
Because the whole arc with Cho Chang doesn't really like it, I don't know. Like, it's like you're rooting for it, but then it doesn't ever ultimately really like go anywhere.
It really doesn't. Like, he's going to see her in this chapter, and this is like when he's going to like start to, have a bit of a crush on her.
Right.
And, basically think she's pretty and good at Quidditch. And then he will not actually say words to her until he's asking her to the Yule Ball.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's any part of what's going on here? Because I would say I've even forgotten a little how well, including in this chapter, Cedric Diggory is depicted as a human being. Do you think at all it's the case that like Cho is planted and designed as a character, because otherwise it's like you want Cedric to be innately good. He is like the victim that sort of like represents innocence and goodness being lost to Voldemort's plight. But then he still needs to be seen as like and I'm going to put this in extreme air quotes, like rival to Harry in the Triwizard Tournament.
Right.
And so it's like Crumb sort of has like his it's not really like adversarial, but like a standoffish nature.
Yeah.
And then Fleur sort of has like maybe a mildly self-absorbed, like, again, it's not really who she is, but like mildly self-absorbed like motif, if you will. And then Cedric's thing is that it's like he has to be good through and through, but we, the reader, still need to be rooting for Harry. So like our jealousy on Harry's behalf that he's dating Cho, it's like,
right.
Is that the setup, like the long game?
I feel that's definitely part of it. It's like a reason to like for you to prefer, for a reason for you, the reader, to root against Cedric, because like you like, you know, want Harry to succeed with Cho, and oh no, Cedric got there first. And
yes,
like then there's also like the whole school seems to be rooting for Cedric and not for Harry, and that feels unfair to you, the reader.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
That Harry doesn't even want to compete. Like, what's going on?
I know.
Yeah.
But I just remember as a kid, like, you know, I think probably in the same capacity, it's like Harry's crush on Cho translated to my own crush on Cho, and so I wanted it to work.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. I think what's like when I look back at it, like on the whole, like I feel like it is a very realistic depiction of how like a teenage romance can go.
That's fair.
Where like you see a girl and you think she's pretty, and now she's all you can think about.
Yeah.
And then you finally say words to her, and oh my gosh, she kind of like reciprocates it a little, and that's so exciting. What are the odds? Oh my gosh. But then you actually go to talk, and it's like, well, you know, we don't really have a lot to say. It's really awkward. Okay.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, that's a fair point. Like somebody catches your eye, but it's like obviously there has to be more to it than that.
Right.
Like the chemistry has to be good.
Yes.
And so that's and that's fair. I mean, and I think it is a vital thing to include in a story about adolescence and growing up and balancing both like Harry's, you know, like the unique set of circumstances that are planted upon him by way of the prophecy and being the chosen one, with also the typical trials and tribulations of just being a teenager.
Yeah.
Which, you know, like Order of the Phoenix, I think hits nail on the head. You know, he's just sort of like in that angsty, moody, frustrated.
Absolutely.
You know, and it's balance between like world-ending dilemmas and governmental failure with also just being 15.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a lot that's kind of woven in there. So I know that's a little bit of a detour, but
I know. But I agree. It's like I always just sort of wish that like Harry and Cho had like been able to like date happily for any period of time instead of it being like because of how long and drawn out it is. Like,
that's the thing. Yeah.
It's going to start in this chapter and not really be fully resolved until like the end of Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah, we make it at least until February of that school year, which means like Voldemort's really, you know, his plan's starting to really be cooking as he gets towards the you know, the final 9 weeks of the year.
Right. They have their awkward date at the coffee shop, and then Marietta turns in Dumbledore's army, and that's sort of the final straw.
That's pretty much it.
But it's like, but it starts here, and we're not going to get like a full resolution, quote unquote, breakup, as if they're ever even really together until that point in Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's just very long.
I mean, just to use like a very rough measuring stick, that's going to give us maybe somewhere in the proximity of like 1,400 pages of like Harry Potter's existence.
Yes.
To get to a point where basically nothing happens. So
I think it feels this. I think maybe this is the point, but I think it reminds me a lot of my frustration with Sirius as a character.
Okay.
And the way his character gets treated, because like Sirius is obviously like a huge focus in this book. He is the prisoner of Azkaban.
Right.
And it's like, oh my God, we finally solved the mystery. Sirius is back. And then he's the main focus of this book. And then he's like barely in the fourth book and barely in the fifth book. And then he dies. It's like, it's almost the same thing. It's just like Harry, like it's this long arc with someone and maybe that's the point. It's like, there's these people in Harry's life who, like, if things were just going well, they would just end up better, and he would have a good relationship with them.
Yes.
But Voldemort keeps cutting. I mean, maybe that's really the point. Maybe I'm figuring out. It's like the reason he can't be happy with Cho is Voldemort. The reason he can't be happy with Sirius is Voldemort. Yeah, it's like okay.
Yeah, it's like this is the way.
This is the problem. This is the problem.
Yes, yeah. It's like he's not allowed to have the life that he absolutely deserves.
Right.
And that is in a way, I mean, other than the obvious other hateful, terrible, mean, dangerous, evil things that Voldemort does, it's like this is this other weird ripple effect. It's the curse that is almost like following Harry everywhere he goes. So anyway, yeah, I mean, it's interesting to, I mean, that's the point of what we're doing, is to look at it through that lens. Why is it done this way?
Yes.
That sort of makes sense.
I think Hermione has this sort of breaking point in, I don't know if it's Half-Blood Prince or Deathly Hallows, but she's just like, don't you see, Harry? It's just all Voldemort. You've got to stop him, you know?
Right, yes.
It's like,
yes.
It's like, it's all down to him at the end of the day. All these bad things, all this and that.
We're not going to get to live until it's over.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, neither can live while the other survives.
Crap. There it is. That was completely unplanned.
Oh, that was so
really
good.
Anyway, should we talk about this chapter?
Yes, we absolutely should.
We should. So it starts off, it looked like the end of Ron and Hermione's friendship, which I love that as a sentence because they get married.
So, nope. Silly narrator person, you have no idea.
I got to say, though, and it's like, I'm kind of mad. I'm so frustrated with both of them in this chapter because, like, on the one hand, Ron is totally right. Like, all the evidence points to Crookshanks. Crookshanks has absolutely been trying to eat Scabbers, and like Hermione is just being so stubborn about it.
That's the thing, is that, like, yeah, I think that there's a really big, it's almost like out of character for Hermione how things are unfolding. Like, I think that Hermione clearly has a soft spot for Crookshanks, and there's clearly like this, you know, kinship that is going on between the two of them, and maybe they're relating in some capacity, some way, like whatever. But based on like what we eventually know, it's almost like, well, gosh, I wish that Crookshanks had just eaten Scabbers, because then Wormtail would be gone.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he would have died at the hands of a cat.
Right.
And it would have been like cruel justice. But in the meantime, it's like, as of what the characters in the book know at this point, it does look an awful lot like Crookshanks ate Scabbers, and Hermione is being oddly callous about it.
She is being oddly callous about it. Like, she is just not willing to give an inch. And it's like, you, the reader, especially on your second pass, are like, I feel like I'm only really give her a pass because I know Scabbers is Wormtail, and like and she is correct that he was not eaten, but like, it certainly looks that way. It's supposed to look that way. And like beyond even this situation, Crookshanks has tried to eat Scabbers several times.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And then on the other hand, Ron is just being such a butthead about it, though. Like it is true, but it is also, one, not Hermione's fault that Crookshanks ate Scabbers, and two, like, you didn't even like Scabbers. So like, maybe cut her some slack, bro.
I know. The other thing that's always interesting about this, especially with Ron and Hermione in particular, is like, you can't tell if there's like a thin line between love and hate that's happening between the two of them there, where it's like neither of them is really at the age. And I mean, they're only 13, to be fair. So like, this is not something they'd be like well equipped for, is like handling the feelings that they potentially might have for each other.
Right.
But it does feel like maybe some of like whatever that energy is what constantly fuels their feuds, which I think is my more genuine take on Ron and Hermione's relationship.
Yeah.
Like, I know that I'll be like, oh yeah, Team Hermione, like Ron and Hermione are always fighting. It's so annoying. But like, I mean, if I'm being actually honest about how I feel about it, I think that's probably more of what's going on here.
Probably.
It's like Ron is more upset that like Hermione has this animal who's attacking something that is his, even though he never really liked Scabbers. He's taking it personally because it's like an agent of Hermione's is interacting with him negatively, which is causing a wedge, which is frustrating him because he doesn't want there to be a wedge, but he doesn't know what that means. And so the end result is like, I'm mad at you, but it's
right.
like, no, you like her. Like,
right.
Is what's happening. I think.
Right. I mean, yeah, I can see it. Just like he wants her to feel sorry for him, and instead she's making him feel worse.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, Hermione is maintaining fiercely that Ron had no proof that Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers. This is again, you know, it's like, this is one of those instances where they say, like, if you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras.
Right.
Like chances are it's not zebras that are running up here. This
Occam's
is that
razor.
Yeah. This is that rare occasion where it's like, not zebras.
It's zebras.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's weird stuff afoot.
There's weird stuff afoot. But like, yeah, you're right. It's like you should assume that the cat ate the rat, not that the rat is a human.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Who's been living with you and your family for a long time.
Right. Yes. Who's just.
But yeah, Hermione's theory that Ron had been prejudiced against her cat ever since Crookshanks had landed on Ron's head at the magical menagerie. This is one of those things where it's like, how big of an incident was that really? Like,
yeah,
it's like the cat landed on your head. That's not, I mean, that is so not grounds for a nearly half-year-long feud.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, it is not. So I think it's just more like inventing reasons because they just are both being so stubborn.
Yes, they are.
But so yeah, it's still surprising how seriously Ron takes the loss of his rat. Fred points out you're always saying how boring Scabbers is, to which I was like, yes, exactly.
Yes.
And then Ron does point out that he bit Goyle for us once. Remember, Harry? And it's like that one scene. It never makes sense to me. Like I do not understand why Peter helps them in that situation.
Okay, I was thinking about this a little bit because I think that you could have a slight generational thing going on, where it's possible that like Peter knew Goyle Sr. because like eventually in the graveyard, like Goyle's presumably father shows up, to support Voldemort.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like if Peter has like, if they're both on the same side, is there a chance that they're sort of like at each other's throats in some way, shape, or form? And Peter's like, I actually know who you are, and I don't like your dad, so I'm gonna like use this moment to.
That's as much of a reason as I can come up with.
Yeah.
I mean,
so yeah, maybe some type of like standing rivalry.
Yeah,
of sorts.
I guess.
To be Voldemort's like number 4 person.
But did the other Death Eaters know about Wormtail being the spy?
Well, that's the thing, is that like maybe Peter knows more about what's going on with the Death Eaters than Peter is able to reveal to them. So like,
I guess that could be the case. Peter knows about Goyle, but I don't think Goyle knows about Wormtail because Lucius thinks it was Sirius because he tells Malfoy what Sirius did.
You're right. Yeah. Because Malfoy has that line like, "I'd want revenge if I was you." You're right. Yeah. So I think it's more likely that Peter knew that Goyle was a Death Eater, and I mean I'm just inventing wildly right now, but like maybe Goyle did something that like was screwing with Peter's plan or something, and Peter didn't take kindly to it. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's my backstory.
Right. Yeah. It's like a rogue thing where Peter sort of quote unquote helps. Bites somebody. I don't know.
I know.
It doesn't make sense.
It's such a ridiculously low bar, so I love Fred's response of his finest hour. Let the scar on Goyle's finger stand as a lasting tribute to his memory. It's like, yeah, okay.
Yep. Probably was his finest hour, really.
I know.
Let's see. So then Harry offers to let Ron ride the firebolt. As a way to cheer him up, which is a very nice offer. I was like, that's actually a pretty good method of cheering up, and it definitely works. Ron is very excited about it. And then they head down to, this I thought was odd. They head down to the Quidditch pitch, and Madam Hooch is still watching, and she takes it in her hands to take off to give them the benefit of her professional opinion, to which I'm like, did she not help strip it down and check it for stuff, right? Like, has she not been handling it for the last month and a half?
I am pretty sure that McGonagall specifically says Madam Hooch is one of the people who is working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But she's acting like she's never held it before. And then she gets all like, she starts to wax poetic about it. And then when she starts to like, this I think this is interesting. Like, oh, the firebolt is here. Is it just like, are we just forgetting about the Nimbus? And so that she's like, oh, the Nimbus series has a fault. It's a slight list to the tail end. And it's like, this is the first time anyone has said a single negative thing about the Nimbus 2000 ever.
No, yeah, it is otherwise a seemingly perfect broom.
Exactly. Otherwise, perfect broom. But hold on. Over time, give it enough time. There's a minor, tiny problem.
A slight list.
Whatever. A slight list to the tail end. Yeah.
Like kind of drags to one side, maybe?
Yeah, they develop a drag after a few years.
Okay, yeah, okay,
sure.
Yeah. I do have a little piece of trivia here that I outlined, though. They've updated the handle, too, a bit slimmer than the clean sweeps. Reminds me of the old silver arrows. A pity they've stopped making them. I learned to fly on one, which I feel like that is a piece of trivia right there. It's like, what was Madam Hooch's first or what broomstick did Madam Hooch learn to fly on?
Silver arrows.
Silver arrows.
Yeah.
Would you have that?
I think I do have silver arrows. I know that
No
one. Because I love that
way.
name. I love silver arrows as a name. It's like, that's a good broomstick name.
It is a fantastic broomstick. And we actually made a joke in last week's video about Oliver Wood, about how which brand of broomstick, you're like the Skype of broomsticks, was like the joke we made. And they were like, but Zoom is a better name anyway. And I was oh my God, Zoom would be a great name for a broomstick. The Zoom broomstick.
Can I just say though, Ben?
Yeah.
I was looking through some of the comments on our Firebolt chapter.
Yeah.
People were not as people were more pro footrests on broomsticks than I would have expected. Truly.
Wow.
I know. To which I was looking at the comments and I feel like I felt like perhaps misunderstood. Because people were saying like things along the lines of like, I don't think of it as like training wheels. It's more like a luxury add-on, or like, it can go 150 miles an hour. I definitely want the foot reps for the safety. And it's like, but you guys I think you're agreeing. It's like I agree. Yes, it's a luxury upgrade, right? But like, I'm not driving an Escalade down I'm not racing my Escalade,
Oh, sure.
Like
yes.
the point isn't luxury, it's a sport.
Yes.
Like if this is my daily driver broom, if I was riding this to work, absolutely I want the footrests.
Right.
Like for comfort's sake, obviously it's more comfortable.
Yes.
That's not the point. This is a sport. The point is like balance and skill and flying. Like you are supposed to be a step above the average broomstick.
Yeah. No, I follow what you're saying exactly. I think that there's a very good point here where it's like oh man, what was the example I was going to give? It just went clean out of my brain. Hang on. I can pull it back. I know I can do this. Think. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I think like in the sport of triathlons, for example, if you've ever seen a triathlon bike,
okay,
they are built for aerodynamics.
Okay.
They like every single thing, like the frame is molded such that like it's got like space for like the wheel to rotate so that there is like as minimal like drag as humanly possible.
Mm-hmm.
You can have like what's called aero bars, which is like where you like literally like lean over the front of the bike to like lessen your like wind resistance. The helmets they frequently wear are like these big long like teardrop like cones.
Yeah,
almost.
like aerodynamic things. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll even wear like a face shield versus like sunglasses for the exact same reason. So like it's one of those things, but I would be willing to bet anybody who loves just riding their bike would never want to go out on one of those for like a joyride.
Right.
Like for the sake of having fun. Like it's the difference between the fierceness of competition and like the subtlety of just like enjoying your craft. And yeah, so I think that that's the line I presume that you're living on.
Yes. That it's more a matter of like, because it's like a sport and because it's like an athletic endeavor, the point is that it should be a little bit harder to ride.
Right.
Like you shouldn't like, it's not a matter of comfort. I agree they're more comfortable. And if I just had, like a cruising broom, that's what I would want.
Right. Yeah. For like a, like a nice afternoon ride on the parkway.
Exactly. Right. And then I feel like other people were like, it can go 150 miles an hour. I definitely want the footrest for safety. And I'm like to me, like this is already a game that's played at high speeds, 50 feet in the air without helmets while you're trying to dodge cannonballs. So I feel like safety left the conversation a while ago.
Like we're maybe splitting hairs.
We're maybe splitting hairs here.
Yeah.
And also, just because it can go 150 miles an hour doesn't mean you have to be flying it at 150 miles an hour.
That's true.
Right? Like, I doubt you've ever driven your car at its top speed.
Right.
Like, it can go a lot faster than you normally drive.
Yeah, not recommended.
Not recommended. Yeah. Not safe, but it can do it.
It can.
It could if you push that pedal down and just had a nice long straightaway. But I don't think that's what Harry's doing here. So I stand like, if you like the footrests, good for you. Someone was also posting over and over, copy and pasting like a little blip from Pottermore where it's like, or Wizarding World, where like out of universe, not in the books, but I suppose technically canon, it talks about the creator of the broomstick or the firebolt who did include footrests on it. I'm like, I guess it's canon. I don't know.
Okay.
Even though it's clearly added after the books were written and not depicted in the chapter art, nor ever mentioned in the books. But anyway, that's my...
So I think nerves have been struck in both directions.
All I'm saying is, if you like the footrests, that's fine. But I think for the sake of Quidditch and the sport, I still think they just shouldn't be a part of it. I think it's about being balanced and having to do, like, people are saying, like, well, would it be more aerodynamic because otherwise your legs would hang down? Like, no. Like, you rest your legs up on the broom if you're trying to be aerodynamic. You have to position yourself on the broom. It's hard to do. That's the point. You have to be good at it.
I think of it as like a little like ankle curl type thing.
I think of an ankle curl.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
However, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we are now also splitting hairs over something that I think we all can agree we all enjoy.
I know. Like, Quidditch is fun. I love the Quidditch chapters. Like, even when we were writing the Quidditch chapters for like the what if, it was like, I don't have to put this in here. We could just skip the Quidditch match.
but
guess what? We're doing it, and I'm getting into it.
Yes. Yeah, we got to.
Yes.
Oh man. Well, anyway.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. It's cool. Let's just continue on. Because next up, we are introduced for the first time ever to Cho Chang, who Oliver Wood is just Oliver Wooding all over about.
Yes.
He is just like, their best player made a full recovery. I can't believe it. We're going to have to play them like that.
I know. No, this is. It's also kind of interesting as well because like Cho is quite good, but the reason we've never seen her in action before is because I think last year in Chamber of Secrets the match is canceled, and then the year prior it's the match that Harry would miss because of it's that final match of the year.
Yeah, when he's knocked out from the Philosopher's Stone shenanigans.
Yes. So there's a very real possibility that Cho Chang is the one who is playing as a second year, which would be quite impressive.
That would be impressive, yeah.
And won against Gryffindor in like one of the biggest defeats in 300 years. So
yes, she would have been delivering the final blow. So there is that. There's also, though, we know that the last match Ravenclaw played was against Slytherin, and now Oliver is bringing up, like, I've just found out who they're playing as Seeker. Even the way he phrases that makes it sound like they have a different person they could play as Seeker.
Yes, you're right.
Right?
Yes,
Which is interesting because it means that Ravenclaw has like substitutes or reserves, unlike Oliver Wood ever seems to be willing to do for the Gryffindor team.
Maybe Oliver's whole thing is like you perform at optimum or not at all. Like,
well, but you'd say that, Ben, but I think we put this in the video last week about Oliver Wood, is that during Harry's first game, Lee Jordan says, nice move by Alicia Spinnet, just a reserve last year.
Yeah,
and we know Oliver was the captain that year. So I don't know why he refuses to have substitutes. Anyway, the point is we were giving Draco credit for having beaten Cho. But it's possible that if she's injured, that maybe Draco was beating a Ravenclaw team that was down Cho Chang.
Oh, good point. I do suspect that that's likely what happened, especially based on the phrasing that it absolutely seems like Cho was coming back from whatever injury she was dealing with. So, okay. That tracks.
Yeah,
that tracks. I can definitely get on board with that. I think this must be her first game back, which is too bad for her.
But it's also like it's just like a shadow dig at Draco.
Yes. Yeah. It's like that time we were like, okay, props to Draco. It's like,
well, maybe not.
Maybe not 100% props.
Maybe not. Yeah. Also, it's like he brings up like she rides a Comet 260, which is going to look like a joke next to the Firebolt, as if like last year they weren't all like they ride Nimbus 2001s. We're all going to look like jokes next to them. You know, like wouldn't the Comet 260 look like a joke next to the Nimbus 2001 as well?
Certainly.
Almost certainly.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
They make a big deal about the Firebolt in this chapter.
They sure do.
Like the reverence around it is massive.
It's like he got a Ferrari or something.
It is like that. Yeah. So this was an interesting thing as well, though. So moving on down the page, though, because this is just still at practice where he's talking about Cho being the Seeker. So this is not like during gameplay or anything. Harry finally gets to mount the Firebolt, kicked off from the ground. It says it was better than he had ever dreamed. The Firebolt turned with the lightest touch. It seemed to obey his thoughts rather than his grip.
Yeah.
So I have a cool theory here.
Okay.
That I just discovered today. So I was kind of like, okay, maybe this could be something that's going on there. We've talked before on the Super Carlin Brothers channel about the potential for broomsticks to have cores similar to wands.
Yeah.
And so what you would have is like the wood, of course, playing some type of role in the performance of the broomstick, and then the core would also add like some accompanying characteristics. And so when I read that phrase, it seemed to obey his thoughts rather than his grip. I was like, are there any magical beasts in the wizarding wizarding world rather, that are capable of reading minds? And in fact, there is. It is the Wampus cat.
The Wampus cat from America.
From America.
From the Ilvermorny houses.
Yes.
The six-legged panther.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Look at you. You're all over it. Yeah, so the Wampus cat does have the ability to like read minds. And I was like, it would be really curious if this is what is the core of the Firebolt.
That would be super interesting.
Wouldn't it be fascinating, though? Because like if it can read your mind and it's using some of that magic.
I want to look up more facts about Wampus cats all of a sudden.
Okay,
Hold on. Hold on.
Press.
Do a quick Google search here. Wampus cat. Hold, please. Somewhat resembling the mundane mountain lion or cougar in size and appearance, the Wampus cat was native to the Appalachian Mountains.
Hey, that's where we live.
That's where we live. It could walk on its hind legs, outrun arrows, and its yellow eyes were reputed to have the power of both hypnosis and legilimency. The Wampus cat was fast, strong, and almost impossible to kill. The Cherokee had a most extensive studied the Wampus cat, with whom they shared their native region, and only they had ever succeeded in producing Wampus cat hair for use as a wand core. Oh, that's interesting.
How about that?
That means, like, I wonder, like, for how long, you know?
I have no idea.
Right? Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that it's used for a core at all feels like closer to possible than not.
Absolutely. It seems like it is a usable substance for wand core, which to me means it's usable for broom core, if that's a thing.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're building theories on top of theories that are not otherwise confirmed anywhere. But I like it as headcanon because I do feel like there's the reality of the fact that, like, with the wands, and I feel like this is what our argument was in the video. It's kind of like they basically, I think Ollivander says a witch or wizard can channel magic through any object.
Yeah.
So it's like you could pick up a carrot and you know, I mean, Voldemort or Dumbledore, you know, someone deeply powerful might be able to get it to cast a spell.
Right.
It may not be the best version of it compared to with their own wands or even just a wand that has a core, but like that's channeling magic. So in my mind, it's almost like it's combining the wood and the core that really like takes it from a stick into that next tier of like magical creation.
Right.
And so I feel like the same would be true. You know, it's like if you were to go and like break a branch off of a tree, it's like, you know, could you just fly that branch? It's like at least off the cuff, I would say like not well, you know, maybe you could get it to fly more than none. I'm imagining almost like jumping off of like a couch, holding like an umbrella over your head. It's like,
right.
You know, is it going to add drag to your fall? It's like, yes, but it's not a parachute.
Right. Yeah. It's not safe.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like you have to imbibe the wood with something has to be done to it in order to take it to that next level to where it's now like a bona fide vehicle.
Well, that'd be, yeah. And it'd be super interesting. Yeah. If it's literally reading his thoughts.
Yeah. Because I mean, you could easily see where that relationship. I mean, it's like we've kind of regarded the brooms as like quasi like living creatures that have like a degree of sentience maybe, and you know that's how wands are described, at least in a very similar capacity.
Yep.
But for something like a broomstick, it's like maybe Wampus hair doesn't make for really great wand cores because of its magical properties. But if you're delivering this kind of magic into something that you need to navigate with that does have to respond to your every movement, it's like then it's turning as you want it to turn. It's reacting in unison with your thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, I also keep thinking that like it seems like it has such a high top speed that it seems unlikely that it would be like so like the handling would be so well.
Oh, sure.
You know, but like when I think of a cat, like switching direction at top speed, like doesn't seem that hard.
It's kind of like what they seem to do.
Yeah, it seems like what they do. So yeah, I like it. I like it. Wampus hair for Firebolt.
Yes, there we go.
Boom. There you go. All right. Either way, they had a fantastic practice. Wood didn't have a single criticism to make, which, as George Weasley pointed out, was a first, which I think is super interesting that no matter what, no matter how good the team does, Wood normally has things he needs to correct them about. But then he also confronts Harry again, said, "You sorted out your Dementor problem, haven't you?" Like, that's the only thing he thinks that can stop them tomorrow is maybe Dementors. But I love that he doesn't consider Cho Chang's appearance to be a problem at all.
Yes.
He doesn't account for how pretty Cho is.
How pretty that flowing black hair.
Woo.
I know, you gotta watch out. The other thing that's happening during this practice that I took note of is the fact that basically Wood calls out and he's like, Harry, I'm letting the snitch out. And it says that within 10 seconds he had caught it tightly in his hand. And then he let it go. The team cheers. And then he gave it a minute's head start, then tore after it, weaving in and out of the others, and spotted it lurking near Katie Bell's knee, looped her easily, and caught it again. This is like one of those things where the snitch that Harry notably catches in his first ever match has the flesh memory attached to Harry himself, which is what would ultimately allow it to reveal the message, I open at the close. And part of the details that, like, obviously they don't reveal in front of Scrimgeour is that he caught it with his mouth. So it's not his hand that needs to touch it. It's like his lips that can get the message to, show itself or whatever. They say, I think, like, nobody ever handles the snitch prior to its release during the game. This speed at which he's catching the snitch feels almost like the practice snitch must be considerably slower than the actual. I think
that has to be the case.
Yeah, like they're not using like the capital S snitch. They're using like, we got a box of these down at Play It Again Sports.
Yeah.
Snitch.
For sure.
Yeah. Used tennis balls.
Used snitches.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely. Because like even I think about the one like James always like is catching.
Right.
It's like carries around his pocket like that. That snitch is not your regular. Because I mean, he lets it go and catches it again. It's not like flying off immediately the way it's supposed to.
The way it's supposed to. Yeah. I always think about that like very similar to like him holding like a golf ball. Like as if like everybody else would be like, dude, why are you carrying a golf ball around? He's like, I'm really good at golf.
I'm really good at golf. Check this out.
They're like, okay, it's really not that cool.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. Let's see. Then Fred points out that the Dementors aren't going to turn up because Dumbledore would go ballistic, which I feel like is the actual truth. Like that, Oliver seems so concerned they're going to show up, and I'm like, dude, don't you think Dumbledore's on it?
Oh, yeah.
Although it's possible Dumbledore doesn't even show up to this match.
I guess that's true.
Which I think later on, I think it like alludes to him not being there.
I think you're right, because I'm pretty sure McGonagall is shouting at the Slytherins for their prank, and she says that she'll be speaking to Dumbledore about this. Make no mistake. So so he won't be there.
So he's not there. I can't believe it.
What is he so busy with?
What is he doing? Yeah, unbelievable. And then the next page, Madam Hooch, got to be the least effective member of staff. I mean, she's out here literally supposed to be guarding Harry, watching their star pupil, making sure that Sirius Black doesn't come and attack him. And she falls asleep watching them. And not for nothing, Harry literally runs into Sirius Black 1 minute later.
I know.
I'm like, Madam Hooch,
come on.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be escorting these boys around? Like, geez.
It's like I want to compare it to sleeping on the job. But you were literally
because you were
sleeping on the job. Yep, I know. No, it's really hilarious. So basically, she goes out there to have her own fanfare over Harry's new broomstick, and then fails to complete her mission of making sure he's safe.
Yes, and then also I know. It's just like, Madam Hooch, what are you doing? Then she does not escort them back to the castle, even though she's supposed to be making sure Harry doesn't run into Sirius Black. He sees him anyway. So not that any of them are aware of that. But it is what happens. And not that it's a threat, but it is what she's supposed to be stopping, and she doesn't.
I know. I guess a piece of what's going on here is that Sirius is preparing himself for his breakage into the castle.
Yeah.
For this not for this evening.
Not for this evening.
So maybe he's just watching. I wonder if he just wanted to see Harry on the broomstick.
Probably. He's like, oh, finally, I gave it to him at Christmas. What's taking so long?
I wonder if he doesn't like Quidditch as much as James did. Did I choose wrongly?
Man.
Should I got in that golden cauldron?
That'd be so funny. It's like, it's about time. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he's more into potions like Lily was.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of sad when you think about it like that. Like, what kind of gift would he want?
I know.
One more like James or one more like Lily?
One more like James, one more like Lily. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, Harry actually, you know what? I was about to like mention Harry's like instincts to like notice something in the bushes there. He has a rare, I think I skipped this earlier. Harry has a a rare bad instinct earlier in this chapter.
Oh, lay it on me.
It says, personally, Harry was sure Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers. Which is like, it's like that is like normally Harry is onto this sort of stuff.
Yes.
Like he is not fooled all the way, but he is like, nope, I'm pretty sure about this. And it's like, actually, you're wrong, sir.
He is wrong.
Actually,
he is
wrong.
There's a piece of me that thinks Harry literally, when it comes to the Crookshanks Scabber situation, simply does not care. He just, He's like, I just want my friends to get along. This is really annoying.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Crookshanks did it. I saw the blood. There were cat hairs. Hermione,
several murder attempts.
Yes, yeah. It's like, I mean, they've been chasing each other.
Yeah.
Notably, one has been chasing the other.
Notably, one has been chasing the other. Yep.
Yeah.
So anyway, he thinks he sees something in the trees, casts Lumos, and I guess Sirius is able to withdraw fast enough to just reveal Crookshanks by the edge of the woods there.
Oh, okay. I guess the other thing that could be potentially happening is maybe Crookshanks is passing over the passwords at this moment.
Could be.
Collected from Neville.
Yeah.
So that could be a reason why they'd be hanging out.
That could be what's happening right
pals.
here.
Yep.
Then Ron gets all mad at Crookshanks, says probably washing out Scabbers with a couple of birds now, as if he's also against Crookshanks eating just birds. Okay.
It's like, I love those birds, okay?
I know. Come on, Crookshanks.
They were my favorite birds.
They were my favorite birds.
Wow, that was the worst British accent I've ever done in my entire life.
Solid.
Thanks. Yeah.
Interestingly, there it says Harry was sure the eyes had belonged to the Grim, and interesting, like Sirius is there, but this would be a one time where he thinks he has been in the presence of the Grim without there being a like near-death experience.
Oh, sure.
Like when he saw it at Magnolia Crescent, the night bus shows up and almost kills him. And then when he sees it during the Quidditch match, he falls and almost dies. But then he later classifies these both as like near-death experiences.
I know. The night bus feels like a reach to me.
Absolutely.
Anyway, like you didn't mean to call that method of transportation. However, you did just do the required act. And therefore, it's like you were surprised by what happens. But if you were just calling it, then that's what you would do anyway.
That's what you'd do. And it's like, yeah. So you'd think like retroactively you could realize that I wasn't in danger by that.
Right. Which I think is maybe a little bit the point.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like right now we're supposed to think it's dangerous and eventually we'll know it's not. And then in reality, it never was.
Never was. Yeah. But this time, nothing of anything happens. He just sees it and then the moment passes. Anyway, the next morning, they give the honor guard of the Firebolt down to breakfast, where the Slytherin team were all looking thunderstruck, which to me, I'm surprised they didn't know.
I am a little bit also surprised that they didn't know. Yeah, maybe this is like one of those things where it's like when it's your opposition, it's so like worst case scenario that like this would have happened that it's like, no, there's no. Who would have bought him a firebolt?
Right. I can see them like hearing the rumors, but being like, it can't be true.
It can't.
No
be.
way.
Yeah.
But and now they're like, maybe it's like more like their worst fears are being confirmed.
Yes.
Everyone comes over, so we get another minor interaction with Cedric to congratulate Harry on having acquired such a superb replacement.
I know. Yes, I highlighted that and just said, "Oh dear, sweet Cedric."
Yep.
Like just the fact that he's like, you know, this. You got this like upperclassman jock guy who's so cool, and you know he like beat Harry on the other broomstick. It was like when the Nimbus was destroyed. He's coming over just to be like, "Hey man, just want to say congrats." It's like you're just a nice person, aren't you?
Just a nice guy. On the other hand, Percy comes up and says that he's got a bet with Penelope, 10 galleons on the outcome of the match, but then quickly adds, better win, Harry. I don't have 10 galleons, which is like surprising dishonesty by Percy. It's like a little unethical bet, you know?
It is absolutely an unethical bet. It's like, hey, if you win, you have to give me 10 galleons.
Yeah.
Right. But it's like if you, man, I said this so wrong. If Penelope ends up winning the bet, he's like, oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I don't have 10 galleons.
He's definitely planning on just being like, oh, I don't have it. Sorry about that. But fun, you know, what? We'll just brush it aside.
It was just a laugh.
Just a laugh, you know? Yeah. But it sounds like upon winning, he intends to collect.
He does intend to collect.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I just, that whole situation seems mildly out of character. And 10 galleons, like, it seems like
a lot.
A big bet. Like,
Big bet.
You know, like Mr. Weasley next year at the Quidditch World Cup, I think puts a galleon on Ireland winning.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like, make it interesting. Like, you know, sure. You know, and then here he is. It's like high school Quidditch, and he's betting more than the family's got.
I know, with money he doesn't have.
Right.
Yes. And then, I mean, literally while that's happening, where Fred and George make the bet with Ludo Bagman, like Percy is like embarrassed in front of Mr. Crouch that his brothers are betting.
I know.
It's like,
yeah.
dude, you were betting with money you didn't have last year with your girlfriend, bro. Come on now.
Yep, I know. There are a couple of like interesting similarities, I feel like, between this match and the Quidditch World Cup. I mean, it doesn't end up panning out the same. You don't really have that like Victor Crumb catches the snitch, but Ireland wins situation. But I would argue that you have a Weasley betting on a Quidditch match that ends up in their favor. And I would say inside of the match, I feel like Harry is performing similarly to how Crumb is performing as well, complete with a potential Wronski feint. Which
you're right.
We'll come back to in just a minute.
You know what? As you're saying that, I'm pretty sure all Weasley bets on Quidditch matches have come back wins.
With gold. Man.
Mr. Weasley wins, Percy wins, and the twins win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
Wow.
All right. So next time
Here
you're
we
at the track, be sure to bring the Weasleys with you.
Yeah, don't bet
apparently.
against the Weasleys.
Yeah. At this point in time, though, Malfoy just can't stand it any longer, and him, Crabbe, and Goyle pop on over and ask Harry, "Are you sure you can manage that broom, Harry?" With just a voice of total and utter concern at the potential speed of this particular broomstick. I'm just kidding. It says in a cold, drawling voice.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, though, if he was just sort of like caring? He was like, "You sure you're gonna be okay, man?
Sure you're gonna be okay?
That's a lot of horsepower in there."
I mean, they're really good, but like they're kind of dangerous too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Then he also adds, "Shame it doesn't come with a parachute in case you get too near a Dementor." And at this point, I'm like, dude, I'm almost missing the creativity of your former insults because you've had one joke all year.
All year, and it's getting to be just a little bit annoying. But
yes,
Crabbe and Goyle do snigger in this particular moment, and I think that's clearly like a little bit of setup for the fact that they have something up their own sleeves.
Up there, yes.
But I love Harry's retort, which is, "Pity you can't attach an extra arm to yours, Malfoy," said Harry. "Then it could catch the snitch for you." And I was just like, "Oh snap!
Oh, got him!"
And then Harry spun the gun and stuck it back in his holster.
To which, if I was Malfoy, I'd be like, "I just beat Ravenclaw. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. And then Harry like, "But they didn't have Cho."
They didn't have Cho. She was injured.
And
Oliver would told me.
And then at that point in time, everybody watching on are like, "Okay, this has descended into just a terrible argument."
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Neither of you are making good points.
Yes.
Even if they didn't have Cho, he still caught it.
Right.
Anyway, so Harry is walking out. I just thought this was a funny sentence. He's carrying his wand with him into the match to, in case the mentor show up. It says he stuck it inside the T-shirt he was going to wear under his Quidditch robe. And I'm like, where?
I know.
What do you mean you stuck it inside your T-shirt?
Like into
what T-shirt has wand-sized pockets in it?
Maybe he that little tag that they have for like how to properly launder the shirt.
Yeah.
Maybe he like looped it in there a couple times, stuck it in, and like twisted it around.
Yeah.
Put it through one of the like, belt loops on his shorts.
I know. It's like what an unnecessary information about where he's putting his wand. Like, I don't have any trouble believing that the Quidditch robe just have a pocket on the inside where you could put the wand.
The idea of storing anything in a T-shirt seems like a misinformed sentence about T-shirts.
Like, you know what T-shirts are?
Right.
Anyway, so Harry makes it to the Quidditch pitch, and Harry couldn't help noticing, nervous as he was, that Cho Chang was extremely pretty, and so it begins. Man. Here we go.
Yep,
sort of.
Yep. There it is. So that's the beginning. That is the start of the relationship. Let's see here. I do have a little note here. It was just that like Wood and Davies shake hands. So that's of course Roger Davies of House Ravenclaw, who will go on to be Fleur Delacour's Yule Ball date.
Right. And who will also ask Cho out, but who she will say no to.
I know. Yeah. I know. Oh man.
Boy.
This guy seems like a little bit of a player.
A little bit, man.
A Quidditch player. Am I right? That was a bad joke. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't have gone there. I take it back. Take it back. But yeah. Anyway, they mount their brooms on the whistle. 3, 2, 1.
Bam. And then, yeah, Madam Hooch does the one thing she can do and start the match.
Yes.
So that gets going. And then Cho it seems like despite the Slytherins not being sure about the firebolt, the Ravenclaws have been preparing for it big time because Cho has some like actual Seeker v Seeker strategy she's employing rather than she's more like playing against Harry than the Snitch.
Yes. Okay. Well, so this kind of comes back to like what I was saying earlier. So like I think when they're at practice, Oliver says like I just found out the Ravenclaw's Seeker. It's Cho Chang. She rides a Comet 260, and I had actually written a note while I was reading that sentence that was like I just never really imagined Quidditch as a sport that like requires the Seekers to be adversaries in gameplay in the same way that like the Chasers are actively playing like a game of like kind of like basketball where you play like offense then defense, and like your speed relative to each other. Like if you're trying to chase somebody down who has the quaffle in front of you, having a faster broom is a distinct advantage.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that makes all the difference in the world. But the Seekers are kind of both playing their own game. Like it seems sort of like independent out there.
Right.
So, but I wrote that down. I didn't bring it up then, and I'm bringing it up now. Because I feel like once we actually get into the action, it's like, no. They are playing off each other for this whole match.
Absolutely.
Like Cho's strategy is basically to shadow Harry's every move.
Right.
So it's like, you know, even if you can't outpace him, it's like if you're right on his tail, then, you know, it's like you're going to have a hard time beating him to the snitch, but he's never going to be in a position where he's so far ahead that like if you can spot it before him, maybe that gives you the leg.
Yeah, exactly. If you see it. Or in the meantime, if he sees it before you, just cut him off.
Yes.
Like just play don't let him catch it.
Which she does.
Yeah, which she does. She stops it a couple of times. So that's good. And then even like fast forwarding too, speaking of Seeker versus Seeker, like if you go to the Quidditch World Cup, Crumb is like clearly this is what he does against Ireland.
Yes.
Like he does like that's what the Wronski feint is. It's like a, you know, Seeker diversion tactic where he tries to crash the other Seeker into the ground so he can look for the snitch.
Would you at all describe it like this? He dived again, and Cho, thinking he'd seen the snitch, tried to follow. Harry pulled out of the dive very sharply. She hurtled downwards. He rose fast as a bullet once more, and then he saw it for the third time.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly that, except Cho manages not to crash into the ground.
Exactly, but it's like, I mean...
It's the same maneuver.
It's the same maneuver. It's basically like pretend like you see it and see if you can crash them and then use their time recovering on the ground to basically have like a what do they call it in hockey where somebody's in a power play.
Yeah, power play.
Yeah.
So
I wrote that down. I was like, Harry, when he watches Crumb do it, he keeps remarking like, I can't wait to go and try the Wronski feint. And I'm like, I read that description. I was like, you've done it.
You've done it,
I
sir.
mean, maybe not as aggressively as like the best guy in the world.
Right.
But like just purely on instincts, you've basically invented the same move.
Yeah, right. Because Harry has good instincts.
Harry does have good instincts. Yeah. And I think that there's actually a line here at some point in time that said that like diving was his speciality.
It does. I specifically underlined that. I was like, that's interesting.
I know. I was like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like it's so rare at this stage in the books for Harry to stand out. Like, I mean, other than the fact that he's like the first year who's on the Quidditch team.
Yeah.
It's like, you almost feel like it's like, was he lucky or like?
It's like, yeah, he just had like a better broom the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. But like, it's kind of cool to be like, no, this is something he's good at.
Yeah.
This is his thing. And even Harry knows it.
Even Harry knows it. Yes, he's good at that. But it seems like the rest of the Gryffindors are going well too, because very quickly into the match, Gryffindor leads 80-0. Like after almost no time at all has passed.
I know, and yeah, so that I thought that was really cool. But then on like the very next page, and this was another moment where I was like, this is a good Quidditch match because I feel like it's demonstrating the rules of Quidditch in a way that like makes more sense. Like it feels like higher stakes, but
yeah.
But basically, it says. Ravenclaw was pulling back. They had now scored 3 goals, which put Gryffindor only 50 points ahead. If Cho got the snitch before him, Ravenclaw would win.
Right.
And
which is also true at 80-0, but...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
Right.
150 points for the snitch.
Yeah. So whether they had clawed those 3 goals back or not, they would still win.
You know what? I was giving too much credit, I think. Maybe just a little bit, because that's a really good point. I was like, oh, okay. I feel like I'm seeing like Quidditch make more sense now. Like that's the strategy. But you're right. It's like that 30 points makes literally no difference whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it would have been... This might have been like a more interesting match if it had been more like because like Ravenclaw clearly was putting up the points on Slytherin, which is why it was a narrow victory, and Draco like had to catch the snitch in order to win the game for them.
Right.
It would have been interesting if like, oh yeah, no, the Ravenclaw chasers are like super good, and they were putting up a ton of points on Gryffindor, and it was like, oh yeah, no, Cho, don't even worry about catching the snitch because you can't beat the firebolt. Wait until we've scored more than 150, then go hunting for it.
Right.
You know, like that would have been a really cool strategy to like see them try and do.
It would be.
You know, then it's like, oh no, the Gryffindor chasers have to claw back.
Right.
So then Harry has to catch it at just the right moment.
That I feel like is the kind of Quidditch I want to see on like proud display. Like that's the type of thing where it's like you could almost like change the outcome of any of the matches for like the TV show just to like have it be like neck and neck, where it's like Harry see like a situation where the Seeker sees the snitch and is optionally choosing to not secure it.
Right.
It also makes me think that the game of Quidditch would play really nicely with the concept that is Moneyball, which in baseball was basically this one particular. There's a movie about it, obviously, but like it's the idea that like they are specifically looking for people who statistically get on base, and they are not necessarily like the best at any one particular thing. It's just like if statistically they get on base, even because they get walked very often.
Right. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. They're on base. Like that's the whole point. So
right.
You're buying base time.
Yes.
I could almost see a world where with Quidditch, it's almost like resource management, like in like a board game where it's like you can put all of your funds into a Seeker and have a good closer, or you can have a well-rounded batch of like chasers.
Yes.
But like a really, really, really good Seeker, very expensive. You're not going to be able to afford good chasers. Then it's all on the Seeker.
Right.
Anything happens to them and you're out.
Right.
You know, it's like the more well-rounded team would kind of have a mediocre Seeker and super-powered chasers.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and then it's like you can see where the keeper then still plays a big role with your chasers too, where it's like, you know, I think because we made that Oliver Wood video where we kept talking about the. I loved just the sentence is like Slytherin narrowly defeated Ravenclaw because it means the snitch capture really made the difference.
It did, yes.
But it meant that the Ravenclaw keeper was stopping the Slytherins from scoring, and if you'll remember, they're all riding 2001s.
Right.
So it's like you'd think they'd have the advantage, but even with their better broomsticks, the Ravenclaw keeper is like forcing Draco to catch the snitch because the no goals are getting in, and
Exactly.
the Ravenclaw chasers are still scoring.
Yeah, and I think that all even makes sense too. I mean, it probably goes to say just how formidable Ravenclaw would be otherwise, because their chasers are clearly doing quite well. Their keeper is obviously quite good, and they're playing without Cho.
Right.
So if they have Cho, I suspect they just demolish.
Right.
Slytherin.
Yeah, Slytherin probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah.
There's
there we
that.
go. There we go. So it could be, you know, there could be more interesting things that happen in Quidditch.
I know.
Yeah.
It always just seems like such a silly sport.
I know. It's just like either the snitch just needs to be worth like less points.
Maybe
really.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It needs to be worth
yeah.
like 50 points or something.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Or the match. We just needed a longer match. The problem is that Harry's so good that they always catch it so soon that the points don't matter.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Anyway, before catching the snitch, though, we do get another just quality Oliver Wood moment where I guess maybe Wood is starting to pick up on a little bit of the eyeing of one another between Harry and Cho, to which Oliver says, "Harry, this is no time to be a gentleman," Wood roared as Harry swerved to avoid a collision. "Knock her off her broom if you have to."
Calm down, Oliver.
I know. I was like, Oliver, my man, my dude.
She just got back from injury.
I know. Also, it's not like Harry. I can't imagine a world where he knocks anybody off their broom. On
Not at
purpose.
all.
Yeah.
I know. Come on. Weren't you just like so hype on the firebolt? You don't think Harry can do it, man?
I know.
Come on.
It goes.
Come on.
Yeah. I think Oliver's emotions get the best of him a little too often.
I think so.
That's all it is.
That's all it is. You know, just really wants to win.
He wants to win.
Anyway, eventually Harry sees the snitch and he hears Cho scream out because down below it looks like Dementors have shown up to another match.
Oh, you must be kidding me.
I know. What are the odds? Pretty low, turns out, even though Dumbledore is apparently not here. But this is crazy because Cho is behind. Here's what's happening. Harry has seen the snitch. He is going for it. Behind him, he hears Cho yell and point out the Dementors. Harry looks down while still chasing the snitch, sees them, pulls out his wand from his t-shirt.
I was going to say.
Then casts an active Patronus, which he does not see, at the 3 Dementors on the ground, then without ever losing track of the snitch, reaches up and grabs the snitch with his wand in his hand. It's a wild catch.
It's a wild.
Quite a maneuver. This is the most Harry Potter thing that has ever Harry Pottered.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. It's an epic match. Do you see what I mean? You don't think this is a good match?
No, this is a good match.
I think it's a great match.
I know, yeah. We can see some real secret play, you know? It's very good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, there it is, and they have successfully defeated Ravenclaw. I love the image in my head of all 6 scarlet blurs bearing down on him. So this is happening in the air. His team is hugging him that he's almost pulled off of his broom.
Yeah.
He can hear the roars of the Gryffindors down below. You got Wood yelling, "That's my boy!"
Yeah.
Which is just
suddenly done a quick 180, haven't we, Oliver?
Yes.
I always knew you could do it.
You didn't need to knock her off her broom.
Come on now.
I was only joking.
Yep, Percy down there. 10 galleons to me. Must find Penelope. Gonna go buy a new eagle quill.
Incidentally, this is also the moment that Percy becomes single again, oddly enough.
What do you know? Also, this is an interesting thing. Lupin comes up and says, that was quite some Patronus. So we can, like, this is the first time Harry has made the full-on prongs giant stag Patronus.
Yes, yes, even though he didn't see it.
He doesn't see it, but literally everyone in the stadium must have.
Yes.
Including Lupin.
You have to imagine this was quite the spectacle.
Quite the spectacle. Interestingly, though, several books later, Lupin is going to use what form does your Patronus take as his security question with Harry, which, like, I don't know, not for nothing. It seems like the whole school knows.
Yeah, like 200 people just
like
witnessed
200. This is a very insecure question.
I know.
You know?
Yeah. It's really, it's not the best.
Not a good.
The better question is the one where he's like, "What did I have in my classroom the day that you first?"
Much
something?"
better.
Yeah.
So,
What
anyway.
is it? Do you know?
Grindylow.
Grindylows. Anyway, that's amazing.
Yes.
But Harry is sort of like, and you hate this for him too inside of this particular moment, because he's like, Harry, who's been struggling with the Dementors for, most of the book, is so excited because he's like, they didn't affect me at all.
I know.
Like, I didn't feel a thing. At which point the wool is taken off of his eyes, and Lupin says that would be because they were... They weren't Dementors.
Weren't Dementors. It seems like the Patronus, knocked them down.
Yes, I think so. I suspect that the Patronus has the ability to inflict physical contact, even if it wouldn't be the most ideal spell for most applications. In my mind, because I was thinking the same thing. It's not really a spell that's designed for hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah, I've never imagined it having I imagine it can touch the Dementors or drive them away because they specifically if they got that close to it, it would be as good as being touched by it.
Sure. Yes.
Right. But I've never really thought that if a Patronus I'd never imagined being able to touch a Patronus. Maybe you could feel it, but I don't know, could it physically push you?
I think it must.
It seems like it must because it knocks them down unless they're just whoa, what's that?
Which is also possible because I think that they were standing 3 tall on each other's shoulders or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's maybe what's happening here is it just startled them so aggressively that they stumbled backwards and they weren't contacted at all. I just sort of assumed that it would just kind of whoosh through them like a huge gust of wind or something.
Right. I mean, it's way more fun to imagine a giant buck just impaling them with its light horns,
Yeah.
That's way better.
It's a super cool sentence.
Right, yeah.
I almost said a swear.
Yeah. But this I think is just crazy though. When McGonagall comes out and she has seen the whole thing, she knows exactly what's up. She says, an unworthy trick, a low and cowardly attempt to sabotage the Gryffindor Seeker. 50 points from Slytherin. I'm sorry, 50? Didn't you take 50 points per person away from Harry in their first year for being out of bed at night?
Yeah.
Didn't you say you'd never been more embarrassed by Gryffindor students? It is so obvious what these 4 have done. This should be minimum 50 each, right?
Yes. And it's funny because like even as you were saying it, I was like, no, I think this is pretty solid, but you're right. It doesn't say 50 points each. It just says 50 points. So
right.
That's not nearly enough.
Not nearly enough.
Yeah.
This is like so mean.
That's only 12 and a half points each.
I know. Come on now. What did they? Yeah, it's like, were they late to class?
Yeah.
Gosh.
I know.
No.
Yeah. Shoot
Anyway,
a spitball or something.
right, and this is where McGonagall says, I shall be speaking to Professor Dumbledore about this. Make no mistake. Here he comes now. And it's like, was Dumbledore not there? Well, how could he not be there?
Maybe he was. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was there based on that phrasing of here he comes now. So maybe he was just like he hadn't quite made it over. He was glad handing with the winning team, as it were.
Exactly.
Showing his support there. But either which way, yeah. So it's nice to see a little bit of justice finally hit Draco, because it does feel at times as if like Harry is constantly being caught like wrong-footed in front of the teachers, and this is a moment where it's just like Draco, just plain and simple, is caught.
I know, and I'm like, what is Draco thinking? How is he thinking this is going to go down?
It doesn't seem like this would work out well. Like even if you got if Harry did become negatively impacted by it or did fall off his broom, he would be like expelled.
Right.
Like it'd be worse.
Right. Like best case scenario, you go out there and scare him into falling off his broom, scare him into losing the match, but then there's no chance in which you are not caught for this.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
You're gonna somebody run away in the giant Dementor cloak. I also love to think about them making the Dementor cloak. Do you think they have a sewing machine down in the Slytherin common room and they're just Crab, we need more black thread.
I know. Come on now. Also, it's it says there were 3 Dementors on the field. So I'm like, how did they do this? Was it Crab in one, Goyle in one, and then Draco on someone's shoulders?
Oh, that could be
it.
Yeah, because they're always kind of described as being quite large in stature.
Very big, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, they make it up to the Gryffindor common room where they're going to have an all-night party. Woohoo!
I know, this does sound like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
This did remind me a little bit of like cross-country camp, like when we would order pizzas, and it was just sort of the most independent thing you could possibly do was just use the $20 that you were sent to camp with to buy something of your own accord.
Yeah.
And that's what it reminded me of. I was just yes, that sweet feeling of we're having a party.
That's right.
Grab a slice. Or in this case, a butterbeer, pumpkin fizz, and several bags full of Honeydew sweets.
Yeah. Boy, they got some money.
Yeah.
They're moving here.
I know, yeah.
Maybe Percy gave them a 10-galleon loan. Unlikely.
That's not getting paid back.
Yeah, no, for sure. They drop Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Don't forget about them. Just a little reminder.
That's literally what I wrote. I was just remind us of these names. They're about to be very important in
the
next chapter, I think.
They sure are.
Yeah.
Then only one person wasn't joining in the festivities. This is Hermione, which this is surprising even for her, that she is not managing to do this, because I'm sorry, even if you have 12 third-year classes, there's still no way it's more than the 5th years or the 7th years and the OWLs and their NEWTs. Three, you have 3 more classes. It's not, it can't be that much more homework.
I know. Yeah. Hermione is sitting out because she is overwhelmed, I think, by all of the various things that are going on. I think that she says I have 422 pages left to read.
I'm no, you don't.
There's just no way.
No professor has ever assigned 400 plus pages of reading between this class and the next class
over a weekend. Yeah. No.
No way. Although I love that she is reading, the book she's reading is called Home Life and Social Habits of British Muggles, because you know what? I would believe she doesn't know.
to me, yeah, because she's never home.
She's never home.
Yeah, I know. No, yeah, that to me is the dead giveaway that Hermione is sitting out because she's trying to make more of a point. She's trying to maybe get Ron's attention or Harry's attention or
could be
anybody to go and I don't know if she's trying to get somebody to check on her, but I think the fact that that's the book she's reading, I'm Hermione, you've been a muggle your whole life.
Yeah.
It's there's no way you are swamped reading about your own lifestyle.
Right. And then there's no way the assignment was 422 pages. If you are deciding to read the entire book because you want to get ahead, then I mean, good for you, but like no one's making you do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not that Ron is in a forgiving mood either, surprisingly. Instead, he is loudly looking over at Hermione, saying, if Scabbers hadn't just been eaten, he could have had some of these fudge flies. Like, were you feeding Scabbers fudge flies? Why?
Altogether, I don't think that's
true.
The only thing I enjoy about that is that it means that Ron was feeding Peter flies.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like, this is one of those situations where it's like, Ron, like you should be happy enough by the outcome of the day's events that you are not still thinking about
I know,
the
like,
rat
dude,
that you definitely did not like.
Just shut up about your rat. At this point, it's like the tide is turning. Like earlier, I was more on your side, and now I'm like, dude, get over it.
Yeah, you might need to let this one go.
You gotta let it go. But then this evening, after they go to bed, Harry has a very interesting dream that, goodness me, did I not remember him having.
Dude, same
Yes.
here, because it is oddly reminiscent of another scene we will see in Deathly Hallows.
Exactly. Yes. So here's the dream. He was walking through a forest, his firebolt over his shoulder, following something silvery white. It was winding its way through the trees ahead, and he could only catch glimpses of it between the leaves. Anxious to catch up with it, he sped up, but as he moved faster, so did Harry. It moved faster. Harry broke into a run, and ahead he heard hooves gathering speed. Now he was running flat out, and again he could hear galloping. Then he turned a corner into a clearing, and Ron wakes up. So I'm not sure if you're just supposed to be like, if this is supposed to be like just the tiniest hint that his Patronus has hooves or something.
I know. I highlighted like the hooves gathering speed and the galloping, and I was just like, prongs? Like is Prongs the Patronus like almost like visiting his dream? But I mean, the fact that he's even like in the forest in the dream, I mean, that's like he's in the is it the Forest of Dean?
Yeah,
where he is when he's following the silvery white doe, the doe Patronus from Snape. It just seems like it's almost, I don't know, like foreshadowing or something.
It looks like it's like if the only 3 books were out and you read, and this is like your second pass of the book, you would absolutely just assume this is Harry's own Patronus, that it's Prongs, whatever. But after you've read the whole series, this absolutely just looks like it's foreshadowing for Deathly Hallows when Snape casts the doe Patronus in the Forest of Dean, because that is literally when Harry is following something silvery white winding its way through the trees ahead, and it says, he can only catch glimpses of it between the leaves. Harry literally like catches like a glimpse of like Snape in the woods. He just doesn't know who it is.
Right.
That happens, and he just can't figure out, and then I don't know. Otherwise, if it's not foreshadowing, then all it's doing, the only point of this dream is that all you know is that Harry's Patronus has hooves. That's the only other thing it really gets.
Which doesn't really help. Like it's not like later on in the story when you discover that his Patronus is a stag, you're like, well, that came out of nowhere. Like I've never had that sensation towards it. I don't think that this is helping me feel more at peace with the selection of the stag as a creature.
Right. I mean, it's not like you're suddenly like, oh, now I can solve for Prongs,
Even that, yeah, because you're right. Like the prongs, to me, is speaking to the antlers on the stag, not any other physical attribute. So, I don't get a whole lot out of that. And not to mention, it's almost like, it's not even like necessarily like a mystery. Like the whole school actually now knows what his Patronus form is. He's the one who doesn't. Yeah, it's like, I can't believe no one told him. I know.
Honestly.
The other thing is, like, why, I don't know, like what would cause him to dream about it. Like is that like James coursing through him somehow, or like I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for why this dream happens.
Yes, because you're right. Either it's James he's following through the woods in a way, or it's Lily in a way. Yeah. So it's a weird one. I think to me it just reads a lot more as like foreshadowing for Deathly Hallows. Although why it shows up right here, I don't know.
Shy of the fact that he's just cast it for the first time. So like unless something to do with like casting your first corporeal Patronus like almost like unlocks something. But he's not thinking about his parents when he casts it. It's not like a James or Lily related scene. It's not a particularly heavy Snape chapter at all.
Could you argue that because he knows it has hooves, this is how Time Turner Harry realizes he's the one who cast the Patronus? Like, because he remembers seeing the stag the first time and he's like, oh, it has hooves, I cast it.
Right. I mean, kind of like it was in me all along.
Like, yeah.
Type of thing, maybe.
It doesn't feel like he needs this hint, though, to get there.
I know.
Because he sees who he thinks is James. And then it seems like what he really realizes is, oh, I didn't see my dad, I saw me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit of like his dad is in him, so to speak, like spiritually or metaphorically.
Yeah.
And that is sort of like what's happening later when he casts it, is that like he thinks it's his dad, but it's him, and that's supposed to be, and like the fact that his Patronus reflects his father's animagus form, like like those things are being like tied together a little bit. This is kind of like one of those things where there's a little bit of a abandoned storyline, in my opinion, when it comes to James and how Harry relates to him. Like it does seem to take like a hard right turn at some point in time where you just sort of learn that like why Snape and James are such adversaries with one another. And it's like, you never really discover a whole lot that suggests that like Harry's goodness like comes from anywhere other than like Lily, so specifically.
Yeah.
So I don't really know. But then the very next thing that we are interrupted with before we get to see what's in that clearing, though, is maybe the most comically long onomatopoeia I have ever seen in any written text ever.
Yeah.
If you just want something really hilarious to listen to, go to chapter 13 of Jim Dale's recording about 7/8 of the way through the chapter, and listen to Ron's no. Apologies to anybody who was sleeping.
Oh my gosh.
For that. It goes on forever.
Yeah.
And I was listening at 2x speed.
Yeah.
It's a long
yell.
He pronounces every single A. And
gotta get them all.
I think there's 13 of them.
Yep. Goodness. So Ron is awoken. He sees Sirius Black standing above him with a knife.
Terrifying.
Slash the curtains. I know. Very scary for sure, no matter what.
Do you think it's the knife that he gives Harry, the one that can unlock doors?
Oh, that's interesting.
It's like, I was like, can we connect Sirius Black to any knives? And I was like, we actually can.
He would have had to get into the room.
He would have had to get into the room.
Yeah.
Presumably locked.
Presumably.
I mean, we know he gets to the portrait hole, but that requires a password.
That requires a password, but then he gets into the room. Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same blade.
All right, same blade as far as I'm concerned.
Headcanon. It's not hurting anybody other than the hangings.
Yes, other than the curtain hangings. So he screams, and then he scampers, I guess, gets out of there real fast. And then Ron is rushing down, apparently just continuing to scream at the top of his lungs because not 3 seconds later does McGonagall show up somehow.
And there has to be the case there's a portrait that like looks in on the Gryffindor common room to let her know if students are like out of bed when they're not supposed to be.
I know, it's got to be something like that. But then you'd think that portrait would have told her like Sirius Black,
True.
Right. Here's my thought is that the fireplace flue is like open and she can like hear through it.
Oh.
Yeah.
She got to sleep with a crackling fire every night.
Yeah, right.
That's not so bad.
That's not so bad, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That was pretty fun.
That's really good.
So yeah, she shows up pretty quickly. I love how everyone's coming downstairs and someone says, Professor McGonagall told us to go to bed. And I was like, shut up, Percy. But then it actually doesn't say who said that. But then 2 lines later, Percy says something else and he's just hurrying in. So who was this other narc down here? Like, is that... I'm like, I don't know.
Unnamed Gryffindor, third year.
Penelope Clearwater sleeping on the couch.
Yeah. Oh man, that's hilarious. I do love the fact though that when Percy does enter the scene, he's actively pinning his head boy badge onto his pajamas.
I know.
Which all I could picture is almost like in like a bad like cop drama or something. Them getting like the call in the middle of the night, and like the partner in bed or whatever is like, everything okay? And it's like, I'm being called in, and it's like, and Percy's like, he like sits up and he's almost like, yeah, Gotta clip on my
Time
badge.
to do work. I didn't authorize this, McGonagall.
Yes, yes.
I didn't authorize this.
I know. Yeah, McGonagall's frustrated with him.
I'm trying to imagine a world where what he thinks is going on is what's going on. You know, where it's like actually a party, and they're like, McGonagall told us to bed. Should we keep partying? Maybe we should check with Percy.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Percy's like, they show up at Percy's. It is like authorized.
It's gonna be just fine.
Thanks for checking with me.
You guys enjoy those peppermint toads.
Yeah, exactly.
No, yeah. I Percy's reaction though, I think it's very interesting to me because it actually reminds me so much of how like Fudge responds to things in the future. So basically, you know, Ron, who has just almost been attacked by somebody they all believe, including McGonagall, to be a dangerous killer. Ron has very reason to be freaked out in this particular instance. And without asking for any more information at all, Percy's reaction is nonsense. You had too much to eat, Ron. Had a nightmare.
I know.
And it's like that is so like Fudge. It's just like you're not asking him for details or anything else that like went on or like what makes you think you saw him or like what happened.
And it's also like this would be the second time that it had happened, so it's like it's not coming out of nowhere.
Right, exactly. You know? Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I kind of like Ron's reaction because almost all of the Weasley brothers are giving Percy a nonstop hard time.
Yes.
But in this moment where Sirius Black has actually broken in, Ron is like, Sirius Black in our dormitory. Like he's like, yeah, okay. All joking aside, I do respect you right now, and I like actually asking you for help.
I need you as the authority figure to be the person who hears me.
And like the one time Percy's authority is needed, he dismisses it.
I know, but I mean that's exactly what I mean. Like this feels exactly like Fudge, where it's like he wants the title, he wants the importance, he wants to be on the cover of the Ministry for like, you know, opening whatever, clipping ribbons and kissing babies and all that type of stuff, but he doesn't want to actually have to deal with the real problems.
Yeah.
And that's Percy. Like Percy like puffs himself up with self-importance all the time. And it's like there's an actual problem here.
Yeah.
Sort of. And I think either way, Sirius is definitely in the wrong for doing this in this capacity. You know, even though he's not an actual killer. And Percy is just completely glazing right over it. It's like, no, dude, this is your moment.
This is your moment.
Yeah.
Come on, you could have been great here. Anyway, Ron brings up a very good point. He just says, you know, why don't you ask Sir Cadogan whether he lets somebody in? And McGonagall, you can tell, is giving him this real skeptical look, like, all right, fine.
It's
fine.
Like, that's easy
I'll
enough.
play ball.
Yes.
Let me go talk to the painting. Sir Cadogan, did you let anyone in? Yes. What?
Certainly, good lady, cried Sir Duggan. I like the guy never misses a beat. Like, nothing if not excited at all times.
He's on duty.
Yes.
Yep. I love how he doesn't think it's suspicious at all that he had the whole week's worth of passwords written on a little piece of paper. Like, dude, come on. Dude, you know why you're here. You know what he looks like.
Right.
Like, come on.
Yes, you were specifically doing this job because of this very person.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then McGonagall, of course, says, this is a tough one if you're Neville.
Oh, I know.
Which abysmally foolish person wrote down this week's passwords and left them lying around?
Oh.
There was utter silence, broken by the smallest of terrified squeaks. Neville Longbottom, trembling from head to fluffy slippered toes, raised his hand slowly into the air.
It's especially bad because he didn't even leave them. I know. Oh, good drawing.
Thanks. I drew a little Neville.
He didn't even leave them laying around. Like, he was responsible with them. Like, Crookshanks literally stole them from him.
Poor Neville.
I know.
That's a real, like, why is it always me?
Why is it always me?
It really is always you, Neville. I'm so sorry, pal. I'm so sorry.
Really unfortunate. It's surprising to me that, like Crookshanks, you'd think would be pretty aware of the argument between Ron and Hermione.
Yep.
Right? And Crookshanks would be pretty aware that he did not kill Scabbers, but that Scabbers is apparently missing. Right?
Right.
So if he's talking to Sirius, it's surprising to me that Sirius does this. Like, why doesn't, like, it seems like, why wouldn't Crookshanks tell Sirius that Scabbers isn't there?
That's a good point.
You know?
That's a good point.
It seems like he should know.
I guess we don't know how fluently they're able to communicate. I
yeah,
mean,
I guess
like,
that's yeah.
You know, I don't know to what extent. Like, obviously they have a rapport that's rather significant, and we'll see that continue for their whole relationship. But it's like, you know, is it kind of like as dog, as cat, we have the ability to like sort of send information back and forth with one another, but maybe not have like full blown conversation. So it's harder to get that piece of information. I don't really know. But you're right. Like you would at this point in time think that Crookshanks would have had every opportunity to observe the fact that Hermione and Ron are fighting and that the thing is taken care of. If anything, it almost even seems like Crookshanks could probably help solve the problem. I mean, I'm sure Ron doesn't want Crookshanks near him, but Crookshanks probably could just start to like warm up to Ron at this point and just like be nicer.
Probably could.
Yeah.
I guess I can also see a scenario where like Sirius gets this information and he's like, no, I have to see it for myself.
That's also true. I mean, we know that Sirius is a little brash at the best of times. Like even when he's like in you know, comfortably living and not having just escaped Azkaban and on the run and, you know, living off of scraps and stuff like that. Like, you know, so and in this particular case, he has every reason just to sort of be like unhinged, to say the least. So maybe you're right. Maybe it's just like, no, got to see it for myself. Can't believe the cat.
Yep.
I'm taking this one into my own hands.
I'm not putting all. Yeah, I can see that. I'm not putting all of my eggs in this cat's basket.
Yes,
right?
precisely. But either which way, I do think that brings us to the end of chapter 13 and sets us up for chapter 14, Snape's Grudge.
I know, which has got some truly great chapter art on it of one Severus Snape.
Yeah, we'll
talk about that next time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There you go. Do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. Let's see here. This is from Wisdom Keeping Ravenclaw. It says, hey, brother, absolutely love the SCB channel as well as the podcast. It gives me something to look forward to every week. I have a question that I think you'll find interesting. What if Voldemort stunned James instead of killing him? Would James have become a Horcrux instead of Harry? Would Voldemort's soul have split in half and went to both of them? Would Dumbledore still have Harry live with the Dursleys, or would they have somehow fixed up the Potter's house and put the Fidelius charm back over their house and become their secret keeper? So basically, what if James wasn't killed?
Okay, so I think that the quick off the cuff response to me is, and I know that this is not in the nature of the question, but it seems like really the only reason why Voldemort shows Lily any mercy whatsoever at all is on Snape's request.
Yes.
And so it's like, otherwise, he kills both of them right away.
Right away,
like,
no matter what.
No hold. So I don't think that there's any situation, given the circumstances and the potential to complete the prophecy on behalf of from Voldemort's perspective, I don't see any world where he ever doesn't shoot to kill.
Okay, so imagine, I suppose, a world where it's later at night and James and Lily are just in bed and Voldemort comes and
doesn't need to kill them.
Yeah, they're just not obstacles.
They're not obstacles. Oh yeah. That's totally fair. And I was gonna say just that would be like my first layer of sort of like, you know, like is there a reason why Voldemort didn't just like stun him? It's like I think it's probably just because Voldemort is Voldemort.
Oh, Voldemort's Voldemort.
He was on a warpath.
Yeah.
But so that was all I was going to say there. So anyway, which way? Yeah. So let's say he's stunned. In which case, I've always sort of read it, and again, and I'm sure everybody imagines the Potter's house slightly differently. I've always sort of imagined it as if he enters through like a door. They're on the first floor of the house, which is to say like the ground floor, which is where James is in the living room playing with Harry. He basically hands Harry to Lily, who runs up the stairs of the house, and James is killed in that particular location. And then everything else happens in Harry's nursery.
Yeah.
Is that how you picture it as well? Like up the stairs? Mm-hmm. Okay. So on some level, there's a piece of me that would also kind of go to the like, I don't know that Voldemort's soul would split so far, like physically speaking.
I don't think it goes to James.
I don't think it goes to James. That would seem surprising for it to go into both of them. Yeah. Plus, I also think it going into Harry is part of the prophecy. Like it's only as inevitable as anybody puts stock into it, which Voldemort does, and therefore it will always will.
Yes,
like,
it will always will.
Bad sentence, but point comes across hopefully. So I think it's always Harry that would have the piece of it. The interesting question to me from there, though, is let's say James wakes up. Lily is dead. Harry is hurt, but in the house is half exploded.
Yeah.
At that point, what happens?
Let's see. So Voldemort falls.
Sirius
is checking on Peter because he has just a bad feeling that night.
Yes.
Sirius and Hagrid will both show up at the house still.
Yes, because nobody would know otherwise that James was already dead.
Right. Yeah. That like him being alive doesn't really change it.
So imagine Sirius shows up to find a stunned James,
who's maybe come around by now.
Yes.
Right. So now Sirius and James both know what's up. They both know about Peter.
Yeah, because
then Hagrid shows up. So I kind of feel like Sirius and James are both like, "Hey, Hagrid. You mind holding Harry? We have some business."
I think you are correct.
Yeah.
I think that they would be, I think the reaction would be more like just as intense, but more level in nature versus like Sirius's general hysteria. Like I think that James and Sirius would be like, you just basically kicked the hornet's nest in the most violent way humanly possible. Your Dark Lord Master is gone, and we know.
Oh yeah, we know what you did.
Yeah,
because those are the only two people who know about Peter anyway.
Right.
Then Peter is presumably still cornered by now the two of them instead of just the one. But
James would be there to testify as to what happened, and I guess.
Or does he survive the encounter with Peter?
Oh, see that.
Does he die anyway?
But why would he go there? Why would why would anybody like looking on trying to like suss out what happened be like, why would James go with Sirius to attack Peter?
Right, that's true.
So like Sirius would look less suspicious.
Right. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so they're both there. Let's say Peter pulls the exact same
move.
But he can't pull the exact same move. He can't say like, because what he says is like, you know, how could you betray your friend, Sirius? Like he yells that for everyone. He's trying to like say it was Sirius who betrayed them, and then he blows up the city block, turns into a rat, cuts off his finger, and escapes. And so it looks like he has been blown up, and that Sirius killed him and all the people.
Right.
And all the witnesses heard Peter accuse Sirius.
Right. But Sirius doesn't die in that instant, so I don't think Sirius or James would die in the same instance. But I do think they would both be there, and I do think Peter would do the same thing. He would have nowhere to go.
Right. It seems so much. I mean, it seems unlikely that Peter gets the better of Sirius anyway, but it seems really unlikely he gets the better of both of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. So,
and even if he escapes, you're right. Like, unless he also, I mean, even if he kills James, even if he kills James, and the situation is the same, Orphan Harry, the difference is now James is there and has clearly been killed.
No, James hasn't been killed.
No, well, okay. But like if they corner both of them, and Peter manages to kill James.
Oh, sure.
Right. Then I guess it could make it look like Sirius killed James there.
I mean, it would be
which is already what people believe he was trying to do.
Right.
But if they both live, then they can just say it was Peter the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which would get Peter. Yeah, Sirius would never be tossed into prison. Voldemort would still fall. You would still have James and Sirius who could, you know, James could still raise Harry. No reason not to. They could absolutely reveal that Peter was a rat. I think at this point in time, there's a decent chance that like James, Sirius, because I think you would have James who would have a fire lit clean underneath him. I'm trying to think if there's a world where like they attempt to start understanding Voldemort's immortality sooner and like potentially go and like hunt him in the forest of Albania.
Right, because there's like rumors of it.
There's rumors, and I think it's almost like, you know, let sleeping dogs lie, don't tickle a sleeping dragon. You know, like it's like yeah, maybe his spirit's out there somewhere, but what's it going to do to anybody? Like, just let it go. But I think James would be, I mean, at the loss of Lily, furious.
Absolutely.
And so I suspect that one way or another, there's maybe someone who would need to still watch over Harry, because I could almost see Dumbledore, James, and Sirius almost doing like a, you know, secret ops type missions. Like,
I can't imagine he doesn't like still raise Harry though.
Well, I think he would try to raise Harry, but I mean, at that point in time, does he try to? I mean, the real question would be whether or not Dumbledore would reveal to James the contents of the prophecy and what Harry's role in it is supposed to be, because that could buy another chunk of time that would be required for Harry to be involved in that. But maybe then instead of ever going to school, Harry is just like day one is you turned 11, you're now in the Order of the Phoenix. Like, right,
yeah.
You know, it's like, we're going to teach you.
I wonder if the Potters knew anyway. Could they have known the contents of the prophecy? Like, why are we being hidden? Or was it just sort of like, no, we know Voldemort's specifically targeting you, let's hide you?
Hard to know. Hard to know, because I think because they die, and I think Dumbledore eventually says there's only one person alive who knows the full contents of the prophecy, and it's me, soon to be you. So Dumbledore tells Harry is the only other living person who's ever known it.
Yes.
In its entirety.
Right. It's like, if he says that, it makes it sound like I would say they didn't know, because before Snape confirms that Voldemort is targeting the Potters, Dumbledore doesn't know whether it's Harry or Neville.
Right.
And he would have hidden both families.
Yeah.
But if he tells Harry that there's no living people who know what the prophecy says,
then
the Longbottoms would know.
They would know too.
They would know. Not that they would really be able to do anything about it.
No, not necessarily. But it also, even just as you described that scenario, because I agree with you, he would have to tell the same information to both the Longbottoms and the Potters. Telling 4 people, it seems too much of a liability.
It does.
That's too many cracks.
Yeah.
So I don't think that he would tell him that. So, okay. So that's the thinker then, is sort of like, what does the world look like where you have James? It seems fun to imagine a world where James and Sirius are both in like prime wizard form and just properly angered.
Right. And like Voldemort's sort of fallen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose Lupin too.
Lupin too. Because I mean,
because they were like, Sirius was unsure of Lupin as the spy, but now they know for sure it was Peter.
Now they know for sure it was
They're
Peter.
probably trying to hunt down Peter.
I think basically what you end up having is a series that is about James, Sirius, and Lupin. I think this is the Marauder series people have always asked for.
Right.
You know, you would see the 3 of them as highly trained, highly powerful, defense against the dark arts oriented wizards who have every reason to be on a die-hard mission. And yeah, I think they hunt down Peter. Peter's doomed. Almost certainly goes to Azkaban. And then I suspect at this point in time, this is where James and Sirius, I think, would not let Dumbledore sit quiet and just like wait for what happens next. I think they would want to go on the offensive.
Right. I think, yes, where Dumbledore clearly was willing to let sleeping dogs lie, I don't think James and Sirius would.
Correct. I agree. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So then I think somehow, some way they have to, it's like, you know, you can't do it quickly, but they would have to figure out Horcruxes, at which point I think they start hunting for them.
That could be the case.
Which would be pretty epic.
Yeah.
To watch, like, you know, like that's always one of the things about Deathly Hallows that gets me, is that like they're just not quite trained enough to be formidable enough to go out there and have like really cool action scenes like hunting Horcruxes. It's almost like they have some convenience, some luck, some contacts that get them through doors they shouldn't have access to.
Right.
What have you.
Oh man, and they could get to the locket, you know.
Oh yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Yes.
You'd think, if they were like really...
Well, they wouldn't have the diary. The diary would be the thing. That's normally what tips Dumbledore off to the usage of them, which would put them in the dark in the beginning. But I have to imagine at some point in time...
But Creature still knows. Creature still knows. Not that Sirius is being super nice to him ever. But Creature... I know, but Creature does know. That's the possible leak.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Is there a world in honor of like I'm stretching here for sure. I know it, but like in honor of like Lily that they would respect her. We don't know that Lily had any relationship with house elves specifically, but I imagine her kindness would be more in line with like Hermione's perspective on.
Yeah, you think
thing.
something like that. It doesn't. Yeah,
we don't know that.
We
can't base anything off that.
Right.
Okay.
What other? The locket's the one they'll have the most access to for sure because it's literally at Sirius's house.
It's literally there. That's true.
It's there.
Yeah. So that's a good thing too. So Mundungus can't throw it away, but they wouldn't know that it's the fake one until they've gotten through the whole cave. But Dumbledore would have the information from Wool's orphanage where he goes and interviews.
They wouldn't. But if they talk to Creature, they won't even have to go to the cave.
If they talk to Creature.
Yeah, if they figured that out.
Right.
But otherwise, how are they going to figure out the locket at all? It's going to be so hard.
Well, Dumbledore knows that the orphanage used to take them to the seaside, and that Voldemort collected, trinkets
Trophies
and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think like this is it's exactly to me like the situation with the 7 Horcruxes from Slughorn's memory, where it's like, is it really that important of a memory? Like it gives you a start and an end. It lets you know like what the finale is supposed to look like.
They would know Slughorn.
They would know Slughorn. Yeah.
Yes.
They would know Slughorn.
Slughorn. He's a big deal all of a sudden.
Yes, he's very important.
Because he liked Lily, and now she's dead. Ooh.
Oh, maybe. Oh, yep. And the way that Harry gets through to Slughorn in Hagrid's hut is by using Lily's memory.
Yeah.
And so I think they go to him if they can figure it out to go to him.
Yes.
And I think in the same vein, because all Felix is doing is guiding Harry on what will work. It's not creating otherwise magic. It's not magically making Slughorn. It's just telling Harry what he needs to do to get him to say it. James would make that argument.
Yeah.
He would know that Lily was in the Slug Club.
Absolutely.
And that he was a favorite.
And this is in a post-Voldemort world where now just Lily is dead. So like James has a funeral for Lily.
Yeah.
Which Slughorn almost definitely attends.
Definitely would attend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Slughorn and Creature are the two access points to the Horcruxes.
Yes.
Okay.
So we've got that. You could possibly backpedal a world where, because that would get you started at the very least. And I think if Dumbledore could discover the Horcrux in the first place, any of them, then I think he could get to the bottom of that conclusion. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're up against.
That's assuming Dumbledore's helping them.
How would he not be helping him?
I don't know. I feel like because we know in the main story Dumbledore doesn't start doing any of this research until the diary.
Yes, but this time it's different. Like, I mean, that's the difference between a world that has James in it and a world that doesn't.
Right.
Is the intensity at which somebody's going to act on it. Because Dumbledore is like, he's already lost his parents. We need to at least give him a shot at a childhood.
Right.
Like, but I don't think that that's Dumbledore's decision to make if James is still alive.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Because I also don't know if you can do it without Dumbledore.
Well, I can see it just feels very maraudery for Dumbledore to be like, guys, just chill.
It does seem like
wait.
that. Yeah.
Like, just focus on raising Harry. That's the important thing right here. Voldemort's not a threat right now because Dumbledore will still know that it still has to be Harry no matter what you do. So I can see him being like, don't do it. And then them being like, well, we're doing it anyway.
Guess what?
Guess what? Time to break your rules some more.
Yes. Marauder's going to marauder.
Exactly. Marauder's going to maraud,
Yeah. Okay. I love that. I mean, to me, like, this is what it comes back to again and again and again. Like, whenever people talk about like the TV shows or like the idea of having like the Marauders series, the only thing that ever like takes away from the Marauders to me is like we know their eventual outcomes so set in stone. So like, unless you can have really good narratives that just make those characters so darn lovable that it's just really fun to watch it unfold, like, it's difficult. But this is where I feel like the world of Harry Potter can be cracked open if the people in charge would be willing to take the keys and start to like unlock other pathways.
Yeah.
Because
some more what ifs,
Yeah, exactly. Explore the what ifs, because I think that like the world, would love to see James and Sirius but like James and Sirius in a world where we don't know what happens to them.
Right.
And this would be, and Lupin. And this would be a way to see those three characters on proud display and using all of the elements that we already know are there and really having fun with it.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
boom. Man, I did not expect that question to take that pathway.
I know. Me neither. I was like, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I felt like, we spent a long time discussing that one.
I know. Hopefully people enjoyed it.
That's okay. Yeah, that was us just trying to work through it in real time. This is just how a lot of our what if scenarios go.
It's true.
Like, but what about Slughorn? No. Yeah.
Could it be? Yes. No. Yes.
He would be there. Funeral? Why wouldn't that happen? Yeah.
Right.
So anyway, that's going to do it for this week. But make sure you join us next week for Chapter 14, Snape's Grudge on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 14, Snape's Grudge.
Okay. So we got to kick off. I mean, I can't think about anything else other than this chapter art.
Oh,
which I feel like you teased last week, and you were like, kind of fantastic chapter art inbound.
It's pretty good. It is like the first real depiction I think you get of Snape. And like when I look at it, he is so much more evil looking than I like ever picture him to be.
Yeah, he looks sinister. Like it's almost like a I think of like Jafar.
He kind of has like a Jafarism to him.
Yeah, from like Aladdin.
Or like in Name of the Wind, he always talks about Elxadal looking like a dark wizard from one of those plays, and I'm like, this is what I think Elxadal looks like.
100%. Yes. Not to jump fandoms or anything on you guys, but no, I agree. So this is I would say, well, it is a very interesting depiction of an evil kind of looking wizardy man. It's really not how I picture Snape. He's got a beard.
Which is never mentioned having. Yeah, that's the weird thing. I think like I still like when I can still remember how I pictured Snape before the movies came out.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't want to throw you under the bus in the wake of the entire broomstick stirrup debate that is raging in the comment section. However, is it possibly the case that you have not always approved of the Alan Rickman Severus Snape?
I mean, he does a fantastic job.
He does do a fantastic job.
It was just not how like I pictured Snape, and I also. Like, I think this is true of all the Marauders. I think they should all just be a lot younger.
That is like one of those things where it's always difficult to sort of like fully wrap your head around, because like the time frames like as you learn more about them, and the fact that James and Lily were like 20, I can never remember if it's 20 or 21, but like somewhere in that time range, like you always think that like they are these like battle tested, like, wizened members of this like army against evil, and they've just got like years of battlefield experience and stuff.
Like I always imagined them as like in their mid-30s, but like they're not.
Right. Yeah. But then when I imagine myself as a 21-year-old, I'm like, I don't know that there was that much that you could have said that would have put me in the same praise column as the way people revere James and Lily.
True.
And so in that vein, I think that by the time Harry rolls around, we should have a Severus Snape who is approximately in like his 30s.
Yeah, he should be like about our age now. He should look like our level of youth.
so yeah, when they're casting in the future, maybe consider us.
If you're looking for someone to play Snape with a bad British accent, give us a call, or any of the Marauders.
Yeah.
Really, you know what? I'd be James with like 0 speaking lines.
You could throw me in on a bench in the background of a scene, and I'll just sit there like reading a book.
Exactly.
Or stirring a cup with like my wandless magic with the spoon.
Yeah.
I'll be that guy.
Be that guy.
Anyway, so yeah, no, this this depiction of Snape is not how I pictured Snape. I don't know that I've ever had major qualms with other than the age thing with the rest of the Marauders or people from this era. So yeah, I don't know, but even having seen this like on my first pass of the books, I don't think it influenced my vision of the character.
I know,
at
like
all.
weirdly, like I know he's always described as having like the long black greasy hair, but like when I was a kid, I kind of imagined him like bald. Like,
Interesting.
weirdly, I imagine him with like kind of almost like a vulture kind of neck and like a very big hook nose. And then like hair almost like this, but without the beard, like just sort of some hair off the back, but kind of like bald.
Kind of like
it's
bald.
very different,
Balding.
like kind of sneering down his nose, but kind of very vulture-like. I think is how I used to picture him.
Do you think that maybe in your mind he was trying to take after the Big Baldy himself, Mr. Voldemort?
Maybe
Mr. Mort.
Mr. Mort.
His first name's Volda, last name Mort.
That sounds like a great TikTok where like Voldemort's getting like a UPS delivery.
Yes.
He's like, got a Mr. Mort. Voldemort.
No,
Muggle.
Even better would be like more.
Yeah.
Because you're not supposed to pronounce the T.
Right.
I think. Yeah. I think Jim Dale doesn't pronounce the T for like the first 4 books.
Because like it goes back and forth.
And then eventually he starts to pronounce it in the end. Anyway, we're way off topic.
We
haven't even read one line of chapter 14, Snape's Grudge. Anyway, so yes, I think it's a good illustration. It does not depict Snape to me.
Yeah.
That's where I leave it.
There you go. We also get to see the map though, which looks way more like the map as I imagine it.
Yeah, that's another one where the map, and it kind of makes sense the way that they prop designed it, because there are like Hogwarts is so big, and there are so many levels that you almost need like all the flappy bits.
Yeah.
However, the descriptions of Harry carrying kind of like this bare piece of parchment, it's kind of like it would be surprising if anybody picked up the prop that was created and didn't find themselves thinking like, well, this is certainly more than just a piece of parchment.
Like if you picked up that spare piece of parchment, it'd be like, oh, really?
Yeah,
really?
it's like
this?
Yeah,
because it's got like 1,000 flaps and windows and stuff.
It's got more flaps than Arthur Weasley's wallet.
What?
Oh, that's a like how like they used to carry like all the photos in the wallet.
Yeah,
people would like open up their wallet and all the school photos would drop out.
Like, how are the kids doing? Let me show you.
Here they are. Here's all their latest.
Yeah,
yeah.
There you go. Nice. So yeah, but we'll get to the map and Harry's abhorrent use of it in this chapter.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just Harry. It really feels like a lot of his problems were avoidable, given objects he was holding in his hands.
You know what I'm excited about for this chapter is that it has some of the best fodder for one of the least important but otherwise one of my favorite theories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. Anyway, let's dive on in. You lead off.
Let's do it. So we start off as a recap from the last chapter. Sirius Black has broken into Gryffindor Tower and attacked Ron, and then scampered. And progress. Let's see. What are we starting with here? We're learning new. They're putting new security all over the castle. The one that stands out to me immediately, it says Professor Flitwick could be seen teaching the front doors to recognize a large picture of Sirius Black, and I'm like, why didn't you do that to start? Like, you didn't do that,
right?
Don't you have pictures in the castle with eyes? Like, don't the portraits see the dog running around?
Yeah.
It seems like they're all just like, well, nah, that wasn't anything to report.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's like you've got like actual portraits that are able to deliver information lining the walls all the way through the castle, and yet here we are teaching the front doors.
Yeah,
this particular.
I know.
Skill. Yeah,
and then it's like
point.
Sir Cadogan had been fired. I'm like, yeah, you think? Like, dude, you were put here because Sirius Black attacked the last painting, and your main job is to not let Sirius Black in. And like, he clearly transformed into a human to give you the password because otherwise he can't say them. Right. And it's like, you're teaching the front doors what Sirius Black looked like. You didn't tell Sir Cadogan, the man guarding against Sirius Black, what Sirius Black looked like.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Sir Cadogan.
It seems like the Hogwarts castle is ill-equipped for security as much as it is regarded as like the safest place to be. Yeah, like they don't have necessarily the best protocols.
They don't have the best protocols. I mean, especially because it's like it sounds like Sirius could have just bypassed Sir Cadogan altogether and just like flu powdered his way in.
Oh,
like I would love to say, nah, they shut down the flu powder in the castle during this time, but in this chapter,
they use it.
So they haven't. So, and like that's just what Sirius does next year to talk to Harry and Goblin. It's like, what guys, gaping security holes.
Yeah,
gaping.
Yeah. The other thing that they do in the name of security, though, is they hire a bunch of surly security trolls to guard the portrait of the fat lady. This is like I go back to and maybe it's the difference between like a mountain troll that like entered the castle, via Quirrell-de-Mort in year one. But it's like I have a hard time imagining these trolls like not being a liability, like kind of unto themselves.
It feels like it all lines up with the Dementors, and it's like, because you're right. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, a troll was a former enemy, but now you've sort of aligned yourself with the enemy in the name of stopping Sirius Black,
right?
Which is like the same as the Dementors, and it's like they're seen as these good guys because that's how bad Sirius Black is. Like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Right. Where do you suppose? Do you think we have a Dementor guards situation going on, or not Dementor, Azkaban guards situation going on where Aurors just haven't been invented yet? Like where's like Kingsley?
Oh, I know.
Like
where, because I think a little bit, because I think earlier when we were talking to Fudge, he's like, only trained hit wizards from the magical reinforcement security squad could have taken Black. It's just like, Aurors? Don't you work at the ministry, bro?
You have a shorter word for that.
Yeah.
Save yourself the mouthful.
I know.
That's okay.
Yeah. So
anyway,
there's that.
It does seem like otherwise. It's curious because it's either like this is a big threat, but it's not such a big threat as to reflect that of what we will do in Order of the Phoenix when like it's Voldemort proper.
Yeah.
Out there. It's like we're not breaking out the Aurors to go and spend time at high school all day.
I know. Well, I guess they feel like the Dementors are just like. It's the same reason they use the Dementors to guard the prison instead of Aurors. They're just like, this is better.
Sure. I guess that's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
So then Harry goes on noticing all the security, but couldn't help but notice that the statue of the one-eyed witch on the third floor remained unguarded and unblocked. And it's like he's noticing it, and it's just like he could do something about it, and it honestly feels like a little irresponsible because Harry's like, what's more important to me, like me being murdered or being able to go to Hogsmeade? Hogsmeade.
I know, and it really is kind of interesting because like Lupin, jumping ahead like towards the very end of the chapter real quick, because there's a line about like Lupin basically discussing Harry's usage of the map, and Lupin does hit him with the line, "Your parents gave their lives to keep you alive, a poor way to repay them, gambling their sacrifice for a bag of magic tricks." And it's like when Lupin says that, it's like, that's true.
I know.
It's like Lupin really gotcha.
I know. I think he even says Harry's like he felt worse after that than anything Snape had said. And it was like, yeah, because this whole chapter, you guys are being like extremely flippant in the wake of Ron almost apparently getting murdered.
I know. And it's weird too, because like the way the chapter is written, you have another one of these moments later on, like where Hermione is sort of like threatening to like turn them in about the map. And it's like the way the text reads is clearly still like in like a very Harry-centric perspective, where it still seems like she's coming across a little bit as like overly cautious or like kind of irritating with like stop taking all the fun away, Hermione. But it's like, no, Hermione is completely right.
Oh, I know. It's like they treat Hermione like she's being so unreasonable, and like this is like a bad chapter for Harry and Ron.
It's
in
not
particular.
their best. Yeah, I agree.
It is like they are in this weird zone where like Ron has almost been murdered, but like Harry's letting his desire to go to Honeydukes, and Ron is letting his anger about Scabbers like outweigh the fact that he was almost murdered.
Yeah.
Especially because it is happening in the wake of that. Like you forget it because nothing happened, but like as far as Ron is concerned, the escaped convict Sirius Black was in his room holding a knife, and like they think he was there to get Harry.
Right.
And he's still like, nah, come to Honeydukes. It's fine.
Right.
Do it. And Hermione's like, seriously, don't do that. Like, Ron, you almost just died. I'm so afraid. Like,
I know. Honestly, it reminds me back to year one where Hermione makes the comment where she's like, you're going to end up dead or worse expelled.
Yeah.
And there's like the famous, like, she needs to sort out her priorities.
Yes.
It's like in this case, it's like, you're going to end up dead, or worse, not being able to go to a candy shop.
It's exactly what it is. It's like, I'm trying to like rake my brain for like why Harry is being this way. And I'm like, is it the sense of like he was so trapped at the Dursleys for so long, and this is like freedom that he's being denied or something?
I mean,
it's like, I could tell them about the one-eyed witch, but I don't know for sure that's how he's getting in. And if I tell them, then I'll never be able to use it again. And if they catch him without me telling him, then it'll still be open.
Well, there could be a little bit of like, I always regard, Harry in Order of the Phoenix to be like your classic sort of like misunderstood, like teenager, experience.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I remember an era of my own life where I felt like I was, book 5 Harry. And so like, I don't know if like maybe like because inside of a story similar to like what we're watching unfold, you have to watch kids be more mature beyond their years so often that you almost need to like kind of keep in mind the fact that they are 13,
right,
and like they have bad and flawed logic.
Right.
It's like this is, like the small example I could give from being the same age as I remember, there was a day at school where it snowed and we were let out early. And so a buddy of mine, like we were like, hey, since we got out early, why don't we walk 4 miles home from school today instead of taking the bus?
Right.
And so like, I was in band, so I had like this big, like instrument with me.
You had to carry.
I had to carry, he was carrying a trumpet in his backpack and everything. And so like we just walked, 4 miles home, and mom was livid, because of course, it's like it's snowing. So there's like the roads are a little bit more dangerous. They're letting us out early for a specific reason. It's terrible logic.
Right.
And anyway, so it's a detour from the book, obviously, but like maybe there's a little bit of that going on here where it's like they're like truly their priorities are in the wrong place.
I mean, they're absolutely in the wrong place. And it's like, I think it would be understandable. Like I could even like be like, I could even side with them had Sirius Black not entered Gryffindor Tower twice so far.
I know. Yeah.
It's just like whatever security you think they're putting up, he's getting by it, dude.
Right.
Like I don't know why you feel safe. He has gotten into your room.
Yes. Stood over you.
Stood over you. Like, it's just, they're this is just going to be the theme of this chapter, so I don't feel like we should harp on it for too long because it's going to keep coming up.
I know, that's a good point. Point.
But yeah, and then like Ron saying like, we know he's not coming in through Honeydukes, and it's like, you don't know that.
Yeah, we'd have heard if the shop had been broken into. It's like no, you would have heard like the next day.
Yeah.
Not like, hey, Honeydukes was broken into right now.
Yeah.
Like actively in the current.
Right. Exactly. And it's like, Ron, like Sirius Black isn't going to like break in and make a giant mess if he wants to keep using it,
Right. Well, so on this exact token, let's scooch forward just a little bit because there is another interesting thing that's going on that could be influencing this behavior as well, which is the very next line that says Ron had become an instant celebrity. Mm-hmm. So this is kind of one of those moments where it's like Ron is gaining a lot of like notoriety that he's maybe coveted for a little while, kind of like always living in the wake of the chosen one, the Harry Potter.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the next line is, for the first time in his life, people were paying more attention to him than to Harry, and it was clear that Ron was rather enjoying the experience. Like, boy, that's like almost the whole premise for What If Ron was in Hufflepuff.
I know. I literally wrote that. Like, I have a line here that says, hey, we made this happen in Ron and Hufflepuff, which is the What If series we're doing on our YouTube channel right now. But I think that could be one of those things where like Ron in particular is so determined to take all of the good from the situation without reflecting on any of the bad. So it's like, hey, I'm kind of popular now. Like, of course I want to go do like the fun social hangout thing on the weekend because because like then not only do I get to go and hang out with everybody like outside of school premises, but like, look, I'm this like, hot new thing. Yeah,
I'm like hotshot. It's like immediately the price of fame presents itself. And it's like, yeah, you're famous, but that means you have to not do this anymore. And
exactly.
Ron's like, no, but Harry, come to Honeydukes because like, attention, me. right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that could definitely be playing a pretty big role in where Ron is, his mental state is at. Like it's almost like he completely forgot about the fact that he was almost potentially murdered and is now just kind of basking in the glory of the fun on the other end of it. So, but I do love the description that he was telling anyone who was asked what had happened with a wealth of detail.
A wealth of detail.
He goes through it, and I like that he says he's holding this great long knife, must have been 12 inches, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and then I yelled, and he scampered. And it's like, is he attempting to tell a story in a way that was sort of like, I yelled, and he ran away?
I know. I'm like, are you saying like you scared him off? Because as I was reading this, I was like, Ron's not much of a storyteller yet,
Yeah, he's
like,
there.
I literally highlighted, and he scampered, and I was like, it's not much of a flourish.
Yeah. It sort of ended.
I yelled, and he scampered. Which also, this is one of those, like, in the British versions, the word is scarpered.
Is it really?
Yes.
Scarper off.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Okay. I felt like I've heard that phrase before.
Yeah.
Okay. So that tracks. I didn't know that though.
Me neither.
No,
I've always been like, scampered such like a wimpy way to end this story.
I know. Hilariously though, you could ask anybody in our office. It is not uncommon that like if I have to like leave early, it's like, all right guys, I got to scamper.
Oh.
It is a word I use often.
Word. You're a scamperer.
I'm a scamperer.
You scamp.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Okay.
This does bring up the question though between Ron and Harry, which is like, why did he run?
Yes. Good instincts.
Good instincts, because it really is a great question. Because like in this particular situation, Sirius is in a room with his presumed target. Most of them are unconscious. Like he has successfully made it as far as he needed to make it to cause the damage.
Right.
And I think that like they start theorizing a little bit, like basically he must have known that it was going to be like, if he attacked one of us, that it would have been really difficult because it would have made so much noise for him to then safely exit the castle.
Right.
So basically they're like, oh, like we woke up and that's why he left.
Right.
Because then we were making noise and the noise was going to alert everybody else. And then, I think they bring up the point like then he would have met the teachers, which is actually sort of like a good bit of I don't think we can quite call it foreshadowing from like a literary standpoint or anything, but you do have that line way fast forward where like McGonagall is like, us teachers are pretty formidable.
Yeah.
And it's like, and it's true.
Yeah, they sure are. Yeah. McGonagall versus Snape.
Boom.
Boom.
They can teach doors how to recognize people.
I know, right?
Of course they can't teach.
You can't teach
Portraits. Who can talk, but whatever.
He had the password.
Yeah. Then we kind of get like a little bit of the wake of the hardship that Neville is going through, which really, I mean, this is tough for Neville because it's really not his, like, Neville is already known as sort of this like punching bag. They're like, it's never actually said, I don't think, in the books, but there's that line from the movies in Lockhart's class where it's like, why is it always me? And it's like, this reflects that sentiment so tremendously. It's like Neville was in a total disgrace. Professor McGonagall was so furious with him. She had banned him from all future Hogsmeade visits, given him a detention, and forbidden anyone to give him the password into the tower.
Which Harry does.
He's forced to wait outside the common room every night for somebody to let him in. While the security trolls are just leering at him. It's like, it seems just so awful. And then to make matters worse, Neville's grandmother, sends in the big guns,
the Howler.
Yeah, which does seem like it would be, honestly, it's hilarious because it's a very like thorough kind of punishment for a like a parental figure to deliver to a high school student.
I mean, it'd be so embarrassing.
It would be very embarrassing.
Yeah.
It would be very embarrassing. So sure enough, though, the next day, the Howler runs in, and Ron, having gotten one of these himself, is just sort of like, run for it, man.
Run for it. And he tries to, and then it feels like before the Slytherins even know what's about to happen, they're just watching him. They're laughing at him running, and I'm like, they really have nothing better to do over there.
I know, yeah. It's like the Slytherins, like, they got tons of ambition, but they use most of it just watching the Griffin.
I know, they're just like, oh boy, I hope. Do you think something's gonna happen today? I hope. Oh, Longbottom's running.
Yeah,
what's he got? Is that a red envelope?
Let's howl with laughter.
Yeah, hilarious, guys. Let's see. But I also just made quick note that, like, Neville did have to abandon his breakfast of cornflakes.
I know. Yeah, cornflakes. That's like one of those things. Like I have no idea. We have a brand in America of cereal called cornflakes.
Right.
But maybe that's like one of those situations where it's like cornflakes. They named it just what it is. And
right, and it's like,
so
but there are like cornflakes in other cereals.
There are, yeah. But it is like one of those moments. It actually is like one of the things I don't like about the Percy Jackson books a little bit, which is like the frequency at which they just like mention like Doritos or like a Dr. Pepper can or something. It's like it's like being someone who just grew up with those items and it being like America centric. It's like they don't have the additional like there is no whimsy to those things. They just kind of come across to me as like. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it like takes me out of the magic.
Exactly.
When they do that.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So I have a little bit of that moment with when they say cornflakes. I'm like, cornflakes?
I know.
At Hogwarts?
Cornflakes? Like, Neville, come on. You're at wizard school. Why are you eating cornflakes? That's like so boring.
Eat a baked potato like everyone else.
I know, right? Yeah. For breakfast.
There is a line, though, that comes out of the howler that we get where it says that Neville's grandmother's voice magically magnified 100 times as usual, shrieking about how he had brought shame on the whole family, which I did highlight and just put a note in there that was just basically like, this is just, Gran, this is not what Neville needs. Like, because it's hard to imagine Frank and Alice Longbottom having this line of phrasing, I can't imagine that this is what they would have said, and it's what Neville struggles with.
Yeah.
So it's like you can see why, when Neville is sort of like living under the weight of this pressure of like who his parents were and consistently not living up to the expectations they had laid out for him as to what he should be doing. It's like it makes it all the sweeter, I guess, eventually, like when Neville like rises above that and proves like that he has he's formidable himself. He just needs some confidence. He needs some confidence, but nobody seems to be helping him.
Right, and like anytime he messes up, they make it worse.
They do. Yeah. So anyway, so. Continue on from there, where Hedwig has arrived on the scene, also with a letter from Hagrid, which is inviting Harry and Ron down for a cup of tea this afternoon. He's going to meet them at the entrance hall and specifies that wait for me because you are not allowed out on your own. Cheers, Hagrid.
And writes it in all caps.
yeah. It's really good. I like the scrawl. The book copies that we have good Hagrid scrawl, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's see. Then Ron assumes that Hagrid wants to hear all about Sirius Black. And then when they get down there, much to Ron's dismay, Hagrid's already heard all about it. Let's see. He's got, I think, which makes Ron, feel a little put out. I think it's funny that Hagrid's got Buckbeak in the cabin with him because, like, where are all the other hippogriffs?
I know.
Because he had so many.
Yeah.
Where are they?
or is his other most favorite Thestral Tenebris also just invisibly hanging out inside of the cabin?
Yeah, right? Yeah, there. But no, Buckbeak's just in the cabin. Right there. Got a plate of dead ferrets.
I know. I heard that. That's just like, ooh, yum.
Yeah. And he's telling them that they've got his case against the Committee for Disposal of Dangerous Creatures coming up. Says, I love this. This Friday, me and him are going down to London. I booked 2 beds on the night bus. I'm like, you're going to bring the hippogriff on the night bus?
I know. I was like, imagine the look on Stan Shunbuck's face. He's like, what you... a hippogriff for?
What's your hippogriff for? And then he's booked beds for them. He's like, all right, here, Beaky, let me tuck you in.
Right.
On a human bed.
Right.
This is like a giant animal.
Yes.
And I'm imagining getting on a bus and being like, all right, and if we can all make room for my horse, just that's what's happening.
It is what's happening.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, hopefully the night bus is seen stranger than a hippogriff, but
you'd think
it's hard to say. We do have the theory that the night bus is a transfigured Zowu, which is like the lion-ish type creature that is capable of jumping between space and time.
Yes.
Which would mean that you then have a hippogriff residing inside of a Zowu.
It would be kind of like that. And then I just think, Hagrid, let's think it through. You're on your way to a case about how dangerous this creature is, and you're going to put your giant horse eagle in a small spot with other people on a chaotic bus.
the fact
to
that
get to London when Buckbeak himself can fly.
Yeah.
It's not well thought out.
All that. Oh no. Yeah. No, it's not that well thought out. You're right. And the funny thing too is that it's almost like it's like ministry. The request for Buckbeak to be present for this trial is causing way more risk. You know, like it doesn't seem like that's typically what
come to him.
Yeah, right. It's like, if anything, I feel like it's proving Hagrid's point when he can successfully transport Buckbeak through public transportation all the way to London and back without any incidents whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, this is clearly a well-trained hippogriff.
Right.
Yeah.
Very well-trained indeed. Then it's like they said they've forgotten their promise about helping him to prepare Buckbeak's defense, but like weren't they looking up a bunch of stuff
over like the
Christmas?
Holidays?
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think that they were in fact doing that. So that's a good point. But maybe it's just been more time has passed and it's kind of like they've since given up on this particular thing.
Yeah.
The point is though that the person who hasn't forgotten about it is Hermione. And this is kind of like a sweet moment though for Hagrid, because like he basically, I think, is in a way that maybe he doesn't always. I do feel like he's putting on like a little bit of like a like an adult mentor type cap here. Like he has invited them both down. I feel like he's being quite cordial with them, but he does have a specific reason why they were asked to be there, and he basically says exactly that. I've got something to discuss with you two, and they're like, what is it? And it's like, it's Hermione. And it's, you know, I love that Hagrid is also looking out for her. Like that's really sweet. And it's sad that she's been like coming down to, you know, to visit so much. Like you can only imagine like, not that Hermione is like, oh, I'm so lonely, I'm visiting Hagrid, but like, you know, it sort of does give you that like feeling of like, if this is a student who doesn't have anybody else to hang out with other than like one of the teachers, it's like, man, that is very isolating. Yeah. That like, you know, that she has to go and find like an adult to spend time with rather than any of her classmates. Right. Yeah. I mean, it definitely, it seems so out of character for Harry and Ron, or like, maybe not Ron as much, but like Harry for sure. Yes. And it's like, and then what's crazy to me is that like Hagrid breaks this down for them with like extremely good, reasonable points. Yes. As like someone who's good with beasts. He's like, you're mad at her because her cat acted like a cat. Yes. You know? And it's just like, and then let's see. Then she still found the time to help him. Says, reckon he'll stand a good chance now. Nope. But then he kind of says what you said earlier, like Lupin later on is like, you know, everyone's trying to protect you and you were willing to risk it all for a bag of magic tricks. Right. And Hagrid basically says the same thing. He's like, gotta tell you, I thought you'd value your friendship more than broomsticks and rats. You know, it's just like, yeah. I know. I highlighted the same thing and I was just like, in all caps, like, fair point. I know. You know, like, because it is so true. And at the heart of this story, like, part of what makes the whole saga so amazing is the friendship between these three people. Yeah. You know, it's like, you know, their love and camaraderie with each other is like part of what makes it so like special. So yeah, you're right. Like this is just sort of like a low chapter for Harry and Ron. They're not doing their best. And to be honest, even as the chapter unfolds, I don't even think that they take Hagrid's words as seriously as they should. Oh, I know. Like, I mean, Hagrid is basically just like telling them like, you guys, you're like over the line. Like she is absolutely looking out for your best interest. She was super afraid when you got attacked, Ron. Right. Like, you know, the cat's just acting like a cat. And Ron's like just digging in. He is doubling down. He's like, if she'd just get rid of that cat, I'd speak to her again. It's just like, dude, like, come on. It is not. You are really it's just. Yeah. I know, yeah. And I mean, even Hagrid, I feel like, you know, like this is where he's just like, he comes back, you know, he's like, but she's still sticking up for it. It's a maniac. She won't hear a word against it. And Hagrid, I think, just sort of relates and it's like, well, people can be a bit stupid about their pets. Yeah, Hagrid, on the other hand, having a very good chapter, minus his logic about getting Buckbeak to the Ministry. Minus that, yeah. Minus that. He just wants Buckbeak to be a lot of wisdom he's doling out here that they are just patently ignoring. Yes, indeed. And so, yeah, just despite all of this, the sage wisdom that Hagrid has just dumped upon them, they get back to the Gryffindor common room where there's a bunch of people hanging out around the bulletin board because there's a new Hogsmeade weekend announced. Woo! And it's part of me is like, staff. Also is now the time. Right. Like, are we just Sirius, the whole thing.
Last weekend, you know that not only did he break into the castle, but is clearly in the area.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, it seems like one of those things where it's like, I'm like, guys, I think maybe give it a beat.
Maybe give it a beat.
Get any information whatsoever. There's a sighting in London. Okay, now we're maybe a little bit better off.
Maybe.
But, there's also teleportation in this world, so maybe not. Anyway, so while they're talking about it, Ron, of course, is kind of like exchanging glances with Harry, and he's sort of like, hey, what do you think? They haven't done anything about the secret passageway into Honeydukes.
Yeah. Ron's just so reckless in this chapter.
I know, and then of course Hermione is standing by, and is basically just like, Harry, if you go to Hogsmeade again, I'll tell Professor McGonagall about the map. And it's like it's like I highlighted it. I was just like, she's just having a tough year for having to do the right thing. It's like,
oh my gosh, yes, she really is. Like, I love her argument here. It says, Ron, how can you let him go with you after what Sirius Black nearly did to you? Like, I mean it, I'll tell. And Ron says, so now you're trying to get Harry expelled? And it's like, Ron, the gaslighting is so annoying.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's like, don't do this.
no, Ron, you're trying to get Harry expelled.
Yes, exactly. No, you're right. Yeah. It's like you're insisting Harry break rules and go put himself in danger. It's like expulsion, especially given the information y'all currently know, is the least of your troubles. Like this is the death thing. But it reminds me, like, Hermione is summoning a lot of like her sort of like Gryffindor traits, because this does hail back a lot to Neville trying to stop them from going down to go through the trap door in year one, because it's like that. It is that, like, it's a difficult thing to stand up to your enemies, but even more difficult to stand up to your friends, which is it's so true.
Yeah.
And Hermione just keeps being forced to have to do it. So it's very difficult. So I basically was just like, I'm with Hermione on this one.
I know. And it's like, it's hard to believe Harry, like, doesn't hedge at all on this. Like, I can see why, like, Ron is still mad. Like, I mean, I think his rationale is stupid, but like, he's at least got the Scabbers point to go on.
Right.
Like, and it's like, but for Harry, I'm surprised he's not like, well, maybe she's got a point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But obviously he does go into Hogsmeade, so.
And he does say, that I'm bringing my invisibility cloak with me this time.
Don't know why he didn't last time. That was so stupid.
It was.
Because like last time, like this time, Draco is barely going to see him, and it's immediately like, oh my gosh, Harry's expelled. Last time he's just walking around and literally everyone sees him.
I know, yeah. People are just like, Harry, what up, my boy?
Yeah.
Probably. You have to imagine. He's pretty famous.
Famous guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So then basically, they have this like little ruse where they sort of like fake going back up the marble staircase so that like it looks like he's just sort of like, oh, bye, Ron, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
To throw Hermione off of the scent. They go down to the one-eyed witch statue where they had the like his bag into the statue, and then Neville comes around the corner.
No, this is so. Even this is infuriating to me.
What do you got?
Because like Harry is like trying to get in there. He's looking at the map. He's like, okay, Neville's coming. Descendium. Ah, man, Neville's here.
That's true.
Like, Harry, you saw him coming.
I know, yeah. Like, just be like, put him on his way.
I know,
no
like,
big deal.
Put on the cloak already. He's not gonna know. Just go wait for Neville to pass.
That's true. You're literally holding the ability to become invisible.
Right.
In this exact moment.
Yes.
It's like, Harry's sitting there thinking, if only there was some way for Neville to not see me right now.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Nothing I can do about it.
I better come up with some really bad excuses.
And just sort of like lie to Neville a lot and shake him off.
I know, yeah. And that's another one too, because like Neville in this particular situation is dealing with the fact that despite the fact that he should have been able to go to Hogsmeade, isn't able to because he's been punished. He's trying to find an activity to spend what otherwise is probably going to feel like a rather miserable day, feeling left out. And Harry's just like, nah.
Yeah. No. He's like, actually, I'd rather go risk my life than hang out with you, Neville.
Yeah,
so let me lie a bunch. Yeah, you're right. It's like Neville's already down, and it's like this would be such a good opportunity for Harry to just like, offer some friendship to Neville.
Yes.
Because that's the thing. It's like, now you're not even alone, Harry. Like, one of your friends is there.
Yeah, one of your own classmates. And you're here and everything.
Yeah, and he finds you and he's like, want to play a game? He's like, no.
Absolutely
I'd
not.
rather die, literally.
I'd rather die. It is the theme of this chapter.
It is.
Yeah. But so this is the little tidbit that I think is one of my favorites about one of my unimportant theories. But the way that he tries to kind of deter Neville is he's like, no, I don't want to play Exploding Snap right now. I was going to go to the library to do that vampire essay for Lupin.
You think they bucked at that? Like, vampires? I don't know if we're ready for that.
Well, honestly, Jay, they may have, because I have this theory that like within the wizarding world, we know that vampires do in fact exist, and vampires famously associated with bats, and Severus Snape oftentimes referred to as being awfully bat-like in nature.
You think he's returning the favor?
I think what we are seeing is the old childhood rivalry between Lupin and Snape play out inside of this chapter. I mean, this is the chapter where the Marauders are going to insult Snape basically to his face via their map. And we know that the trick that Snape was basically playing when he came to step in as Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was assigning an essay on werewolves. And now Lupin has come back and he's assigned an essay on vampires. And
which does seem ahead of the curve, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, they're only learning about hinky punks and red caps.
I know. Think they're ready for vampires? My goodness.
I know. Yeah. Turn it to page 294. But no, so I do. That's like a little one where I'm like, is this even if it's Lupin sort of like playfully being like, fine, you're gonna tell everybody I'm a werewolf. I'm gonna convince them you're a vampire.
Right.
Like, even if it's not hard evidence that Snape is a vampire, I feel like it's still a joke that Lupin is playing on Snape through assignments.
Right. Yes. He's just like, I know what everyone says about you, so
I'm returning the volley.
Yeah. And it's like such a Lupin way to do it. It's just like, I'm just teaching a class, Severus.
Of course. Okay.
So
it can't be anything more than that.
Yes. This looks like a bit of parchment enchanted to insult anyone who reads it. Nonetheless.
Yep. So anyway,
so Harry and Neville randomly run it. Like Neville, who has no reason to even be on this corridor, just runs into Harry, and then Snape, who also seems to have no reason to be on this corridor, finds them.
I know, and so when Snape walks up, he goes, he says, "And what are you two doing here? An odd place to meet." And it's kind of interesting that he says this, because it's sort of like, if Snape knows about the secret passage through the One-Eyed Witch, like that might be the reason it's like an odd place for you to be on a day that you're not supposed to be in Hogsmeade, standing in front of a secret passage to Hogsmeade.
Yeah. But like, he doesn't know about it.
He doesn't know about it. And it's interesting though, because as it says, Harry and Neville set off without another word. As they turned the corner, Harry looked back. Snape was running one of his hands over the One-Eyed Witch's head, examining it closely. And so it's like, the fact that he identifies this is an odd place to meet, and then they leave, and then Snape is is sort of like zeroed in on exactly why Harry was there. Like 100%, if nothing else, if he doesn't know about the secret passageway, he just used legitimacy on Harry.
Oh, you think so? Yeah.
He had to. Why else would he be examining the witch?
Oh, and it's kind of surprising he doesn't get the passageway to reveal itself, because like later when he gets the map, he does all these things and he's like, reveal your secrets,
Oh, yeah.
And like, it kind of works.
Right.
Like it's a weird way. Like, you don't see people do magic that way, just sort of commanding stuff. But it feels like whatever the spell concealing the passageway, like it's just like, it's basically just a know the password kind of thing.
Yes.
It feels like Snape's, reasoning with the map would have worked on the statue.
Right. Just try the same thing.
Just try the same things. Like, and he's actively inspecting it. So I'm surprised he doesn't discover it.
I know. Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does seem a little bit odd, but 100%. I mean, the fact that he dials in on the statue makes me think that he's just read Harry's mind, which I also think comes up later.
Absolutely.
Well.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah. Later it does. Yeah.
So anyway, then let's see here. Where do we go from there?
Harry tells Neville the password, which he's not supposed to do.
Yes, indeed.
Harry's checking the map, finds Snape back in his office, gets down into the chute and, makes the, 50-minute walk to Hogsmeade.
Hogsmeade. Just the tremendously long passageway.
Yeah.
Which again is like one of those things, like going back to like our high school days, we used to like crawl through tunnels sometimes very unwisdomly.
Yeah.
However, it's like if I was going 50 minutes, I'd be like, this is too far.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
this is a long tunnel.
Like we shouldn't be traveling this far through this tunnel.
I think we probably spent at least 50 minutes in a tunnel before.
You think so?
Yeah.
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 Okay, that's a good point. We shouldn't have done it though.
Well, no.
Point is we did.
Point is we did,
and
man.
we were similarly aged.
What is interesting to me is that Harry and Ron are only willing to use this passage on Hogsmeade weekends when everyone else will be there.
True.
It's like, why don't you guys just go when no one will be there?
Hogsmeade doesn't totally make sense because it does definitely feel like the businesses there would benefit from being close to the school, and it's like it's almost like they have like 6 weekends a year as their like Black Fridays,
right?
It's like we got to do all our business because like the kids are here.
Yeah.
What are they doing the rest of the time?
I don't know. I mean, I guess people live there.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But
like how
how much candy are adult wizards buying?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, that is, okay. I suppose it is possible that because you can just like magically like, fix your teeth and stuff, that like you don't need to concern yourself nearly as much with like sugar.
So you just eat.
You can just eat as much candy as you want. Maybe that's why Dumbledore just loves candy so much. It's like there's literally no downside to candy.
That's true.
Yeah.
It makes me happy.
Yeah. It's like stomach aches, magically solved. You think we can't figure out sugar? Come on.
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Okay. All right. We'll go with that. That's
fun.
A good plan.
Yeah.
So wizards eat way more candy than we thought.
What's interesting to me about this passageway too is that it is also like, despite it seeming like it has to be a shortcut, it's not.
It's not.
It is not a shortcut to Hogsmeade.
Not at all. Yeah,
No.
It is decidedly a secret passageway that gets you there in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
And specifically roundabout and not direct about.
Right.
So they do successfully make it. Ron's sort of like, what took you so long? And like, he's like, Snape was hanging around. So they go off and do their thing. They immediately go and check out that baller post office.
I know.
Can't miss.
Can't miss. Ron's like, we gotta check out the post office. I'll pretend to send Bill a letter. You look around.
Enjoy yourself.
I know.
See those tiny little scops owls.
Oh yeah. We are living it up at the post office.
I did highlight that bit though because I was like the Scops owls are specifically for local deliveries only, which just seems like a good piece of trivia.
Yeah, Scops.
It's like what type of owls are specifically only for local deliveries?
Yeah,
Scops owls.
Scops owls.
Now we all know. Don't ask me on tour though because I will have forgotten.
Scops.
Scops owls.
Scops
hopefully.
owls.
Let's see here.
Then they go to Zonko's, and Harry gets a bunch of dung bombs and hiccup sweets and frog spawn soap and nose biting teacups.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, There is a line though that says that there were in Zonko's there were jokes and tricks to fulfill even Fred and George's wildest dreams. To which I was like, maybe not quite. Almost, because at some point in time they're debating on buying Zonko's because their shop is that much better.
Exactly. Then they go up to the Shrieking Shack. Where Ron says, even the Hogwarts ghosts avoid it. Said, I asked Nearly Headless Nick. He says they heard a very rough crowd lives here. No one could get in. It's just like, it's just not true.
I know.
No one can get in? What do you mean no one can get in? They can float right through the walls, Yeah,
it doesn't seem like it would be a big deal.
Are there enchantments you can put on it to stop ghosts from getting in?
I suppose it's possible.
Right.
I mean, and maybe that would be something that Dumbledore would have done when Lupin was using it.
Yeah.
But like the fact that it is so described as like the most haunted, place in Britain, it's like there would have been the 7 years in like the 1970s when that was true.
Yeah.
But like it would have been a rather brief stint and only on very specific days.
Right.
It's I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So sometimes I'm like, I don't know why this place has such a bad reputation.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. I mean, maybe if something happened for 7 years, you'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to that place, which is fair.
Yeah.
But to otherwise to have a reputation in a magical world as the most haunted dwelling in all of Britain, it's like That seems surprising.
It does, when there are literally haunted places.
Right. Yeah. And who is the rough crowd that is supposedly living there? I mean, because it's just Lupin.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And he says, like, the ghosts won't go there. A very rough crowd lives there. It's like, of ghosts?
Right. Yeah.
Right. But they don't go there? I don't. What?
The Bloody Baron?
What is haunting it?
Yeah.
If not ghosts?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a strange one.
No one can get in. Fred and George tried, obviously, but all the entrances are sealed shut. Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But because they're not.
Because they're, well, maybe from the outside, but like the underground one.
The Whomping Willow.
The Whomping Willow entrance, yeah.
That's true. So then we run into Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who Malfoy is talking about the hearing that like Lucius is going to be going to tell them all about his arm and how he couldn't use it for 3 months, which like when, it says Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. And it's kind of like these are people who are being kind of like overheard. And it's like amongst the 3 of them, they know that his arm worked fine.
Yeah, right? Absolutely.
Right. So it's like it's so hard for me to imagine being so caught up in your own like arrogance or something that you're like, he needs to go explain how my arm didn't work for 3 months. It's like, obviously it did, of course, and you guys know that, but like,
right.
but they don't know that.
I know. Also, I would have loved to hear the conversation between Malfoy and Crabbe and Goyle that led them up to the Shrieking Shack. Like they're just hanging around in Hogsmeade. He's like, Crabbe, do you guys want to go see the Shrieking Shack?
Right. Yeah.
Should we?
It could be kind of scary.
It could be kind of spooky. Like, also, yeah, what are the odds of this arrangement of people being here? That, like, it's just Harry, Ron, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Like, the entire school is out at Hogsmeade. And this is, like, a tourist thing to go do.
Right.
Like, they're the only ones there.
I'll tell you how, Jay, because Draco has like a magnetization towards one Harry James Potter.
Absolutely.
And
who he doesn't even know is there.
He doesn't even know is there.
He's just following his instincts.
Yes, he's like, he's here.
He's here.
Potter. I want to hang out.
Yeah.
but I'm not going to make it seem like that. We could be friends, maybe one day.
Maybe.
We'll see. Yeah. Anyway, our kids will be friends. Anyway, he does say that hippogriff is as good as dead. It's like,
why do you care?
I know. It's like, dude, your vengeance against this hippogriff is ridiculous.
I know.
Yeah.
Right? When like you are so obviously the reason it happened.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. It's just like, I don't know why you care if the hippogriffs, like, that doesn't serve your purpose at all.
I know.
Like, whatever. It's like just mean. But it's like, you forget how mean Malfoy is in the early days.
I know. Yeah. So he goes from being mean about the hippogriff to spotting Ron and basically just being mean to him instead, and talking about how Ron is probably house shopping for the Shrieking Shack, and it must be so nice to have a room to yourself in the Shrieking Shack.
Yeah, I know. I feel like Roger, joke's on you. I have my own room. So, yeah.
So yeah. But
got him.
I know. But Harry thinks quickly, and because he's under the invisibility cloak, he has the perfect opportunity to go and pick up just a heaping pile of mud and splat it right on Malfoy's stupid head.
This is another great example of like, why didn't you just magically do this instead of use your hands to do this?
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the first time I feel like Malfoy's hair is described as silver blonde as well.
Oh, true.
Which I'm like, that feels like a very like Targaryen kind of description,
A little bit. Yeah.
But, whatever.
Dripping in muck.
And I love how Ron comes up with like such a good spin on it. He's like, very haunted up here, isn't it? Just like, that's pretty good. That was fast on your feet.
That's exactly. I highlighted that. I said, I literally was like, excellent delivery, Ron.
Excellent delivery. Yeah. Because you didn't know this was going to happen.
What a real high moment for this chapter for Ron.
No, and then Harry finds a sloppy puddle yielding some foul-smelling green sludge. And I'm like, what? Why?
As much as I would want to prank somebody, I think it would be like the type of thing where it's like, I have to touch it too.
Exactly. One, you're going to have to touch it too. And it's like, I've never just come across foul-smelling green sludge puddles.
Me neither. Yeah, where are these things?
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, only near the Shrieking Shack.
Only near the Shrieking Shack.
It's part of its charm.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so then basically, it's like Harry has kind of taken things just like a little bit too far, and now because Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy have kind of grown wise to the situation, they sort of start like moving in big directions swirling. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm trying to describe how I think that this would have gone down. And Crabbe ends up having his huge flat foot caught on the hem of Harry's cloak, and for a split second, Malfoy was able to see Harry's floating head. And at which point, basically, the two of them simultaneously realize what is going to happen.
Yes.
Which is Malfoy is like, I'm going back right now. And Harry's like, I'm going back right now.
Yeah. It is like amazing how quickly Draco does the math. Like, oh my God, Harry Potter's here. He's not supposed to be here. I have to tell someone I'm going to get him expelled. Go.
Yes.
You know?
Yep. Like it's
that's
on.
that's what arrives in his brain immediately.
Right.
Yeah. Like
Yep.
such is the common knowledge that Harry Potter's not supposed to be in Hogsmeade.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But this is what tells us that the secret passage is a not so shortcut, because Harry, even though he's running as fast as he can, knows that Malfoy would get back to the castle before him.
Yeah.
And so basically he's just going to have to figure out like what to do once he gets there, and hopes he can spin it somehow.
But like it's one of those things where like obviously Harry is like panicking, so he's not thinking it through. But like he's right. Like, would anyone believe Malfoy? It's like there's really no reason for them to, you know? Like,
True.
Right. It's basically just his word against nothing.
Yes.
You know? It's like, and Harry has the map. He has the invisibility cloak. You know? Like it's so easy to avoid being caught in the scenario.
All the tools should be there.
All the tools should be there. They literally are there. Like, oh, and it gets so much. It's so, like, Harry just drives me crazy in this chapter. Malfoy gets back first, I guess, because the long path. And then this is what drives me crazy. He said he gets back to the stone slide and says he would have to leave the cloak where it was. It was too much of a giveaway in case Malfoy tipped off a teacher. And I'm like, not if you're under it. How are they going to see it?
Right.
Like, no, it's not. And it's like, not only does he just make the extremely bad decision to leave the cloak there, but while he's deciding what's going to be incriminating, he doesn't empty his pockets of all the Zonko stuff.
I know.
Like, dude.
Yeah, it's like, especially because it seems like the invisibility cloak sort of has this like unique ability to like fold down very small.
Yes.
Like when he goes into like the Forbidden Forest, you know, to die at the end of Deathly Hallows, it's just sort of like neatly packed into like one of the pockets of his cloaks.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just there with him.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And so I don't know. It's you're right. Yeah. This is like a very strange one, because it's like, yeah, he has taken the time to consider what would be a problem, and doesn't consider his pockets that are bursting with nose biting teacups.
I know. And it's like, and then he like leaves the hump, and like Snape is rounding the corner, and it's like, dude, you have the map. Like, just stay down there until Snape's not there.
Right.
And it's like, even if he discovers it, you've got the cloak.
Right.
Like, he's going to look down there and not see anything. You know? Like, there's just, like, none of it makes sense how you get caught here.
Yeah.
You know? And like and it's like at the worst possible spot to get caught. Like, you emerging from there is bad news. You being seen there is bad news. Like, just, like, put the cloak on, go back up to the common room, come out of your dorm. Whoops, I've been here the whole time.
Maybe
like,
wash your hands, empty your pockets.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like there's it's so easy to avoid getting caught. Like, you can even just make sure you don't run into Snape, you know?
Yes.
Right? Like, you can, like, wherever he's going, don't go there.
Be somewhere else.
Be somewhere else.
Yeah.
Then you can't get caught.
Going for a castle stroll on
Right.
the exact opposite side of the castle from you at all times.
Right. And then it's like the next morning you come down to breakfast and it's like, Malfoy saw you at Hogsmeade. It's like, what?
Okay.
What are you talking about? I was here.
I don't know. Prove it.
Prove it? Right, exactly.
Yeah,
That's basically it. You can't.
Right.
And it's like, maybe it's easy to say that now in hindsight when we can just stare at the page and be like, what a bunch of mistakes. And clearly Harry's like panicking, but like you took the time to think like the invisibility cloak's too incriminating. Like, you took the time to think about incriminating evidence, but not the Zonko stuff.
And you gave up the thing that could easily hide you and didn't get rid of the things that
Like,
incriminate you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you totally mathed this backwards.
Yes, indeed. Sure enough, instead of doing all of those things correctly, he does all of those things wrong, and Snape is basically like, come with me, Potter.
Yeah.
And so he goes down to Snape's office, which is just full of a whole bunch of slimy, horrible things in jars. Which, you know, that's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I wonder if it's all just being skewed by it being Snape in particular, because like for some reason I imagine if this was like Slughorn's office, or like Lupin's office, it would just be like interesting things in jars.
Yeah, right.
You know, instead of
gross things in jars.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Totally like that. And then so Snape tells him the story, says Mr. Malfoy states he was standing talking to Weasley when a large amount of mud hit him in the back of the head. How do you think that could have happened? like magic, dude. We're at magic school.
We're at magic school.
We're at magic school.
People
what are you
do
talking
this
about?
all the time. It's like our version of a spitball.
Exactly. It's like it's not really that weird. I think even in book 1, there is a line where Fred and George bewitch snowballs to hit Quirrell in the back of the head.
Exactly.
You know, it's like, what do you mean? How could that have happened? I don't know. I wasn't there. What are you talking about?
Mud balls.
Mud balls.
Yeah.
Magic.
Magic. Easy.
Ron cast a spell. Who's to say? Yeah.
Oh, man. But yeah, Harry describes it as trying to stare down a hippogriff, which at this point in time, I think this is when Snape is just using legilimency.
Oh, it says Snape's eyes were boring into Harry's, and it's like, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yes, 100%. So yeah, Snape just knows that he is.
That's the thing. This is like Snape's problem is that like it's clearly not okay to have read his mind, and even though he has evidence, it's like he doesn't have evidence.
True.
Yeah.
But I love this line. It says, "Your head is not allowed in Hogsmeade. No part of your body has permission to be in Hogsmeade." And I was just like, yeah, good clarification,
Yes.
Sev.
Right.
Yeah. Head or body, neither of them is allowed.
Yes. I love he says, like, if your head was in Hogsmeade, so was the rest of you. And I'm like, well, not necessarily like flu powder.
Flu powder, yeah.
You know, people could be in 2 places at once a little bit.
Right.
You're about to use flu powder.
It's true.
You're about to just yell through flu powder. Like, you know.
That's true. Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Harry's basically just holding up as he does. Snape was trying to provoke him into telling you the truth, which he wasn't going to do. Snape had no proof yet.
Yeah. That's why it says Malfoy is not having hallucinations. And I'm like, oh, yeah, just 3-month-long scratch-related injuries. You know, like, yes, Malfoy's honor is not exactly in a great place at the moment.
Not in good standing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like Snape, I know he's faking.
Right. But this is where Snape really, I think, like, he's been in the right pretty much the whole time. Like, you know,
that's true.
He's pretty much caught Harry mud-handed, as it were. And now I think he does cross the line into just sheer unprofessionalism as a teacher talking to a student, where he basically just says, "How extraordinarily like your father you are. He too was exceedingly arrogant. A small amount of talent on the Quidditch field made him think he was a cut above the rest of us too. Strutting around the place with his friends and admirers, the resemblance between you is uncanny."
The absolute hypocrisy of this statement too, because Snape is being so exceedingly arrogant himself in this moment.
Yes,
you know?
Yes, absolutely. And it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's like he really is baiting Harry in a way that is like, it's like he's broken the rules of war or whatever. It's like, no, you've gone too far.
Right.
You've gone too far.
Yeah.
But he does in fact make Harry extremely mad, which I think is sort of laying what is otherwise kind of good groundwork for the rivalry between Harry and James and his friends, aka the other Marauders, and Snape himself.
Yep.
Harry does tell him to shut up.
Yep.
To which, that's another one of those where it's like, oh gosh, well, Harry, that's not going to help your case either. What did you say to me, Potter? I told you to shut up about my dad.
Yeah. Doubles down.
Doubles down.
Doubles down. I love this. Snape's sallow skin had gone the color of sour milk.
Ooh,
Pretty
yum.
much usually the skin tone I already sort of prescribed with Snape. So
his bald head.
His bald head and his sour milk skin.
Yikes.
Gross.
Greasy
his vulture-like neck.
It is hard to imagine Snape in a positive light with these descriptors, isn't it? Let's see here.
So then Snape reveals that, like, even though, yes, James did save my life, it's only because he endangered it in the first place.
Yes.
And I guess the trick here is that they were going to, or Sirius had told Snape that if you pressed a knot on the Whomping Willow, it would freeze the tree, and there was a passage, and you could go down it. And Snape was listening to him, and he was going to do that. But what he was ultimately going to find at the end of the passage was a transformed Lupin.
Yeah.
And that's what was probably going to have killed him. And then James is like, no, well, we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that.
Yeah, it's serious, my man. You know, like we're pals and all, but no, we're not going to kill Severus Snape.
Yeah, and we're not going to make Lupin a murderer.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, in that regard, it's like, I mean, you can see both reasons so crystal clear, because I can't imagine a world where James would be willing to put that on Lupin's conscience for the rest of his life.
Absolutely,
like, you know,
yeah.
It's, I mean, both situations would be bad. I mean, you'd be like playing a terrible and dangerous thing, and also making somebody, one of your best friends, probably hate you for the rest of your life.
Probably.
Yeah, because Lupin's not going to be happy about that.
No, he would not. Yeah, to be used that way.
Yeah, but so anyway, this is the point where Snape is able to force Harry to pull out or to turn out his pockets, which are just bulging with Zonko's tricks and the Marauders map. To which Harry. Yeah, Harry thinking quick on his feet is Ron brought these back, brought them back from Hogsmeade last time, and Snape is rather quick, and he's like, indeed, and you've been carrying them around ever since.
Yeah, how
very touching.
Yes,
it's like they're my emotional support jokes.
It's like he's just so onto him, and he's like, he's so correct about everything, you know. And then Snape picks up the map, pulls the oldest trick of the book, says, "Oh, I guess I'll just throw it in the fire." And Harry's like, "No!" And then he's like, "Well. Clearly, this is important to you. What is it? Nothing.
Nothing. It's nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Instructions to get into Hogsmeade without passing the Dementors. Literally.
Yes. He also says, "Is this another treasured gift from Mr. Weasley?" And I was like, LOL.
I mean, yes.
Like Messrs. Weasley. Yeah. Fred and George.
Yeah.
But then now we get the unique kind of magic, which is Snape screaming at the map to reveal your secret. Show yourself. Professor Snape, master of this school, bold claim, commands you to yield the information you conceal.
Yeah. It's like very odd way to do magic. It's like, this is like, it's like the turn Scabbers yellow spell.
Exactly.
You know? It's just like, turn yellow, rat. You
turn
know,
this stupid fat map yellow.
Yes, exactly. And it's like weird to me, because he's clearly suspicious of the statue earlier, that these are the things he doesn't try on the statue.
Exactly.
You know, like, because it feels like it would have worked, because he thinks it's going to work.
Yeah, he does.
You know, he's not just sort of being like, tell me what to do. You know?
Right. Yeah. Snape, all of his other faults aside, is a good wizard.
Yes, he is a very good wizard, which is why I can't believe he doesn't figure out the statue.
I know.
Yeah, but now he's really done it, because he has activated the map against him.
He has indeed.
And like, okay, this is one of the funniest things that happens in the whole book, because one, I don't know if the map would react this way to literally anybody, or because of the specific relationship the Marauders had with Snape, if it is literally a defense specifically there for Snape.
I know. It's a tricky one, and the thing that makes me wonder is that they do in map form refer to Snape as Professor Snape, and not like Snivelus or Severus Snape. Like
they do return the name that Snape offered.
Yes. Which like, and on some level, it kind of feels like a standard defense mechanism that would maybe detour you from ever discovering the true contents, because you might just think that it's a piece of parchment that's designed to like insult its master, which is exactly what Lupin says.
But then there also seems to be like personal jabs mixed in with the Professor Snapeness of it.
True.
Like they do mention he should wash his hair, and it's his astonishment that an idiot like that ever became a professor. It sounds like Mr. Padfoot knew him ahead of time.
That's true.
You know.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like, is this, or does the map have like an ability to like get a brief history from the person talking to it or something?
I don't know. Yeah. Or is it kind of similar to like the portraits, where it's like been taught certain things?
Right. It kind of feels like that. Like, it would insult anybody, but the fact that it's Snape gives it a little bit more oomph behind its insults.
Maybe so.
But like, I can only imagine though, like, it's so funny when you're reading it that this is happening to Snape. But like, for Snape, this must be like genuinely traumatic to be like bullied from beyond the grave.
Yeah.
You know? And it's just like, are you kidding me right now?
like no. Not these guys again.
Yeah. But like, do you think he knows? it's them.
I think he knows it's them.
Yeah.
I do think that he knows their identities.
Yeah.
Because he, like, the way that he responds to it, he immediately calls Lupin.
Yeah.
You know, and
Right.
he would know Lupin's affliction, and maybe he can decode Mooney.
Maybe. Yeah.
But I like, otherwise I don't totally know.
Because he mentions, like, you don't think it more likely he got it straight from the manufacturers.
Yes,
You know,
exactly.
like he says that, which is like very like you know why. But I guess at this point he doesn't know it's a map either. Like, maybe he knows that, like, okay, this is a piece of parchment made by you four idiots, and
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. Look, I mean, maybe, yeah, the getting to the conclusion that it's the Marauders map feels more unlikely. The idea that Harry would have something that had formerly been owned by his father, by his father's code name, you know, along with his comrades.
Yeah.
Like, and then associating, like, the particular kind of, like, insults that these guys may have delivered at him. Like, it could be linkaging enough of the details together.
And also, it strikes me that, like, whilst their nicknames are, like, for each other, they do just openly call each other by these nicknames in front of the other students.
They do.
You know, you know what? Because even in Snape's worst memory, like, they're referring to each other as, like, Padfoot and stuff. So it's like he probably does know exactly who they are.
He does know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
He just doesn't know it's a map.
He doesn't know
He
it's a
just
map.
thinks it's a parchment that insults you.
Yep, you're 100% right. So he definitely knows that it's them.
You're right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So that's kind of interesting then, because this means that Lupin and Snape are actually having, like, I wouldn't call it a tactful conversation.
It's a very veiled conversation.
It's a veiled conversation. Like, they both know that each other knows more. Like, even like Lupin's claim, like, I imagine Harry got it from a joke shop. It's like Snape is like, you and I both know that's not true.
Yeah, like, we both know you made that.
Yes.
And Lupin's like, but I know you can't prove it.
I know. Yeah, I know you can't prove it. And also, are you going to say that in front of Harry?
Exactly.
Yeah. So this is actually, when you imagine it like that, Lupin is probably quietly enjoying himself.
Oh, Lupin is loving. Can you imagine? I mean, Lupin is walking through this fireplace and he is, like, taking in the situation. I love the sentence, like, Harry had the impression Lupin was doing some very quick thinking. It's like, I can't even imagine. Because, like, certainly Lupin probably doesn't approve of, like, the bullying of Snape and stuff, but he also kind of, like, later, like, even when he's talking to Harry later, he's like, Snape was kind of a special case. Like, they were just always at it with each other. And you can just see him, like, recognize the map, which he hasn't seen in years.
Right.
Probably doesn't even think it exists anymore. And he's like, hey, the map. And then he looks at Snape and he reads it and he's like, no way, no way, no way, no way.
It worked.
It worked. I can't believe I'm here to see it.
That's exactly it. Yes. Like, you know, best case scenario is it gets to do its job at any point ever.
I know.
Even better case scenario is you witness it.
I know. He's like, this is, whoo, yes, high five to past self. Nailed it. Oh, so good. What did my guy write? You know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good.
good.
I like it. I like
Yes.
it. Yep. So,
oh my gosh, I know. This is such a fun scene for Lupin. This is another one of the scenes where, like, Lupin is just one of my favorite characters because he just takes in the whole situation immediately.
Yep.
Immediately. Yeah.
Yep. So then after all this is basically going down, Ron crashes through the door. Why it took him so long to get back when he had the same short pathway as Malfoy?
I know. Shouldn't Ron have beaten Harry back?
Or possibly. I mean, it's like this is a real foot race between the two. It means canonically Draco is a faster runner than Ron.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's true.
but maybe Ron's faster than Crabbe and Goyle.
They're still back there.
We have no evidence that they've made it back yet.
Yeah.
They gave up. Let's see here. So then Lupin is basically just like, well, if all things are settled, then let's go ahead. I'm going to take this map back.
I love that scene in the movie, especially when he's like, just a spat bit of parchment, and, like, Snape reaches for it, and he's like, nonetheless.
Yes, yeah.
And he's like, no, I am keeping this.
Yeah.
This is literally mine.
I made it. Let's see here. Yeah. So then he says, he says, Harry, Ron, come with me. I need a word about my vampire essay, which comes up again. Excuse us, Severus. I mean, vampire. I wrote in that part.
Lupin's, like, polite like completely veiled, tactful messing with Snape is my favorite thing.
Dude, if anything, you know what's really interesting about this is that Lupin, this whole scene is total Dumbledore. Like, he's very politely, like, sidestepping and weaving the conversation while maintaining, like, total civility.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, you know, at no point is he, like, becoming, like, argumentative or loud or emotional. Like, it kind of reminds me of the scene, like, where Dumbledore arrives at the Ministry of Magic and they're like, oh, you got our owl that the time and date had changed. And he's like, oh, by a happy accident, I arrived 3 hours early. It's like, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Now I'm here.
Great. I guess we'll proceed. I love this line too, where he says like he says, yeah, you got it directly from the manufacturers, meaning so he's having the conversation with Lupin. You don't think, I guess he's probably trying to say that like you don't think Harry got it from Sirius Black or something. I don't know.
I think what my read is that he got it from Lupin.
From Lupin. Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
So he's basically saying, yeah, you don't think it's likely that he got it from one of you.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And Lupin like understands Snape can't reveal any of the information. He looks at it and he's like, what do you mean, Mr. Wormtail? Harry, do you know any of these men? And it's like, when he says, what do you mean these people, Mr. Wormtail? And it's like Snape knows, Lupin knows.
Yes. Yeah.
that like he knows exactly who it is.
Right.
But he can't reveal it. It's like Lupin's just like so politely just like, I've got you in a corner.
Right. And I do. Yeah. I love the fact that like even of like, well, I don't even know if like it would be the case that Wormtail would be the person he would least likely to know, but he's standing in the room with Mr. Mooney. Mr. Padfoot is actively hunting for him, and Mr. Prongs is his dad.
Yeah.
You know,
it's interesting that like in this moment too, when he reaches for Mr. Wormtail, that Lupin reaches for Peter here, because I guess in his brain at this moment, Sirius is the guilty one and Peter is just like the victim.
True.
You know?
True. Yeah.
So
like,
he might be like trying to choose like the more innocent one.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Okay.
And I love how, like this is sort of a funny question where Harry like accidentally lies, where he says, Harry, do you know any of these men? And Harry says, no, despite talking to one of them.
Yes. So good. So good.
Yeah.
Lupin does say that he happens to know that the map was confiscated by Mr. Filch many years ago. Yes, I know it's a map.
Yes.
And he does sort of say that like I'm surprised that you didn't take the more responsible route, particularly like what happened after the last time the student left information lying about the castle, which is a reference to Neville leaving the password lying around. And then this is where Harry sort of dials in on a little bit of what was going on and says, why did Snape think I got it from the manufacturers?
Yeah.
And this is where Lupin's like, oh boy, I was happy doing this to Snape. I don't really want to lie to you.
I know. But then he's pretty honest though. He says, because these map makers would have wanted to lure you out of the school, they'd think it extremely entertaining. And it's sort of like that's interesting. Like what their like maybe intended purpose of the map was for like future generations. Like, yeah, get people out of school. This would be hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's an interesting point to say like lure somebody out of school, because that is sort of the story of what they do to Snape.
Yeah,
is luring somebody out of school.
Yeah,
and because they think it's entertaining.
Yeah.
Although I guess in that situation, Lupin can't possibly have, agreed to that particular prank.
Yeah, and then back when they mentioned that, so I think earlier in this book we were like wondering, when Fred and George got the map from Filch, whether or not, like, how on earth Filch ever could have confiscated it from the Marauders, or whether or not maybe the Marauders just planted it in Filch's office. Clearly, this is confirmation that Filch did confiscate it, but I think I still am under the theory that they planned for him to confiscate it.
I agree. Because I suspect that what you end up with is the four of them as seventh years kind of looking at the map and being like, well, it will be no use to us anymore once we've left. We should probably leave it,
right?
For future rule breakers to discover,
right?
And of course, the only people that you could argue follow in their shadow to their caliber are Fred and George, who are the ones who find it. So
yes,
it's kind of perfect.
It works out, and then it's so funny that it ends up with Harry anyway.
Right. Yes.
And then Lupin has a little sideways lie here, and Harry's like, do you know them? And he's like, we've met.
That's one that I wrote like a little thing here. It reminds me of Lupin's like OWL answers on identifying werewolves.
Yeah.
Where it's like, he's sitting in my chair. He's writing with my pencil. Like,
right, yeah.
It's like, he's me.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, we met.
Yeah. I know them. Mm-hmm.
They're me.
Yeah, it's like, but he does not. Then he immediately like shifts it so that Harry cannot ask any follow-up questions. Like, don't expect me to cover for you again, Harry.
That was a good Lupin impression.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Working on if you guys are looking for casting or whatever.
Yeah, of course. This is the moment though where we kind of brought it up earlier, but Lupin sort of does. He does sort of go brass tacks with them because it's important to keep in mind that at this point in the story, Lupin doesn't know the truth that what happened with Peter and Sirius, and I do think that like all kidding aside, all everything, even if there was like an ounce of like reminiscence or like hey, let's like be kind of like playful at Snape's expense,
right?
This is the moment I think where like Lupin is just sort of like, you got to be careful, man. Like your parents did sacrifice themselves, and it's not good to be risking your life.
Yeah, for your biting teacup. Is that worth it? Was it worth it?
Was it worth it? I don't think so.
I don't think it was worth it.
Right. Who are you going to use it on, Neville?
Yeah. Right. And then like, what is it? But it's like, it's not fun. You don't use it on yourself.
Right. Like, it has to be like one of the shock pens.
Yes.
Where it's like, hey, can I borrow a pen? It's like, yeah, sure thing.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Then let's see. They leave and Ron says, "It's my fault." And I'm like, yes, absolutely. It is your fault.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that though, because this is another one where we were just writing some of the what if Ron was in Hufflepuff this past week, and it goes back a full book, but it's through the Whomping Willow where like Ron claims ownership over that plan. But I do like the fact that there is at least a canonical scene where like Ron does take the lion's share of the blame. Yeah, I said lion's share, but in the video we say the badger share.
The badger share of the blame.
Because
he's in Hufflepuff in the video. Yeah.
Yep. There we go. But now they're Gryffindor, so lions.
Exactly.
It works. Anyway, so then basically what we have is the boys running into Hermione to where Ron is just like, despite all of everything that Hagrid correctly pointed out, Ron has just learned so nothing.
Oh, I mean, yeah, despite everything Hagrid pointed out about the friendship with Hermione, despite her being 1,000,000% correct about not going into Hogsmeade.
And it having gone wrong.
Ron admitting it was his fault, he still can't bring himself to say a single nice thing to Hermione.
Yep, come to have a good gloat, said Ron savagely. Yeah. And this is the point where Hermione is holding a letter from Hagrid in her hands, and it says, "I just thought you ought to know, Hagrid lost his case. Buckbeak is going to be executed."
No, with the wings!
Darned it.
Darned it.
It would be more sad if we didn't know that Buckbeak ends up being okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like, they come up with this, like, the world's worst nickname afterwards. Like, we'll call him Witherwings. That way they won't know. I'm like, maybe you just start with that. Like, they show up and they're like, all right, where's this hippogriff? Buckbeak. And you're like, I don't know. This is Witherwings.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
This is his best friend, Witherwings.
His best friend.
Yes.
He's done run off.
Right.
As you said, he was unruly and unmanageable, and sure enough, you were correct. He's gone now.
Meanwhile, I took this guy all the way down here from Hogwarts on a bus.
Yeah.
Slept in the bed right next to me.
Right next to me.
Peaceful as can be. He's going to
Madam Marsh didn't mind at all.
Yeah, that the perennial
night bus rider.
Yeah, I love it. Well, there we go. That closes out a beautiful chapter 14, which I it's never fun to have a chapter where we have to be so hard on Ron and Harry, but it is just a little bit of like a dip for them, but not to worry. They'll pull themselves up by their old bootstraps.
They sure will.
We'll see good things yet to come in chapter 15 and beyond.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do have a review, Ben.
Yes, lay it on me.
From the Nerd Doctor. Hey, brother. I've really been enjoying this podcast these past few months. I love listening to it when I'm in the car, cooking, doing chores, or just chilling at work during nap time. I'm a preschool teacher. I was like, wait, you have nap time at work? Should we be doing that?
Yes.
Probably. But my question for you is, do you think Universal will retheme its Harry Potter park / merch for the new show? New candy designs, new robe, wand designs, new pictures of the actors who will play the characters we all love and know. What do you think, and what would you want them to change? Yeah, I'll tell you what they should change, Ben, is the candy.
The candy is something that I think that if you've ever been into Honeydukes before, the aesthetic and the layout and everything is absolutely beautiful. I just wish the candy was better. Like, I would pay more money for smaller amounts of candy that had some type of like imaginative integration into it.
Yeah.
Like I think when we were doing like our taste test video once upon a time, we ended up liking, I think it was like maybe like the pepper imps or something, because they were actually like spicy, and it was kind of like, well, there's that.
I think it was like the Choco chocolate or
maybe
something.
that's what it was. And was that crackly?
I think it had like Pop Rocks in the chocolate or something. And there was another one that was like really spicy chocolate too.
That's all the bar I'm talking about here. Like, it doesn't need to be like, invent wizard chocolate, because like obviously that's not like really a thing. But like, I think integrating the whimsy so that like everything you eat has sort of like an experience attached to it, because like to me that is like what wizard candy is like.
Every piece of candy needs to have whimsy to it.
Yes.
And it's like shaped chocolate is not whimsy.
Right.
Like, like the chocolate frog, like it needs to be good and tasty and fun to eat.
Yeah.
As well as collect. And it's like the Birdie Bots every flavored beans, that's a great one as is, because it's like, yes, Jelly Bellies like just basically already do this.
Right.
And they can make them taste funny, and they're already whimsical. Things like, there are some things I think like, like, I don't know, like rock candy, whatever, like it's not very magical or anything, but at least like looks whimsical.
It does.
And fun.
Yep.
And like, it feels like when I'm in there, it's like I want to feel like I'm buying something that isn't just like rebranded Muggle candy.
Yeah. There is a, I wish I could remember the name of it. I know that there's like a Canadian sweet shop, and I'm sure it's not the only one in the world, but they do make these like amazing, like, short form content videos, and basically what they're doing is they have this like really hot piece of granite, and they're making like little individual like hard candies.
Yeah.
But they do it like, like with this like really cool, it's almost like going to like one of those like hibachi style dining experiences, but you get to like watch the candy be made, and they can like weave together different colors to get different outcomes, different flavors, stuff like that. And I feel like having somebody on staff who is doing that, like, you're not creating a magical creation, but that experience and being able to like watch the people like work and do it, to me, I do think that like gives you something.
It
like
feels magical, like when you're watching it, or like if you've ever seen like the taffy machines, that are pulling the taffy, like it's very fun looking. It's like, I hope they update the candy. I'm curious. I don't think they will update the like wands or the sets or like the actor images or anything, because like the Universal worlds are specifically like they are based on the Harry Potter movies.
Yes.
So like I think they will stick with that. It'll be like, these are based on the movies. There is a show, but that's not what this is based on. Right.
Yeah. So from a practicality standpoint, I suspect that they will carry all new merch in the stores that does depict stuff from whatever the TV shows end up being.
Yeah.
So like I imagine if they have like new depictions, new creatures, new animals, like whatever, anything like that, like I suspect you will be able to buy the new show's depictions in those shops with ease. But then like I think like when you go to like Marvel, like the Marvel campus at Universal, like it's still showing you like more like the comic book versions of everything, and like despite the fact that like the entire MCU, which of course is owned by Disney anyway, so it's not like they're gonna like depict the MCU, but
it's like what Marvel or what Universal has the rights to is the comic book version of those characters,
right?
So like that's what they have to put up.
Yes.
So it's like, and that's what Universal has the rights to here is like the movie rights, even though it'll be the same people making it. that is what the world is based on. So you're right. I bet they update the merch for stuff like that. I'd be curious. This is like one of those worlds where it's like, you know, when they make the TV show, will they give everyone like a brand new wand, or will they just sort of be like, no, this is Harry's wand, because it's being made by the same like overall company?
Yeah, these are the challenges. I think that it's like it's the grand curiosity that I myself, just as a consumer of the fandom, you know, is like most eager to see what decisions are made. Is like, do you go into like a whole fresh, brand new like landscape for everything? Do you change certain depictions in a way that is like, you know, fresh and exciting, or are we just using like modern day technology with like similar set pieces to sort of like do things in a way that like wasn't possible in the early 2000s when the prior films were being made?
Right.
So there are a lot of questions. I do feel like there are some wizarding properties that have just recently been like, you know, like doors closed on. Like I think there's like a wizarding app.
There was there was like a trading card game. Like that they did. It was like sort of like you had to like run around and use your deck and fight creatures and stuff like that. But they just sort of like shut the door on that pretty suddenly.
Right.
And it feels like someone new has taken, I don't know, is that true? Has someone new like taken the helm on this?
I don't know at this moment, but my thinking is that if there are decisions being made, because I think they're also in the process of creating new lands at Universal to expand like the Ministry of Magic and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I mean, you have to keep in the back of your mind. I mean, in my mind, what they're going to do is the Ministry from the movies and that like the golden statue and like all that type of stuff. Is
I
what
think
seeing.
What's playing out. It's supposed to be like you're visiting the Ministry just after Harry's defeated Voldemort and like Umbridge is on trial.
Okay.
That's like sort of the premise of the story. And I think there's also like, you'll also be able to go to like the French Ministry from the Fantastic Beasts movies.
Okay.
Which is sort of surprising that they would incorporate that in there, since they're not really making more Fantastic Beasts movies.
True.
Or it doesn't seem like it. But it does seem like someone has come in recently and been like, we're building another Harry Potter park. We're doing a new Harry Potter show. We're nixing this thing that isn't working. Where they just released the Quidditch video game.
Right.
On the heels of that, they announced Hogwarts Legacy 2.
Right.
Like there are like someone somewhere was like, we're not doing enough. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's my plan. This. Go.
Yes, I think that levers are being pulled in a big way behind closed doors, and what we're seeing is sort of like the like ripple effects that are sort of permeating out from whatever that like decision room is coming to. And so without any real hard evidence to go off of, I feel like that is what we're going to be seeing. So it's like, don't over or under react to sort of anything as the news unfolds over the next like couple of years, because I think everything is going to be part of like a central vision that I suspect is going to be like tying all the bits together in a way that is probably an attempt to build a bridge from what we have known as the visual depictions of this story to what the new version of it will ultimately look like.
Yeah.
I'm deadly curious. I really want to know what they end up doing with the story, if they do end up making any like major changes. I know this is like a little bit of a deviation, but you and I were just talking about this last night. There is the original story of David Copperfield, which is not the magician. It's like a character that was written by
Charles Dickens.
Charles Dickinson. Yeah. Charles Dickens. Dickens.
Yeah,
Charles Dickens. Yeah.
Charles Dickens.
Look at us go, knowing literature.
On our book podcast.
No, but the point I'm trying to make is that there's a book that just came out in the past couple of years called Demon Copperhead, which is like the story of David Copperfield reimagined into like the early 2000s, like Appalachia, and so that's like where, just for reference, we live in the world. And so like, you know, inside of that story there are like, you know, Pokemon cards at one point in time.
Right.
You know, like there's like superheroes and all sorts of stuff. So it's like a completely like reimagined lens for what is otherwise like a rather old story, but like a lot of the same like characters have woven their way into this new one, and they are still behaving the way that you know those characters to behave. And so there's a piece of me that like can see a world where you take the Harry Potter formula, and even if you like extract it from like the 90s when it's supposed to take place and put it some other time entirely, like I think that there's a world where that can still work exceedingly well.
Yeah, I mean, I think some stuff like that eventually. I don't think that's what the next series is going to be.
I don't know if that'll be the next one.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is just like a page to screen adaptation.
Yes,
as tight as possible.
Which is arguably what the fans have been clamoring for years and years and years.
Yes, it's like one of those things where it's like, if like forever I've been wanting that to happen, and then when they announce it, all these people come out of the woodwork like, why are you doing that? And it's like, because everyone wanted it. What do you like?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's the classic case where just you're not going to get universal acceptance. I think Dumbledore says that to Hagrid at one point in time. He's like, if you're holding out for universal support, you're going to be
universal
in this cabin.
popularity. You'll be here forever.
Yeah, so it's like at some point, you're just going to have to,
right,
like believe that whatever's coming is coming. But I'm excited for what does come next, and I suspect that here on the podcast we will be doing like episode recaps and breakdowns.
Yeah, absolutely, we will be for sure.
So so looking forward to what's to come. I suspect that the investment placed into Universal, to answer the question more succinctly, I suspect that the dragon on top of Gringotts and all those set pieces that they've built are just too expensive, too extravagant, too large, and too iconic, to be honest, to alter. I don't see a world where that happens, at least not immediately, and not until probably the series has done the unknowable task of potentially usurping the movies in terms of how people visualize the saga.
Yeah, I think Universal will remain, at least the attractions will remain based on the movies, and probably the merch will be updated because, of course, they're going to want to sell as much stuff as possible.
And what better place?
Yeah,
absolutely.
You're already there. So.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that's our answer, but I think that brings us to our close.
That does. That brings us to our close. As ever, there will be an extra question answered over on the Owlry on the Patreon if you want to go check that out. And if you have not signed up for a signed page from one of Ben and I's books, that is going out to anyone who signs up for an annual membership on our Patreon.
Yes,
we have started mailing them out. People have sent me pictures of the ones they got, and I'm always like, oh, which one did you get? Did you get me or Ben? Or
I know, yes, it is so exciting. Like I think that's going to be like its own like victory in and of itself. Is like not just you getting it, but then us knowing what you got.
I know,
like, it's like trading cards almost, where it's like I want to know.
I know, yeah. You guess like I feel like people could get together and they could try and reassemble the whole book.
Can you
That'd
imagine?
Be wild.
That would be so wild.
That'd be wild. It'd be so coordinated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, probably not going to happen. Anyway, though, thank you guys so much for listening. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 15, the Quidditch Final on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 15, the Quidditch Final.
Boy howdy.
Yeah.
I need to go back. I need to make some reparations. For a comment that I previously made on the chapter otherwise known as Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw.
Yeah.
Where I think I was like, I think this is the best chapter of Quidditch in the entire series. And I'm wrong, because this might be the best chapter of Quidditch
this is
in the entire series.
This is really the best Quidditch book in the series, I think.
Without a doubt, it's the best Quidditch book in the series.
Yeah.
I think I underestimate in Chamber of Secrets. I'm pretty sure is it the case that we only see one Quidditch match?
Is that right? Let's see, because the last one against Ravenclaw gets canceled. So Is that right? Gosh, now I can't remember.
There's
the Rogue Bludger.
The Rogue Bludger. We
course.
know that one. Is that against Slytherin?
Yeah, that's against Slytherin.
Okay.
And then when is the Hufflepuff match? They must have it.
You'd think.
Yeah.
I feel like I was doing research for our video last week, and I was like, hang on a second. Is there only one? Do we only know of one match? Anyway, it doesn't really matter because this is a superb chapter of Quidditch. Prisoner, I do think, takes the cake for the best Quidditch book that we get.
Well, because in Goblet of Fire, you just have the Quidditch World Cup. You don't have any Hogwarts Quidditch.
Right, and the Quidditch World Cup is very interesting because you do get to see like Quidditch at like the professional scale, which is kind of fun and like the spectacle that it is. And you got Victor Crumb, who's like the ultimate seeker, and there's sort of the unusual circumstance of Ireland wins, but the Bulgaria catches the snitch. So like it we've never really seen an instance before where the snitch capture didn't also coincide with victory.
Yes. So that's that it happens at like the world scale is extra interesting.
For sure. Yeah, that's like the Super Bowl going into like 4 overtimes or something. It's like, what is happening right now?
What goes here? Yeah. But then like in Order, that's when Umbridge is there and Harry doesn't get to play.
Yes.
And then in Half-Blood Prince, it feels like it's there, but it's all like, social political backdrop for like the love triangles and stuff.
For sure. And it even seems like at that point in time, as much as like Quidditch has been like one of Harry's like, all-time favorite like things, it's like riding a broomstick for the first time is like his first ever Patronus memory. Like, clearly his affinity for the sport is great. But I think that as can sometimes be the case, like sports are the most important, unimportant thing.
Of course.
And I think at that point in Harry's life, the important things are really starting to take major precedent over the unimportant ones.
But I do like, though, because like this is the last time they will play Quidditch before Voldemort comes back.
Oh, you're right. Wow, how about that?
That's crazy.
That is crazy to think about.
Yeah. So then what I like, though, is that the fact that Quidditch continues and remains important to Harry, even if it's not as focal to the story, is that it's very much what like Dumbledore eventually says about like, of children's stories and house elves and candy and whatever. Like Voldemort knows none of that importance. And like Quidditch, sports, games, that falls into that sentiment.
I agree.
Of like Quidditch must remain important to everybody because Quidditch being important to people despite the circumstances is exactly the point.
Yes. It's like these are people who are still able to go out and have recreational enjoyment together, coming together over, again, what you can argue is an otherwise unimportant thing, but very fun thing.
Yes.
Which defies what Voldemort stands for, which is spectacular. But honestly, I think even this chapter a little bit, people all the time talk about Prisoner being their favorite book.
Yeah.
Oftentimes it's people's favorite movie as well. And I always feel like I'm a little bit in the minority on this one where I tend to not necessarily resonate at that same frequency where it's not the one that I usually think as like my favorite or even second favorite.
Right.
And I think I was reading this chapter on, this is now Monday morning as we're recording, but we're reading it, afternoon on Friday. And I was having so much fun. I was like, okay. Like this is, like when you slow down and you're not like powering through these reads like we so often do for theory writing, and you just like sit inside of the story and enjoy yourself. Like I don't know. This to me was a superb chapter for that. Like I really just had fun.
It's just a fun chapter.
Yes.
Yeah, all around. Yeah, so I do love that about it. And then we got to talk about the chapter art here because it's some pretty good one.
Yes. I gave it a 100 out of 10.
A 100 out of 10.
Yes.
Fantastic. I absolutely love it. I agree with your rating. It does, like, personally, you'll notice, Ben, that we get to see the firebolt depicted here. And I don't want to like point fingers or anything, but there's a glorious lack of footrests on this firebolt. There is some sparkles. It looks fast. I love it. So I'll just point that out. It's right there. I will also say though, I'll also point out that despite getting the broomstick absolutely right, I feel like the way Harry is dressed looks a little silly.
It's giving capes.
He's got a cape.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like robes. It looks like he's wearing some like Adidas down there. Not real like wizard shoes. He looks like he's maybe wearing jeans. So it's hard, the broom, 1 million out of a million. Harry's outfit, just a regular 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Which I understand is both 100%, but I think you know what I mean.
Some infinities are larger than others.
Some infinities are larger than others. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I get you.
But otherwise, we got Harry reaching for the snitch. There's a bludger coming in. There's the fire bolt. I mean, there's a lot happening in this picture. It's a great one.
Yeah, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this one tells that. So I think it's a lot of fun. I even love the fact that the bludger is swooping in, and that is in fact like as the snitch capture happens, like it is accurately depicting like you got like the two hands off the broom.
Right. Like it's not just like a dynamic picture.
It's not just a dynamic picture. It is actually showing you what will happen.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of fun. So and I think this is one of those rare occasions as well. Like it seems like when it came to chapter art, either the publishers, the artists, whoever was involved with making these decisions, it oftentimes feels as though they are like really, really, really worrying about giving things away inside of the artwork itself. And on occasion, you end up getting like real weird like mismatches where it's like, why is that the chapter art for this chapter? Because it doesn't really seem like it's accurately depicting what we're about to see. But in this instance, I think it works really well because even though Harry's like fingertips away, it's like the bludger is also sweeping in. And so it's like, it's the Quidditch final. You can see that Harry will be close to the snitch, but because that bludger's there and because like both hands are off the broom, it's like you don't know which is going to strike first.
Right.
So it's like it's giving you like the idea. It's like, well, every time Harry's ever been close to the snitch before, he's pretty much caught it.
Yeah.
However, we have circumstance to believe like, like it's a 50-50. We don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
So it's fun because it's showing you a lot without giving the ending away.
It is. Well, it occurs to me now, like when like whenever I think about like the idea of playing Quidditch, I'm like, I probably wouldn't get hit by a bludger. Like, what are the odds? Like, they seem pretty inaccurate. You got people trying to avoid it on your behalf. Like, it's not, and I bet that's true. Like, obviously this is a fictional sport, but I bet like 90% of the time that's true. You don't really have to worry about getting hit by the bludgers. You can dodge them or whatever. But I think about like mountain biking. And it's like, you know what? To mountain bike is to crash eventually.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. If you keep going, eventually you're probably going to find yourself traveling clean over those handlebars.
Right. Like no professional Quidditch player has ended their career without getting smacked by one of those bludgers.
Right.
Like that happens. And you know what? Per game, if no one's getting hit by a bludger, what are the beaters even doing?
Yeah, their jobs, Jay. Their jobs.
But only half of their jobs.
Well, I guess that's fair. Yeah. You have to think of as the beaters as either offense or defense.
Yeah.
Are they protecting their players or attacking the other players?
Right.
Yeah.
It seems like it would, to me, if I was coaching, I would say way more focus on the defense.
Agreed.
Just make sure your players don't get hit. If you have the opportunity to hit one of them, go for it. But that's not like your goal.
I know. Well, and it seems like if you go offensive with it, it could become rather dangerous rather quickly because the possibility of your player being nearby to someone else's player, especially if you're trying to like interrupt play.
Yeah.
Like let's say you have two chasers speeding down, the pitch side by side, and you're like, okay, I want to knock my guy free of the competitor there. It's like you run the risk of accidentally hitting a cannonball at your own player.
Right.
And so it's like it's a high risk, high reward. And if the circumstances dictated it's going to be a top 10 highlight, on that night's ESPN.
Oh yeah.
If you successfully take the risk and it works.
Well, there is some like high skill bludger play that happens in this chapter.
Yeah, there is indeed.
So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But maybe we should go ahead and dive on in here.
I know. Yeah.
Before we get into the, narrow strategies of a fictional sport.
Well, it's like, what else are we supposed to do with our time if not
exactly.
that? Okay, so one of the things I think is really interesting as we dive into chapter 15, the Quidditch final, is that the chapter itself picks up with the very next sentence from where the last chapter ended.
Yeah, like no time passes.
No time passes whatsoever. So what we have last left with is Hermione approaching the boys. Ron is still being pretty mean to her. And Hermione is basically just saying, like, I thought you ought to know that Hagrid lost his case. Buckbeak is going to be executed. Then we pick up this chapter right away with, he sent me this, Hermione said, holding out the letter. So sometimes I think that the Potter series, we constantly have that, like, the thing where it's like Voldemort always attacks at the end of the year because you have to like let so much time pass, and like there are huge swaths of time where like Harry is just going to school and things are just regular, and, and nothing is happening.
Right. It'll be like, it was Christmas, and then the next chapter will be like, it was a cold February morning, and you're like, oh, January just happened, I guess.
Yes. Well, good for Harry. You know, just got to have like a normal
just regular, did his homework and learned some spells, I guess. I don't know.
Yes.
Right.
So we only hear about things when things are happening. But this is an instance where no time passages at all. So I think that was something that kind of like caught my eye. I was like, oh wow, okay.
Yeah,
we're right there.
What's interesting about that too is like so often the cliffhangers at the end of the chapters are like very like, you know, they're very well set up so that you're like, I gotta find out what happens.
Right.
But like coming out of the last chapter, like I feel like even as a kid, when it's like Hermione's holding up the letter, says Buckbeak's going to be executed, and it's like I don't mind. Like I like Buckbeak. Buckbeak's great, but like part of me is like, no, not gonna happen. Even young me is like, that's not gonna happen. And it's just also
there's
like,
no way they're gonna put him on the cover.
Right. Yeah. It's like, I don't think that's gonna happen. And it's also like, I think it's the plot line I care the least about.
Is the Buckbeak one?
Is the Buckbeak one. It's just like, I know it's important for Sirius's escape and the time turner, and like it all comes together very nicely, but I'm just like, Buckbeak's gonna be executed. I feel like I could be like, all right, that's a good stopping point.
You know what? I will put my book down.
I will put my book down, which is a shame because the next chapter's so fun.
I know. Yeah. Not the time to do it. Maybe that's what they knew. They were like, okay, people aren't going to be that invested. We're going to give them like a really good Quidditch chapter.
Yep.
But yeah, no. So anyway, we do get the letter from Hagrid, which at least our version of the story here has the actual smudges from Hagrid's tears all over. I
love that.
Yeah, it's a nice touch for the publishing. So we have, Dear Hermione, we lost. I'm allowed to bring him back to Hogwarts. Execution date to be fixed. Beaky has enjoyed London, to which I just put like a sad face because like it's so sad to think of Buckbeak just perusing the streets of London. Which, how like the streets of the Muggle streets of London, or
Muggle streets of London,
Diagon Alley,
or just like looking out the night bus from your bed.
Right. Yeah.
Guess you got them there. Okay.
True. I won't forget all the help you gave us, Hagrid. Which goodness gracious, I mean that's just it's a letter that'll hit you in the feels.
It does, yeah. So that's a real bummer. And then, you know, Harry and Ron immediately realize the severity of the situation. And finally, it seems like something breaks in Ron, and he's like, oh, man, now I can forgive you.
Yes, I know. We talked a lot about it in last week's episode, and I thought the feedback that we got was hilarious, where people were talking about how in chapter 14, Harry and Ron are just like, they're not at their best. And we basically chalk it up to like, you know what? Sometimes 13-year-olds, not at their best.
Yeah.
And it was really funny to see the feedback where people were like, I love how so many plot holes are like well researched and beautifully written and, you know, carefully put together. And other times it's just, they were 13. And so, yeah, sure enough, it was a tough chapter, the last chapter, but the boys do, I think, start their journey to redemption here, where basically Hermione is sort of, I guess, suggesting that there will be an appeal, but, you know, nothing will likely have changed. And Ron is basically like, yeah, it will. You won't have to do all the work alone this time, Hermione. I'll help. And you're like, okay. That a boy, Ron.
Yay!
Welcome back to the
welcome
party,
back. Oh, dude, you're right. About speaking on like the plot hole thing, and sometimes it's just they're 13. It's like my least favorite trope is when in like fantasy books, or really whatever nonfiction I'm reading, is when the character will basically gaslight themselves into a plot problem. Like, and that's the reasoning behind things.
Oh.
They'll be like, it's my fault they died. And it'd be like, it is not your fault that person told their dragon to burn this person. It's but I could have stopped them 3 chapters ago. And it's like, but no, like, it's still not your fault.
Yeah.
And it's like, but like, this will be, and I think it's frustrating because without a doubt, eventually the character will realize it, but this will be their motivation for like books sometimes.
Yes.
And you're just like, this doesn't even make sense.
I know.
It's so annoying. And like, I know how they're going to realize that it wasn't their fault, and that's just like it feels like you know what the resolution will be immediately, and it's just like but anyway, that's all. I just wanted to say that.
I follow your meaning though. I do know that trope, and it is like one of these things where it's like come on,
like just figure it out.
We need a better reason for the character to be motivated than just like poorly appointed guilt.
Yes. Guilt, like misplaced guilt on themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
But
then from there we do have so Ron basically has stepped back up to the plate. He's saying that he's going to help out. They kind of have like a awkward moment, Hermione and Ron do, but it does feel a little bit like a Ron Hermione moment.
I literally wrote Ron Hermione. I feel like this is it. This is the start.
I know. Yeah.
I think this is the start.
Like the proper start. Yeah.
Yes.
So basically we get Hermione flung her arms around Ron's neck and broke down completely. Ron, looking quite terrified, patted her very awkwardly on the top of the head, which is like something I could just picture something happening.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like Ron. It's like it reads like Ron has never even considered the idea of like dating anyone ever.
Right.
At this point, and he's just like, oh my God, a girl's touching me. What's happening?
Whoa, yeah.
What do? Hello? Yeah, cool. You're welcome.
Yeah, right. Yes. Yeah, very, very awkward. All of a sudden, like he's very in his head about like, what am I supposed to do in this situation? We finally get a little bit of resolution to the Scabbers situation, which honestly, similar to your point from before, like Ron being so upset about Scabbers is another one of those where it's like, it's not like a misplaced guilt situation, but it's like, Ron, there's no way you cared that much.
There's no way you cared that much.
There's no way. But
and it's like, you can tell like what he's not even I think as of this sentence, these two paragraphs, it's like I don't think he's like that upset about Scabbers. He seems more upset that Hermione won't like take his side on it.
Right.
Like,
it's like
is like showing no understanding or compassion.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's like then I love this because like the moment she shows compassion, he's like, yeah, he was pretty old.
Right.
He was like, yeah, I don't know why I was so upset.
I know. Yeah, he even says like, yeah, you never know. Mom and Dad might get me an owl now, and I was like, how is this not just like where your head went in the first place?
Right. You probably could have parlayed that dead rat into an owl pretty quickly.
It seems at least somewhat possible.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. Maybe this is just like that classic instance where sometimes in life all you need is just like a little bit of validation from the person you want it from.
Yep.
Like
this is what I wrote down was forgiveness begets forgiveness, and it's just like, there you go. Just yes, I like this.
Yes. Yep. There you go. Goodness. So let's see here. So then we scoot forward a little bit, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione are able to talk to Hagrid a little bit about what happened during their Care of Magical Creatures lesson, where Hagrid sort of he kind of like lets you know a little bit about like, I mean, it feels like classic Hagrid a little bit. Like his heart's in all the right places, but like I think under pressure, especially from like people who seem like so important and are looking down on him and stuff, he was dropping his notes. He was forgetting all the things that Hermione looked up for him. Like it's kind of one of those things where it's like maybe Hagrid needed like a hippogriff lawyer.
He 1,000% did. Actually, speaking of the exact gaslighting yourself thing, thankfully Harry, Ron, and Hermione are here to not let Hagrid get away with this. But literally, he comes back and he says, "It's all my fault."
Yeah.
All tongue down. It's like, no, it is Malfoy's fault. None of this is your fault. Stop it.
Right. Like, you were teaching an interesting lesson. You correctly told him how to handle the creatures. Malfoy did not listen to that particular thing and then faked an injury for 3 full months.
Yeah.
Like, and not to mention at the very top of the page, it says that Malfoy's dad frightened the committee into convicting him or whatever.
Yeah.
And to which I wrote, like, just how corruptible is everyone, like, which I'm sure is one of those sentences that like everybody in the world is like, Ben, everybody is corruptible.
Everybody's there,
yeah. But like my cynicism doesn't want to extend that far.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, can everyone just be bought?
Just seems like it.
And like to what, I mean, to me, this even seems like Lucius it'd be like, Lucius, this is a poor use of your money. Like,
right.
It's like you're paying these people off so that your son wins a small battle against someone who his schoolyard rivals favorite teacher values. Like,
I know, right?
It's like this is such a convoluted mess. It's so stupid.
I know. It's like the end result of this isn't even that Hagrid's going to get fired. It's just that Buckbeak is going to be killed.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like you accomplish nothing.
I like to think that after his days of writing, being an author, that Newt Scamander just becomes like a nighttime vigilante and goes and like pranks the Malfoy Manor, you know, by just doing silly little things. But he's like, oh, if you're going against the Hippogriff for literally no reason at all, it's like, oh, it's on.
It is the on, sir.
Yeah, I'm letting in a rumpant loose in your peacock field or something. No, because he wouldn't want to hurt the peacocks. But you know what I mean.
True. I know what you mean.
Something of the sort.
I also love before they go down to Hagrid, it says the safety measures imposed on the students since Black's second break-in made it impossible for Harry, Ron, and Hermione to go and visit Hagrid in the evenings. It's like, yeah, they can't make it down to Hagrid's house, but everyone's still allowed to go to Hogsmeade. You know,
Naturally.
like
Safety.
Safety. Yeah, you can't travel inside the grounds. No. Outside, totally fine.
Yes, yeah.
Not our problem anymore.
Right. Sure enough. Why not?
Sure enough, yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Let's see here. So then we have another instance of Malfoy, who basically has found the well of humor that is seemingly incapable of being sucked dry, because him, Crabbe, and Goyle keep looking back at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, just laughing derisively.
Yeah.
Which it's like, guys, do you have anything better to do with your time?
They just don't. It's
Yeah.
just like there must be more interesting things happening.
Yep.
But then comes just the best.
You could have added an is to the end of that. Next comes just is.
Next comes justice. And one of the best scenes in the book and in the movies, possibly better in the movies, but amazing in the book nonetheless. Harry and Ron made furious moves towards Malfoy, but Hermione got there first. Smack! Just like, yes. Oh, so like it feels like you've been waiting for 3 books for this to happen.
I know. Yes, it was actually completely comical because somehow, some way, I did not recall that this was the scene where this happened. So 3 lines prior, where Malfoy goes, what says, Hagrid turned around and hurried back towards his cabin, his face buried in his handkerchief. Malfoy says, "Look at him blubber," and I literally wrote a note before reading the next 3 lines and said, "Please, someone punch him."
Oh.
And then like 2 lines later, it's like smack. And I was like, oh yeah, there we go. It happened.
Bam! Oh my gosh, so good. And I love how just absolutely flabbergasted everyone is by the fact that it's Hermione who does it. It just hits him straight across the face. Like Harry, Ron, Crabbe, and Goyle are all just like, what do we do? What do we do?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
What do we do?
Well, and that's the thing too, is that like I think everybody kind of in the moment, and it says like, Hermione, said Ron weakly, and he tried to grab her hand as she swung it back. Get off, Ron! And then it says Hermione pulled out her wand.
Yeah.
To which I highlighted, and I was like, who's laughing now, Malfoy?
Oh, I know.
Because
like at his core, he knows she's dangerous.
Oh yes,
yeah.
yes. It's like you could. I mean, you were relying on the fact that she is kinder than you this whole time.
Yes.
And now she has snapped. And the most formidable person in your year is about to destroy you.
Absolutely what's happening. It reminds me so much of hilariously, here it's Ron who's holding her back. I feel like the next time you see Hermione really snap like this is when Ron returns in Deathly Hallows. And she's like, Harry, where is my wand? You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like there is a version of Hermione that can be pushed too far and the outcomes are the same.
Yeah.
You're so right. That's a good callback for Deathly Hallows.
Yeah.
Or a call forward, maybe.
Call forward,
yeah. So anyway, yeah. So a truly tremendous moment for Hermione in all of this. And to which she says, Harry, you better beat him in the Quidditch final. And somehow, of all people, Ron remembers that they're doing charms.
Yeah. I know. He's just like, but he's like, we have the hug from Hermione earlier apologizing about Scabbers, and then like Ron watches her punch Malfoy, and like this, when it says Ron's still goggling Hermione, I'm like, this is it. This is where Ron starts to fall in love. He's just like,
that's exactly. I highlighted the same thing, and I says,
right there.
Was this a big moment for them?
Well, absolutely.
Yes,
exactly.
Like this is like all of a sudden Ron is like he's like looking at her through like a brand new lens.
I know.
Wow. Is that great skin you've got?
Oh man, that's fantastic. Also, I think speaking of like call forwards here, we have so Hermione's like finally restrained. She's saying, you better beat him in that Quidditch final. You had just better, because I can't stand it if Slytherin wins. So if you fast forward a few years, Ginny is going to be accusing Hermione of never properly understanding Quidditch.
Oh, you're right.
And I'm like, I think she's wrong about that.
And this might be like one of those things where it's like, it's not that Hermione doesn't understand, she just doesn't care that much.
Yeah.
But maybe she does understand. But no, you're right. That is really funny, because it's like the first ever moment where like Ginny and Hermione have beef.
Yeah.
And it's over Quidditch.
Yeah. Yeah. But here, at least back in year 3, Hermione is invested in the Quidditch final.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then from there, they do make it to Flitwick's class, where you kind of get like another one of these good time turner moments where Flitwick, like you've just watched the 3 of them be together, and then the line from Flitwick is, "You're late, boys," and it's like immediately it's kind of like that, like Hermione's there too.
Yeah.
But
she's not.
But she's not. Yes. Yeah. So it's like one of those like funny moments where it just kind of like goes from one thing to the next, and you're like, wait a second, where'd she go?
Yeah.
But yeah, then what they're working on that day is cheering charms, which I just wrote down as trivia because I'm 1,000% sure I've gotten that question wrong before.
Oh yeah.
So just for those people who like to keep track of important things, cheering charms.
The cheering charms also stood out to me as like an interesting lesson, because it says, let's see, she could have done with the cheering charm on her too, said Ron as he left the class, as the class left for lunch, all grinning broadly. Because often, whenever they're in class trying to do something, it'll be like, oh, they were trying to turn needles into toothpicks or beetles into buttons. And it'll be like, but no one could do it except Hermione or whatever.
Right, yes.
And it's just like, but like, they just leave this class and it's like, it just sounds like everyone kind of got it. Everyone did it successfully in one class. Before we couldn't do them, now the whole class can do them. It's like a very successful lesson by Flitwick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is it's almost like a lesson that like people would like look forward to. Like it's almost like a tiny little mini Felix Felicis type of situation where it's like people really care when that's on the line.
Yeah.
And so maybe it's like, you know what, we can all do with a little cheering. You know, it's been some dark times.
Yeah, you get the feeling that like the 5th years, you get to like the upper years and you're like, there's this week of the year where they're always like, the 3rd years are doing cheering charms today. Fun day.
That's good one. That's good. Yep.
Yeah.
Did Flitwick do the joke about the thing?
Yeah.
It's not funny, but you think it is.
But you think it is, right?
Yeah.
Everything's so funny.
I know. It's so great.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is a rare occasion where Hermione basically just misses the class entirely.
Yes.
Truly out of form for her. It seems as though she has basically gone back to the Gryffindor common room and fallen asleep on her open arithmancy book. And the boys wake her up, and she's like, which lesson do we have now? And then Hermione sadly learns that she missed the most important class of the year for 3rd year charms.
Yes. And so this is like a weird time turner problem.
Okay.
Here. Not problem, but just sort of like conundrum when you think about the time turner. Because she says, I forgot to go to charms. Because you're like, you reading now know that she has the time turner. So it's like, can't you still go to charms?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But no, she can't.
No.
Because if she did, she would have. She wouldn't have missed it.
You're right. Yeah. Because the way that time travel works in the Harry Potter world is everything that happened always happened in the first place. So Harry's always on the opposite side of the lake casting the Patronus, which is also what empowers him to do it later when he's the one standing there in real time. But you can't go back and change the past because everything just always is.
Right.
And this is like one of those interesting things where I remember we were doing a collaboration with another YouTube channel once upon a time, and they kept bringing up the
bootstrap paradox.
The bootstrap paradox,
yeah.
Which I think is like the opposite of this particular problem. It's like you can't go back in time and inform yourself because if you did, then you would always know, and then you would never go back and inform yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You follow that? So I think that's the bootstrap paradox.
Well, there's no starting point.
There is no starting point.
Right.
Yes. But the way that this world always works is that like it would almost be that if future you like came to you in the hallway and said, do this thing, and then you did that thing, you would also always make the decision to go back in time to tell yourself to do that thing to ensure that you did.
Right.
But you would know that you would because you always did in the first place.
Right. But so like I'm reading this here though, and I'm like I feel like the reason, like if she had just woken up and realized that she had forgotten, like she could have conceivably like flipped the time turner and then she would have been there.
Right.
The first time. But because Harry and Ron are like, why weren't you in Charms? Like that stops it.
Yeah.
Because like now they know she wasn't in Charms.
Right.
So like now, like if she does it, it creates like a paradox.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
it
Because
wouldn't
then in the
work.
future, yeah, because then she would have been there the first time.
Right.
Right. But obviously she wasn't.
Yes.
It was very weird.
It is very weird.
It is so hard to wrap your head around this kind of time travel logic. But yeah, like that I feel like is pretty much how it works. But like, because if she'd realized it on her own without anyone else noticing
Then
that she wasn't there, then they never would have noticed she wasn't there because she just would have been there.
Because she just would have been there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I know.
Ugh.
I know.
I'm like giving myself a headache.
It's so wimbly wombly. It's
Yeah.
like whenever we make time travel related videos, I feel like we always have to bust out the huge whiteboards and draw like a million lines.
Yeah.
And ask like 12 people. It's like, does this make sense, or have we like, are we forcing it to make sense? But yeah. So it is an interesting one, but I think it has to be what it is because it always was.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I feel like sometimes, like, I think you and me have talked about it like 1,000 times, and we're on the exact same page with like how time travel works in Harry Potter, and you'll explain it to other people and they'll be like, but wait, what about this? And it's like, no, because this.
Right.
And it's like, yeah.
Well, it always makes me second guess myself. I'm like, hold
I know.
on, have I not thought of something obvious? Am
Right.
I missing like an obvious problem? Because that's like, especially when it comes to theory writing, it's like a lot of times it's like you're trying to figure out how to make all the pieces of the puzzle work together, but we're not experts in time travel.
Right.
And so like a lot of times you're like, if we hinge everything on this one decision, does that mess up everything? And it's
Right.
like, I don't think it does, but we don't have editors or well, we have video editors. We don't have like copy editors.
Yeah.
You know, who can be like, no. I spent 3 hours on this. It doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so as we press forward, though, let's see here. It seems like at this point in time, Harry and Ron, since they are now friends with Hermione, are finally being like, I think you're doing too much.
Doing too much, you know?
Yeah,
You feel a little burnt out over there?
You are potentially overextended.
Yes.
And to which he says, no, I'm not. I just made a mistake. To which I highlighted and just said, relatable.
Relatable.
Yeah.
I also, she said you're trying to do too much. I was just like, I know the feeling.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
Yes.
Yes.
Been there.
Been there. You know, this week is going to be one of those weeks because, lest you guys have forgotten, we are heading on tour.
We are indeed. Yeah.
We are heading on tour.
Over to the West Coast for the run of Seattle, Portland, Sacramento, Berkeley, San Diego, and Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yeah. For that big laundry list.
That
there.
that kicks off on September 21st, and I cannot wait for it. It's going to be so much fun, but it does mean the weeks leading up to it are busy.
We need time turners.
Yeah, some time turners would be real handy this week.
Wouldn't be
I'm
so
not gonna
bad.
lie, yeah.
Actually, I wouldn't even mind some of what they go to in class next, which is divination with crystal balls.
Yeah.
You know, even if it could be like, hey, in 2 weeks, this is the theory you're going to be talking about in your video. Like, I wouldn't hate knowing.
Wouldn't hate it.
I wouldn't hate knowing that.
Nope.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind it.
It is kind of interesting, I suppose, that this book, and I've never really put these two pieces of the puzzle together so much, but divination, seeing the future, is a really big deal. But then time turnering, which is reliving the past, is also a big deal.
Yeah.
So it's kind of fascinating to me that we've kind of got this like duality of the flimsiness of time.
It is hilarious that maybe this like helps inform why Hermione thinks Trelawney is like such a buffoon, because it's like Trelawney's trying to like predict the future while like Hermione like literally knows 3 hours into the future several times a day.
True.
You know?
True. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
It almost makes, and now I'm wondering about the teacup thing, whether or not there's any world where Trelawney is using a time turner so that she knows the teacup will break.
Oh my goodness. That would be a real parlor trick.
Wouldn't
but
it?
there'd be two of her.
But one of them
Right.
could just like sit in the back.
Right. This is the thing. Yeah. People are like, Hermione's always like, think about what you do, Harry. Like, if you saw yourself, you'd be like, I think I was going mad. And it'd be like, yes, Harry would. But like, if you, Hermione, saw yourself, you wouldn't think you were going mad. You know exactly what's up.
That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's, and she explains the danger in a way that like makes you think like, oh, I get that. That's a good point. Like if all of a sudden I was sitting in this chair and then I walked into the room and was like, hey dude, come with me. I'd be like, what?
Huh?
Like, no, I don't think so. Man, that's so weird to think about now. It's like kind of giving me the heaves. But Trelawney as well, I mean, you know, it's like, yeah, if this is like a trick that she does year in, year out, it would just make sense.
Oh,
man.
man.
I mean, she could just park herself in the back of the room, like, you know, because she always comes through like all the
shawls and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She could just like blend into the furniture or something.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Boy, that would be so weird. Is it? Yeah, if she
Is Trelawney,
could it work though? Could it work?
Let's see here. Now we have to reverse dissect ourselves. So, what would you have to do?
So the one teaching the class would be the one who came back, right?
The one. Yes. Okay. Because Harry can't perform the Patronus on the other side of the lake until he's come back and already witnessed it from the other side.
Right. So that's because that would be the informed version of you. But how would you get the information the first time?
That's a good point.
Right, because they'd be in the same room. So I don't exactly know how it would work. It feels like if I think about it enough, maybe it can work.
We're gonna have to give this more of a sit down.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Like you would almost, it's the same thing we were just saying, where it's like, because everything always happens the way that it always does, it's like, how can you have like witnessed it in real time without having had to experience it in real time?
Right.
Like it would almost require there being like a Prestige, like the movie Prestige, kind of like switcheroo that happens where they like exchange places at some point in time.
Right.
During that first lesson, where it's like she disappeared into the back and then came back.
Oh, you're right.
You would need like that line.
Right.
So that like it's, you know, she went to gather some supplies or something.
Right.
So okay, maybe we need to do a
Okay.
reread on
Yeah.
that chapter,
Is there
but
like, is she time turning back there or something?
it would be interesting. But anyway, so we're doing crystal balls, and once again we have another one of these kind of fascinating instances with Trelawney, where it's like she obviously comes across as so ridiculous, and I can't help but side with Hermione's stance that she's just a fraud. However, like as they stare into the crystal ball, of course, you know, she comes over to look at Harry's, and right away what she sees is a giant black dog.
Yep.
You know, and it's kind of one of these things where like the story has done a great job of kind of like luring us to this belief that the visual of the giant black dog is the Grim, but it's like it actually could be showing Harry the future. Like what she's seeing is serious.
Oh, I know. This is absolutely like you know, because whenever she sees big black dog, she's just like, that's the Grim. It means these terrible things. And it's like she is seeing big black dog. She's just misinterpreting it as the Grim.
Right.
Yes. So there's that. Also, not for nothing, but they totally skipped fire omens. You know, you're supposed to do that.
Wow.
Just, you know, she said that at the beginning of the year, and she's like, nope, crystal balls. Forget it. Palmistry. We don't need fire omens. Psh.
Maybe this is a Dumbledore's big plan situation where the cheering charms wasn't meant to happen on this particular day, but Dumbledore is going in and being like, hey, the boys could use a little pick me up.
Yeah.
Cheering charms.
There
hey,
we go.
they need to know some of this other information. Crystal balls.
Right, yeah.
I'm not serious about that assertion. It's
No.
just, yeah, you're right though. Where are the fire omens?
Where are the fire omens, you know? She said it. She put it in the syllabus.
I'm dying to know.
Skipped it.
Ugh, darn. That was the one I was excited for.
I know. What could they have learned? What could we learn? Probably that Sirius was coming to get them, as everything seems to be telling them. Let's see. I love, though, this is another great moment for Hermione in this chapter where she says, the fates have informed me that your examination in June will concern the orb, and I am anxious to give you sufficient practice. And Hermione's like, the fates have informed her. Who sets the exam? She does.
What an amazing prediction.
Hermione has like no F's left to give.
None
chapter.
whatsoever. Yep. No, you're absolutely. She is just on fire today. Really shooting from the hip, which I love from Hermione because she has because she's just so smart, so she can do so and it be very effective.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Then as we scoot forward, we have another one of the predictions from Trelawney that starts to take shape.
Yep.
Which is that back at the first day of class, Trelawney kind of cryptically depicts that, or predicts rather, that one of them will be lost in Easter. Let's see here.
Around Easter, one of our numbers shall leave us forever.
Right, yes. And This is kind of like it sounds so ominous at that time, especially with Sirius Black on the run.
Yeah,
and it's like
it sounds like someone's gonna die.
It sounds like someone's gonna die.
Yeah,
but in this particular instance, what it means is that Hermione is giving up.
Is giving up.
Yeah,
she's taking Ron's advice. She's like, I'm doing too much.
Right.
This is pointless.
Right. I'm out. I'm out.
I'm out.
Yep. So the whole class's amazement, Hermione strode over to the trapdoor, kicked it open, climbed down the ladder out of sight. Yeah, and to which I just wrote Hermione having a pretty wild and empowered kind of day.
Dude, this is such a great Hermione chapter.
It is, yeah, right.
All around. She forgives Ron. She punches Malfoy. She quits divination. Like, she's doing it all.
Yes. She's all over the place. All over the place.
Yep. Let's see. And then Harry looks back at the crystal ball, sees nothing but swirling white mist. Had Professor Trelawney really seen the Grim again? It's like, yes. Would he? Yes. So, or not the Grim, I guess, but the big black dog.
The big black dog. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here.
And then we have a little page break here, and we head to the Easter holidays, which are not exactly relaxing. The third years had never had so much homework, and I'm like, come on, wizard professors, you're giving homework over breaks. Come on now.
I know.
Everyone knows that's a taboo.
You know, and
you don't do that.
But honestly, I would be willing to bet that this sentence is said in every book going forward.
It is.
Like some version of the fourth years have never had so much homework. The fifth years with their OWLs have never had so much homework. Mm-hmm. The 6 years with their NEWTs have never had so much homework.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, I think this will continue, which also reminds me so much growing up in every single school year. I felt like when I was in first grade, my teacher would be like, you know, you're not going to be able to get away with this in second grade.
Yeah.
And then in second grade, they'd be like, when you're a third grader, like your teachers are not going to be okay with this.
That's right.
And it like a lot of times it was like forgetting to put your name like in the top right corner of like the paper. And it was like, by the time I was like in 11th grade, my teachers were just like, hey, did somebody forget to put their name on the top right corner of the paper? Is this anyone's handwriting? Do you recognize this?
Right.
It was like, if I could go back to my second grade teacher, nobody cared.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I feel like the other big threat was like, you're going to have to learn how to write in cursive because you're going to have to write all your papers in cursive and whatever.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, but like that one was never true.
Right.
One, because computers happened in a much bigger way. And then two, but it's like what difference would it make if I was writing in cursive or print? Like, as long as you can read the thoughts, what difference does it make how I wrote them?
Exactly.
You know, like
Yeah.
that. I mean, I can write in cursive, but
I don't.
it was not. I don't think it was as necessary as it was informed to me to be.
Yeah. No, exactly. I think that was probably partially us living with one foot on the side of this side and that side of computers.
We're the in-between generation, Ben.
We are indeed. It's okay. It's okay. We'll continue on.
Let's see. There we go. Yeah, you're right, though. It says she was like, it's talking about Hermione's workload. She was usually the last to leave the common room at night and first to arrive at the library the next morning. And it's like, but you mean like besides the older students, right?
Yeah, who
right.
are also working their tails off.
Right.
No doubt. Because there's no way in the world that even as busy as she is, like, there's no way that she is... Well, because Percy gets 12 OWLs.
Yeah.
And he is currently at school.
He's currently at school.
So he is taking as many classes as Hermione.
Well, maybe less now. Because now he's in his 6th year, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So he could have like reeled back now into like his NEWT level stuff.
He's in 7th year.
Oh, he's in 7th year
Yeah,
because he's head boy. You're right.
Right, yep.
Yeah. So it's probably all just, you know, whatever he needs to get into the ministry, I suppose.
Just electives.
Yeah, just electives.
Woodshop, study hall.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, cauldron, bottom, measuring.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
That's a good one. He does have a brief foray into those. Let's see here. There is a couple of kind of funny lines here where like Ron has taken over the responsibility for Buckbeak's appeal. He was so absorbed he even forgot to be horrible to Crookshanks, which I like. That's like an image I can sort of imagine, like him like poring over all of these books and Crookshanks just sort of like sitting on his lap and he's like absentmindedly like petting him.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, dang it, I forgot I wasn't supposed to like you.
Right, yeah. Oh, geez.
Turns out
it's almost like I had no grounds to stand on.
It's almost like that
Yeah.
from the very beginning. And Crookshanks is like, look, see, now we can both be pals.
Right, yeah.
We're both gingers.
Exactly. Wow. And then, okay, we get some like interesting like Quidditch, I guess, tournament rules here where Wood keeps reminding the team they need to win the match by more than 200 points to win the cup. So just like interesting how the points matter to the Quidditch Cup. Like I guess your point total per match contributes to your like overall standings.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting because like you could imagine a game like where the Seekers, if they were like really off, like this could almost be bad for teams who have good Seekers. Because like, you know, if like just imagine like Chasers just going back and forth and it's like 450 to 470.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you're just racking up points.
Yes, absolutely you are.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like a weird way to do it too, because then it's like, imagine that exact scenario, right? Like imagine you're Gryffindor and Harry's amazing, and 10 minutes into each match, he catches a snitch. 150, 150, you know, boom, that's your final score, and you've got 300 total points. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, they have a real long match, and it gets up to like 600 to 750, and it's just like, well, in a losing effort, the Hufflepuffs have outscored the entire season of Gryffindor,
Right,
you know?
yes.
It's like, are they ahead because they have more points or behind because they had a loss?
Hopefully it's
You know?
just for tiebreakers.
Hopefully it's just for tiebreakers, which I guess is what they're heading into here.
Yeah, and I do think in like at least like Premier League soccer, that's a pretty common practice. Like for goal differential, like, you know, if both teams have 31 wins or whatever, and then it's like, okay, then it comes down to goal differential to see
Right.
who gets the seed spot.
Yeah.
Which sort of makes sense. But this is like one of those funny things too, where like Oliver, as ever, is just constantly pulling Harry aside, and he's like, now you need to remember we only win if we're more than 50 points up, and he keeps like reminding him of it, and I'm like, this is really not that complicated. Like,
Yeah.
it's complicated the way that like all of the specific rules, like if you don't understand Quidditch, come together and stuff, but it's like otherwise it's like, hey, we got to be up by 50.
Yeah.
Like, just remember. And
Just
it's like,
remember.
yeah. So, I mean, Harry's response, which is in all caps, "I know, Oliver," Harry yelled, to which I was like, oh, snap, man.
Oh, man, everybody's snapping.
I know, this is like a big chapter for people's aggression coming out. But yeah, so Harry's like, okay, I got it. Now, which is going to set up for a very interesting game of Quidditch.
It is, yeah. It does make it a lot more interesting that they're like, the point differential is like so important
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
Which you would think in a 6-game season total that like point differential would matter frequently.
Right.
You know, like if you're a Hogwarts captain, you need to be like trying to run up the score in every game, as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Right. Like
You know?
that's almost one where it seems like more what he should be doing on a regular basis is like, now Harry, even if you see the snitch, maybe give us some more time.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You've got the firebolt. Let us just keep scoring.
Right. Yeah. Nobody's going to beat you to it.
Right.
Let's see here. But yeah, so then the other kind of like interesting thing is that it seems like the entire school has sort of like caught on the tension between the Slytherins and the Gryffindors, and in so many instances it seems like Malfoy's like sway over like the gen pop at
Yeah.
school, so to speak, seems rather significant. Like it seems like, you know, like with the Potter stinks pins and stuff like that, which I guess, you know, to be fair, like Harry shouldn't be a champion versus like Cedric, and maybe people are feeling the same way towards him where it's like, oh, come on, Harry again.
Yeah.
But it seems so often like Malfoy does this like really good job of almost like rallying people against Harry.
Right.
Like it's almost like as the school bully, he's actually like does have tremendous, you know, influence in this regard. But it pretty much seems like everyone is on the same page that they want Slytherin to lose.
Yeah, because I guess they've just sort of been dominating the Quidditch Cup for so long.
Right.
That-
And maybe that's a piece of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is interesting though, because for now, the entire school is united basically against Slytherin, but like 1 year from now, like it's funny that like it's not always Slytherin. Like eventually like Slytherin and Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are all like Cedric.
Yes,
You know?
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like it seems like most of the time Harry's not benefiting from this mood shift
Yes.
amongst like the rest of the students.
Right.
But in this particular instance, it seems like really, I mean, Harry's got like the full support of the whole school.
Yeah, basically. There is a sentence here though. I just want to point out. It says Harry doubted whether any of them, even Wood, wanted to win as much as he did. Now it's just like, no, I don't think that's true.
I know. Yeah. It's
Yeah, like-
Harry, it's bold of you to think that you could care more than Wood, but I'm pretty sure that this is the only thing that has ever mattered to Wood.
Only thing ever.
Yeah.
This is his last game ever, basically. You know,
Yes. Before he goes
to get to the practice squad of Puddlemere.
I know. Yeah. Good times.
Yeah, and then it's also it says, but it was the matter of Buckbeak that made him most determined to beat Malfoy. And I'm like, really? Okay, all right. That's what's motivating your Quidditch play, not just wanting to win.
Right.
The Buckbeak thing. All right.
Yes. Which is kind of interesting because it's Quidditch that is motivating his desire to learn the Patronus. And so it's almost like Buckbeak takes the top of the cake there, where it's like Buckbeak, Quidditch, overcoming Dementors.
Right, yes.
You know, in that order. It's like, huh.
Right. I need to learn how to fight Dementors so I can play Quidditch. I need to win at Quidditch because I'm mad about Buckbeak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then somewhere way, way, way down the line is like, Sirius Black?
Sirius Black, he's still here.
Right, yeah.
You know, whatever.
Right.
He's out there. I guess he's probably trying to kill me or something.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Which on that exact note, it says Wood had given instructions that Harry should be accompanied everywhere. And I was like, yeah, because Quidditch is definitely the thing that should require Harry to have companionship, not, you know, the murderer on the loose who wants him.
Yeah. Wood had given instructions that Harry should be accompanied everywhere in case the Slytherin tries. But yeah, I love how Wood is now basically coaching the whole house.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, I got 7 people on the field, but you know what? The rest of you, we're all in this together.
Right.
Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So then I think that we are getting to the night before the big match.
Yes.
Where
Another great Hermione moment here.
Lay it on me.
I think so. Where basically it says all the usual pursuits were abandoned in the Gryffindor common room the night before the match. Even Hermione had put down her books. I can't work. I can't concentrate, she said nervously. I love how into it even Hermione is.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
It's like, you know what, Ginny, I feel like you're just wrong a few books later here. Like, Hermione cares.
She cares.
You know?
I did. Then I've got, like Oliver Wood is crouched over like a model of the Quidditch field in the corner, just kind of like, you know, moving figures around, which I think is just kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But then we've also got a line here where it's Angelina, Alicia, and Katie were laughing at Fred and George's jokes, which this is like one of those things like where I feel like I've been noticing it more in this read through that like the Fred and George / Angelina like companionship. Like they actually do have like a little bit more backstory. Like sometimes I felt like when it got to Goblet, and I think it's Fred who asks her to the Yule Ball, I was just sort of like, is that just like a token like, hey, we're on the Quidditch team together, like why not ask each other? But it's like they do seem to spend like a lot of time together. There does seem to be like this like established like rapport.
Right. Like, I mean, they probably all have classes together and stuff all the time.
Right. Yes.
You know,
exactly.
but it sounds like maybe they're a little closer than like Ron and Harry are with Lavender and Parvati.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So anyway, then finally the night comes to an end with Wood standing up and yelling, "Team, bed!" And Harry sleeps badly.
Yeah, yes, he does. Has a real interesting dream as per usual, where Malfoy's riding a dragon. This is like one of the few dreams which just seems like it's a straight up anxiety dream and not some sort of like magical like fortune dream.
Well, you know, it's actually it's interesting you said that because I
never
mean,
mind.
well, my main thing here was just like that the riding of the dragons is like potentially foreshadowing for the first task.
I guess that's true.
You know, I mean, that's going to be like one, you know, up into Harry's 4th year there, but like he will have to ride his firebolt against the dragon that is spurting flames at him. I mean, Malfoy's not riding it.
Right.
So maybe that's the leap there. But I was like, okay. Like we are going to see Harry v Dragon.
That is true.
You know, vis-a-vis the firebolt. Let's see here. And yeah, Harry wakes up. It was a few seconds before he remembered that the match hadn't taken place yet and that he was safe in bed and that the Slytherin team definitely wouldn't be allowed to play on dragons.
Yeah.
They definitely won't be.
They definitely won't be.
Yeah,
Nope. Yeah. It is interesting how, like, in other matches, so much emphasis has been put on, like, the Slytherins have the Nimbus 2001s. Harry has a firebolt. And it's like, that hasn't come up nearly as much this time.
Right.
It's like, whereas Harry having the firebolt was like, that's all the confidence we need to smash Ravenclaw. But it's like, this time it's like, well, who knows what could happen here? I know you've got a firebolt, but whatever.
That's where you almost have to wonder if like the firebolt is sort of like a balancing act where it's like the Nimbus 2001s are better than the rest of the Gryffindors broomsticks and they all have them, and the fact that only Harry
has the firebolt
and plays rather singularly, like he's not like a beater or something that can be like flying from one end to the other, just like knocking bludgers
people
back
down.
And forth.
That'd be so interesting if Harry was a beater instead of the seeker and he just had the firebolt and it's just like, oh my gosh, Potter is knocking everyone off their brooms. You know,
you'd make a fire beater.
Yeah. That'd be so funny.
That's our next what if. What if Harry was a beater instead?
Yeah, right? Yeah, oh boy, that's it. Everyone's just cracking skulls out there.
How much would it change?
How much does Dobby's rogue bludger not matter?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's just literally Harry knocking it away and it immediately zooming back at him and him knocking it away again.
Right, yeah. It's just like batting practice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's almost like at that point, it's almost like an advantage because it's just like whack it and it comes right back. Who do I need to hit next?
Yeah,
you know?
that's like a boomerang.
Yeah, that's like a boomerang. Yeah. Oh, well.
But in the meantime, before the Quidditch match is able to start, Harry does see an animal of some kind prowling across the silvery lawn. And here comes that crystal ball prediction.
Indeed.
Coming to fruition, which is basically Harry for the first time spotting not the Grim, but a cat, accompanied by a gigantic shaggy black dog.
Yeah.
So to which I was just like, Trelawney just continues to nail it.
Yep. Also, even before that happens, what I think is interesting is that it's like we get like a description of the grounds where it says the grounds are still quiet, not a breath of wind disturbed the treetops in the forbidden forest. The Whomping Willow was motionless. It looked as though the conditions for the match would be perfect. It's like it almost feels like the school itself like understands the stakes.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah.
It is like, everything be still.
Be chill.
One thing matters today.
Right.
Hogwarts students, you know.
Yes. It is this match for once and for always.
Yes.
Until next year.
Yeah, until next year.
Well, not even next year.
No, not next year. You're right.
Until 2 years from now.
Exactly. We're going to grow a maze here next year.
Right,
it's
exactly.
Be great.
Yep.
But then, okay, there's an interesting line, though, here. Yeah, so we see Crookshanks, and then we see the big shaggy black dog, a.k.a. Sirius. And Harry is, like, confused. Says, what did this mean? If Crookshanks could see the dog as well, how could it be an omen of Harry's death? And I'm like, now, well, have we been assuming that the Grim is like a only Harry can see it thing the whole time? Like, has he been under the impression that it is, like, only visible to him? Because that's what it sounds like.
It is what it sounds like. I suppose it's kind of complicated to know because, like, if you were looking for, like, omens, they might not be things. I mean, it might be a type, like, you know, if you had, like, if it was in your tea leaves or whatever, you might, like, see it and, like, show, like, your friend, and they might also be able to see it. But I guess it's almost like maybe one of those things where it's, like, if you think you're seeing it, like, it's almost like your brain is, like creating the image in your head. Like,
right.
You know, like, if you're looking, it reminds me of like Up, you know, the Pixar movie where they like look up at the clouds and they all look like babies or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, you see babies when that's on your mind.
Right.
And all of a sudden it kind of like clicks into gear a little bit. So I don't know if like maybe that's like a piece of like what's happening. It's like he's not really seeing dog shapes, like he's seeing dog shapes. Like they're like he's finding the patterns in the abstract,
right?
Versus like actually seeing it. So I don't know.
Like at this point, he's not sure he's really seen a dog.
Maybe so.
Because I mean, he would have encountered him at least twice now,
right?
At the night bus and at the Quidditch match.
And in both instances, you do have the situation where, like with the night bus, like Harry sees it like coming out of the hedges, and then like as soon as the night bus arrives, there's like the, you know, what you looking at?
Yeah.
And it's like Sirius is gone in that particular case, and then the other time is like in the top of the stands during the Quidditch match.
Yeah.
And against Hufflepuff.
Yes.
And then like when he like looks back, it's gone.
Yeah.
You know, like after like a crack of lightning. So that does sort of like almost suggest like maybe it's a little figment of imagination.
But that means that like Grims are not like real creatures. They're just like, you know, things you could see.
Yeah, I think in a way that's sort of what I think.
Okay.
Like I don't think the Grim is going to hurt you itself.
Right.
It's more of like the indicator that like something is coming.
Okay. All right.
Death's footprint.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just making that up, but
all right.
That's my thought. But either way, Crookshanks can see it, so that's making Harry feel a little bit better. But then by the moment that Ron is able to go and take a look out with Harry, it seems like everything has vanished. Just like always.
Just like always.
You know, it's like, oh, come on.
It's like, did you know Harry was looking? Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Like there's no way. But you know, this is like the moment you start to realize that like Crookshanks and whatever this dog figure have some kind of a rapport.
Yeah.
With one another.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, though, as the day begins properly, they enter the Great Hall for breakfast. There's a huge wave of applause for Harry and the rest of the Gryffindors. The Slytherins are hissing loudly as they pass, which is so very Slytherin with the snake mascot.
Right. I love how it says that Malfoy looked even paler than usual. It's like Malfoy's at like one of these moments where he really has to like put his money where his mouth is all of a sudden.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That is like one of those like glorious things that like occasionally does happen in high school where it's like You're on the spot now.
All right.
Good luck.
Yeah. Prove it or lose it, dude.
Yep.
Which, I mean, I guess he did beat Ravenclaw at least earlier this year.
That's true.
Right.
We do get a little good luck, Harry, called Cho, that's kind of like one of those big moments where, it's like Harry did just beat her, in Quidditch. So it's like the fact that she's like kind of rallying behind him. There's a little bit of building blocks for a relationship that goes nowhere.
I know, it doesn't go nowhere. Harry doesn't respond, though. It's just Cho talking to him, which is interesting because it does make you feel like, is she just like, is it all about Quidditch, or is she like seeking him out? Like, does she maybe like him already a little?
I think so.
Prior,
that would be my read.
Yeah, I think so too.
They sort of caught each other's attention, because even when Harry does eventually ask her to the Yule Ball, it always reads to me as if she is a bit disappointed that like Harry didn't get her first.
Right. It's sort of like, oh man, I liked you, but then like Cedric asked me, and obviously I'm saying yes, Cedric. Come on, have you seen him?
Right. Yeah. Plus, he's so nice. No, I know, but that was. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about it a ton in Goblet, but that's one of those situations where like, they're just going to the ball together. That's not like being engaged.
Apparently it is, Ben.
Well, I know. Yeah, it's like sometimes I'm like, guys, it's gonna be fine. Like, just go to the ball with Cedric, have a good time, maybe dance with Harry while you're there. And
that's the thing. It's just like she's going to the ball with Cedric's like, doesn't mean you guys can't still dance together.
Right. Yeah.
Doesn't mean you can't.
Yeah,
you guys dating now? Come on.
But then afterwards, it's like, well, now she's Cedric's girlfriend. It's like,
now this is the thing. She's just like I gotta bring Cho down to the lake. It's my most important thing.
Yeah.
Of all things. That's it.
Kind of newly discovered, but let's not submerge her under
exactly right.
A mile's worth of water.
Feels like maybe there was a greater setup for like Cedric's dad to be down there or something.
Yeah.
That would have been a lot more tragic, I think.
It could be.
Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Imagine like that just shows you that it's more of like a two-way street with Cedric and his dad there, and then you know what? I kind of wish that's what had happened.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
I'm being honest.
It's not so bad.
Yep.
Anyway, plenty of cannon fodder for our Goblet of Fire conversation.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's see here. Then as we scoot forward, though, we basically do get out onto the Quidditch pitch. We get a line from Wood where he says, "The ground's fairly hard. Good, that'll give us a fast kickoff." To which I was like, "This feels so irrelevant."
I know. I was like, "Is that a big concern?" Or
right? Like it's like they're going to share that same
advantage,
good kickoff
or disadvantage.
And it feels like within 5 seconds of being in the air, it's gone.
It's gone.
Like this is not a 100-meter dash,
right?
Where like the takeoff matters,
right? Like maybe those 5 seconds are really important. If I don't know. I guess they have faster brooms.
Maybe like I wonder if that's almost like having like a rolling start a little bit, where it's like you can hit top speed in X amount of seconds, but the faster you can kick off can almost like get you to top speed faster.
Maybe.
So I don't know, but sometimes I usually imagine Quidditch starting with them all already on their brooms, not on the ground.
I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, but maybe not. Anyway, though, then you also see that 3/4 of the stadium is all lit up with people dressed in scarlet rosettes, waving scarlet flags, Gryffindor lions, brandishing banners with slogans like "Go Gryffindor," "Lions for the Cup."
It's surprising that like the other houses would still dress for Gryffindor.
It is surprising. It seems like you cheer for them, but maybe not dress for them.
Right. Yeah.
I agree with you. But then it does say, and this is kind of like one of those weird wizard population lines, but behind the Slytherin goalpost, however, 200 people were wearing green.
Yeah.
To which this is like one of those. Like whenever we've done the math, and we're basing it off a very small sample size, but it's the very simple idea that if you have 5 Gryffindor boys, 5 Gryffindor girls, and you extrapolate that across the 4 houses, then it means 10, 10, 10, 10, which is, 40 kids per school year times 7 is 280 kids in the total school. So, I mean, you're extrapolating off of a very small data point,
right,
and making big assumptions, but it seems unlikely to me that there are 5 Gryffindor boys and like 30 Hufflepuff boys.
Right. I mean, if there's 200 Slytherin students there, they're based on Harry's class size, there should be roughly 70 Gryffindor students, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the thing that seems so odd about this, or maybe it makes sense, is that like what we've brought up in the past is that probably the other houses were being impacted by the first Wizarding War a lot more than the Slytherin. So it is possible that the Slytherin house is oddly lopsided.
Yeah.
And that might even be explaining their dynasty a little bit.
Right.
Like, they always win the House Cup. They seem to always win the Quidditch Cup. So it's like they might just have a huge talent pool if they have 200 students in just their quarter, in their house.
It almost like definitely confirms that, because it just doesn't seem like there are 200 Gryffindor students. Like there should only be about 70, but this is like concrete proof of 200 Slytherins. And it's like, it is what we basically theorized, that like the Slytherin house, most of their families were like the Death Eaters, and they were like the more winning side of the war
at that time.
And like, if not for Harry, those were the families that were being less affected.
Right.
So their families are more in a position to create more like kids and students that go to Hogwarts that still get sorted into Slytherin. And so it's like it makes sense that Slytherin house is just bigger overall, which then it gives you a bigger talent pool, gives you more students who can earn points, gives you more students to farm good Quidditch players from.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it really, when it comes down to it, it all sort of makes sense, even if the 200 people seems radically high given the situation. But it also might suggest to us that a standard school populace would be closer to 800 total students. Which I think is also an important information to keep in the back of your mind. Like, maybe the numbers are way down from what they once were. But that would be like what the school would look like in its most complete form.
Yes.
So anyway, let's see here. Then you get Lee Jordan's commentary, which, especially as a kid, this was something that I was enamored with.
Love Lee Jordan's commentary.
Yes. It's so amazing. So the Gryffindors come out, and he says, Potter, Bell, Johnson, Spinnet, Weasley, and Wood, widely acknowledged as the best team Hogwarts has seen in a good few years. And it's just I love the fact that this is like one of the rare occasions where somebody on like the air quotes like good side is getting the megaphone. And so it's just sort of like all of the bias during the Gryffindor Quidditch matches is Gryffindor leaning.
Yes.
And it's just kind of like, we don't get to always see that. So it's like,
no, you don't. You do eventually get like the opposite of that when Zachariah Smith takes over the commentary and he's just like real negative about everything.
Right.
And he's like a very non-Hufflepuff person,
I always think of him as a Ravenclaw. And it's like, he's not, but it's in my head. It's like his name even feels Ravenclaw-y to me. It seems pointy. Whereas like Hufflepuff names always sound like roundy to me. I don't know how or why that's the case, but they do.
No, I know exactly what you mean. You're right. Let's see though. So we have captains shake hands. Flint and Wood are basically trying to break each other's fingers. And then Madam Hooch starts the game, does her like lone useful thing. And we are off.
Yes, and the Quidditch is upon us, and basically for Harry as well, it's basically like the second that he's in the air and his hair flies back off his forehead, like the nerves leave and the thrill of the flight kind of kicks in, and he's sort of like back into gear. It's like, okay, like now all the nerves are over, now we're in it, now let's go. And we get some just like really good commentary, which this is like another one where I just like love Jim Dale's narration, and I listen at 2 times speed as well, so it's always.
Oh, wow, yeah.
It's always really fun to get like, and it's Gryffindor in procession. Alicia's been in the Gryffindor with a Quaffle, heading straight to the Slytherin goalpost. Look out, Alicia. Oh, no. Quaffle intercepted by Warrington. Warrington to the Slytherin tearing up the field. Wham! Nice bludger. But, it's just like, it's like, it gives you that feeling of actual sports commentary, like where it's just such an art form of delivering in the most succinct way possible the action that's happening on the field.
Yes.
It's like you got to describe a lot of things really quickly to let like the person who can only hear what's happening know what's happening. But right away, Gryffindor goes up 10-0 with a is it Angelina?
Yes. Right. Boom. She scores 10-0. Yeah, there you go. Boom. And what's impressive here is that the Gryffindors are still all the Slytherins are still on their 2001s, which like a year ago was really putting Gryffindor in a bad spot. But now clearly despite the broom disadvantage, they are still outflying the Slytherins.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. That might be like an argument to where like innovation in sport, kind of like lifts the playing field for everybody a little bit. I don't know if that's a widely held belief or not, but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could also be though that Slytherin's strategy here is clearly just injure the other team or like stop them, just it doesn't matter. Don't let them get ahead by 50.
Yes.
Is their strategy. But it seems like it almost backfires because it hurts their Nimbus 2001 advantage because it just sets up lots of penalty shots instead, which means that a lot of the points come down to keeper skill.
Right.
Versus like, maneuvers and strategy and stuff. So despite their efforts to stop the Gryffindors from getting information and stuff, they're just like giving away their advantage, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, it's definitely not like it's not the cleanest way to go about things. But this is another instance though where it so often feels like Madam Hooch is always like looking the other way when the opposing teams are doing something that they're not supposed to be. And in this case, it does seem like penalty shots are being handed out fairly.
Yeah.
So it's like penalty shot to Gryffindor, penalty shot to Slytherin. Then it's just like whether or not the keepers can keep.
But then it seems like they're also like really trying to utilize their beaters in a very offensive way.
Right.
Kind of like, because I think at some point they're going to on the next page, it's like both the Slytherin beaters like aim bludgers at Harry like at the same time.
Right.
And like they both just narrowly miss. And I think eventually they're going to like aim them both at Oliver and basically just like 1-2 him.
Even that though feels like a bad strategy on behalf of the Slytherins because like even if they're like okay with losing but they don't want to lose by 50 points, it's not smart for them to inhibit the best seeker at the school because like if Harry sees it, there's always that possibility he just goes for it.
Yeah, that seems dumb.
Yeah.
Right.
So it seems like almost everything Slytherin is doing in this match is like a little self-defeating.
A little self-defeating. I mean, the knocking out of Oliver is maybe their only smart thing where it's sort of like, it's like the pass interference sometimes in like football where it's like, you know what? Like you gave up a penalty, but you did stop a score.
True.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, and this is like the same thing. It's like, well, you knocked out their keeper. Like you gave up a penalty shot, but he still can't play.
Right.
So,
yeah. So you get to see a lot of stuff like that going on. There's a scene where who is it? Is it Montague? Let's see here. Yeah, Montague, a Slytherin chaser, had swerved in front of Katie, and instead of seizing the quaffle, had grabbed her head.
Yeah, ouch.
Yeah, which is like, I can only imagine, especially if they were going in different directions, how quickly this could have like just yanked you off of your broomstick and caused you to go into like a free fall. But Madam Hooch rings out the whistle. They get the penalty shot, and you get another like classically Jordan 30-0. Take that, you dirty cheating.
Yeah,
and you get McGonagall sort of like cutting in. Jordan, if you can't commentate in an unbiased way,
and it's like, well, I'm not really big unbiased. That is what's happening.
Right? Yeah. I'm telling you like it is, Professor.
Yeah. Fact.
Yes,
Fact.
Yes.
So then they aim the bludgers at Harry. They both miss. Let's see. Where is it? Wood starts losing some of his composure as well. Flint along starts no, it's Jordan here. He says, "Poke him in the eye, Angelina." Yeah, that's pretty funny.
It was a joke, Professor. It was a joke. Oh no, Flint in possession. Flint flying towards Griffin goalpost. Come on now, Wood saved. But Flint scored. That's an opportunity. Cheers from the Slytherin end. The fight between McGonagall and Lee Jordan is really, really funny. That's going on because you can just sort of imagine like she is clearly has some responsibility over setting up this task and is supposed to oversee how it's going, and it's not going how it's supposed to be going. And McGonagall's like, we can't do that, Lee. Stop it.
Yeah. Even though she eventually also just breaks down her composure.
I know.
Here. So let's see. We get another score, and then again this is where the Slytherin beaters are like really doing their thing. Where like, what is it? Katie scored. Fred and George Weasley swooping around her, clubs raised, and it's like in their moment of hesitation, the Slytherin beaters just like take advantage of it, and it's just sort of like, yeah, Fred and George, what are you doing? Gotta get back into the game, man.
Seriously,
no time to celebrate. Let's go, because then this is like costs them like. It says they hit the bludgers at Oliver and they hit him in the stomach one after the other. Ooh. And then it just says he's completely winded. I'm like, that he's only completely winded after being hit by both of them.
I know.
I'm sorry, Oliver is like out for the game probably, right? I guess not, but
I know. Yeah, it's like, I mean, that's the kind of thing where it's like, I don't know how much the bludgers weigh,
right?
But in my head, they are just literally enchanted cannonballs.
I know.
To which point it's like, Oliver definitely just broke all of his ribs.
I know, exactly, right?
Yeah.
Like, this makes it sound more like they're just sort of like softballs or something.
Maybe like softballs.
Which is to say, they still really hurt if you get hit by a softball.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it's like, there's nothing soft about a softball.
There's not.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not going to hurt as bad as a cannonball.
That's a good point. That's a good point. There is a difference to be made there.
But then there's a penalty where you can only hit beaters bludgers at the keeper if the quaffle's in the scoring area. Just like, oh, interesting rule. Okay, cool.
Yep, good to know. Good to know.
Good to know.
But let's see here.
So let's see, Harry, like now Gryffindor's ahead by 50. So all of a sudden the whole audience is watching Harry and he can like feel them watching. He sees the snitch and he speeds towards it, but Malfoy jumps off his broom and is hanging off Harry's.
Yes.
Which is crazy to me. One, because how does he even pull this off? It says Harry put on a huge burst of speed, but suddenly the firebolt was slowing down. Like, I'm sorry, like how did Malfoy keep up with him to do this at all?
I have no idea.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, it must have been the case. Like, because I mean, I in my head, Malfoy has always jumped off of his broom and is literally hanging off of the back of Harry's.
Right.
But I almost have to imagine that he's still on his broom. Otherwise, it seems like Malfoy is about to fall.
Yeah, it does seem like that.
Yeah.
Also, for what it's worth, this foul is called blagging.
Blagging. How about it?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Fun fact.
Then we get another good Lee Jordanism. You cheating scum.
Yeah.
And then it even says Lee Jordan was howling into the megaphone, dancing out of Professor McGonagall's reach. You filthy cheating!
Yeah, Professor McGonagall didn't even bother to tell him off. She was actually shaking her finger in Malfoy's direction.
I know. Yes.
It was just like the what is it? The like fever pitch is rising here.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
right.
Yeah. Things are getting hot. So I just wrote in all caps, just like yes.
Yeah. No.
Like I love a good McGonagall sort of like it's like the it reminds me of Captain Holt from the TV show Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Like every single episode they would do the thing where he like breaks his stoic character and does something silly, and it works without fail every single time.
Right.
And I feel like McGonagall is exactly the same, where it's like she always is so exactly like so stern, so by the rules, so by the book, like very like methodical and everything. And so like any moment where she like, you know, loses like an ounce of composure in the name of like her passions, which in this case is Quidditch, it's like it's like when you feel like it's like, okay, if McGonagall's doing it, we're good.
We're good. You know what? It must be that severe. But let's see. Then this is kind of a funny like little section here where like they're ahead and it says Harry is now marking Malfoy so closely their knees kept hitting each other. Harry wasn't going to let Malfoy anywhere near the snitch. And then literally like before like what the end of the page, Harry's like, you know what? I'm going to abandon Malfoy real quick. It's like the next thing that happens. He's like, I'm not letting you're not getting out of my sight. Hold on, I got to go do a thing. You know,
right. I'm busy. 1 second. I do just love this this description of what's going on though. But it says Harry wheeled the firebolt around, bent so low he was lying flat along the handle, and kicked it forward like a bullet. He shot towards the Slytherins. It's like this is sort of like a cool moment where. Like, I think what he is basically doing is becoming a human bludger. Yeah. Because the entire Slytherin team has basically, like, pooled to, like, block Angelina. Yeah. And Harry is just sort of like, I'm just going to run at you.
I'm just going to scatter them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it works. And sure enough, she scores. And Gryffindor takes the lead by 80 points to 20.
Yep.
But indeed, in the process of doing so, he looks over and sees that Malfoy, who has kept his eyes on the proverbial prize, is now
chasing down the snitch.
Yes, and now Harry is having to rely on that firebolt speed because he is, as it says, miles behind.
Miles. It's like this is so in contrast with what just happened on the Nimbus 2001, where Harry apparently also like put on a burst of speed, but not enough speed to get away from the Nimbus 2001.
Yeah, not
so
so
that
much.
Malfoy could grab on. This time, Malfoy, which apparently has enough acceleration to keep up with the firebolt, has a huge lead, and Harry is like,
Right, I know. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because apparently, even though it's maybe the 2001 has insane acceleration, but not high like top end.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. Yeah, because Harry basically just goes full bore, and he's got that bludger that we see in the chapter arc coming at him, and it's kind of like down to this final moment. It's like Harry threw himself forward, taking both hands off his broom. He knocked Malfoy's arm out of the way, and yes. He did it. The tiny golden ball was held tight in his fist, beating its wings hopelessly against his fingers.
Yep, there we go. We did it. Harry wins the Quidditch Cup. Amazing.
Gryffindor wins.
Woo! Yes, they have Wood speeding toward him, half blinded by tears. I love that. These are all still happening in the air too. So everyone is crying is what is like so funny about this. Like, who like I think it says McGonagall's crying too at some point, right?
Yes, I feel like crying into like a
yes,
flag or something.
McGonagall was sobbing harder even than Wood. I love even Percy. Percy was jumping up and down like a maniac, all dignity forgotten. And it's just like, yes, I love how into this Quidditch match every single serious character is. Like Hermione and Percy and McGonagall are all just like so invested.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. And then we get an incredible line about Hagrid that just like hits you square in the feels. It just says, "You saw Hagrid plastered with crimson rosettes. You beat him, Harry. You beat him. Wait till I tell Buckbeak." Got a little southern on my Hagrid there.
Yeah, there you go.
But I mean, even that is just like so adorable that like this is something that like Hagrid can't wait to go back and like tell the hippogriff.
Yeah.
Like, can you just imagine him like walking back to the cabin and being like, "He did it, Buckbeak. He won."
Yeah.
You know, and it's like Buckbeak doesn't care.
Buckbeak
but
doesn't care.
But
Yeah.
like it matters to Hagrid to get to tell Buckbeak something that matters to him.
Right.
Which is adorable.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's really nice. And then there'd been a Dementor around as a sobbing Wood passed Harry the cup. As he lifted it into the air, Harry felt he could have produced the world's best Patronus.
Yeah.
It's like, this is another great moment. I think we talked about this before where like there was like the last good thing that happens before like, you know, Sirius Black enters the picture, or like the last like happy day Harry has. And like this sort of is like that again. It is like the last super happy thing that is going to happen to Harry before like Peter appears.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's definitely just like a really fantastic moment. This is like still during the era in the Harry Potter saga, like where Quidditch is allowed to matter this much. Like I actually think allowing the win to happen right here, it's like during Wood's 7th year, so it's like he's about to be gone forever. We're not going to have Quidditch next year. By the time it comes back around again, like other things are going to have heated up so much. Like this really is the perfect time in the story, like to have allowed this moment to happen so that you, the reader, like aren't also just so preoccupied with the other major threats at play. Like it gets its moment in the spotlight, and it's just so much fun.
Right.
So just such an amazing chapter, such an amazing win. And it does bring us to the end of chapter 15.
The Quidditch final.
Do you have a review for us to
Well,
close
of course
out with?
I do.
Okay.
But of course I do. Let's see if I can pull it up here without it getting all wonkus on me here. All right, this is from Plain Jane 97. It says, "Hey, brothers, I love your podcast and all the deep dives you've done on both the podcast and the main YouTube channel. I'm a little behind on the pod, and I'm listening to Chamber of Secrets, chapter 16 right now. Ben is theorizing right now about the unplanned nature of killing Myrtle. Do you think that the diary may have been Myrtle's, but simply wiped of its contents because Tom had to act quickly to make the Horcrux? Thanks again."
Oh,
I know. I was like, because Myrtle's Muggle born, and it's a Muggle shop.
Yeah, I know. I don't hate it.
I know. I read this and I was like, how have we never thought of that?
I know. Yeah.
I know.
No, it does make a lot of sense because he's coming out of the Chamber of Secrets. He's not, I don't think Myrtle's not supposed to necessarily be in there.
Yeah, no.
You know, so he's
right,
caught
because
off
she's
guard.
just there because of Olive Hornby.
Yes, exactly. So he sort of like pops up, and I mean, it ends up being somebody who would fit the
bill. Yeah, she is Muggle-born.
She is Muggle-born.
Yeah.
So there is at least that going on. But yeah, no, that is really a fascinating thought. And even the idea of like, I mean, and I'm speaking extremely stereotypically here, but like if you were to look at the two characters, like, you know, Tom Riddle always kind of has that like super popular, suave, jockish, you know, handsome, you know, whatever type of thing going on. And then Myrtle seems like your case study for someone who would be putting their thoughts into a diary.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like it seems way more likely that Myrtle was keeping a diary than Tom Riddle.
It does. It does. Yeah.
That's because, like, if you're Tom Riddle, it doesn't seem like you'd want to write all these bad things down and like incriminate yourself.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, and he wasn't planning on killing Myrtle here, and we don't really get a good explanation for like it was bought on Vauxhall Road or whatever.
I know,
you
yeah,
know?
which is kind of like I mean, it's almost like an unfair red herring because it sort of like takes you off the scent. It's kind of like, oh, it's probably not Tom Riddle then, because like why would it be bought at a Muggle shop,
right?
You know, but then it's sort of like it just was.
It just was, yeah. It's like there's no pomp and circumstance around the acquisition of the diary, but if it was already Myrtle's, then there is some circumstance around it.
Yes, it would make way more sense because then basically what you have is somebody whose parents live in the Muggle world. I mean, we don't have anything to specifically plant Myrtle in London necessarily, but I mean, that doesn't feel like a reach either.
It doesn't feel like a reach. I mean, Diagon Alley's in London anyway.
Right.
You know, like the family clearly has to travel there to get her school supplies at the very least.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So yeah, I think the diary fits to me with Myrtle perfectly. Especially even the fact that like then the way that the diary is planted, it's planted on, you know, Ginny, who then is kind of writing in a diary in a more similar capacity that I would envision Myrtle doing it. And you know, he doesn't know that Myrtle's going to be there, and he kind of acts quickly, and it's the first Horcrux that he makes, and he needs to do it with something, and the diary has never really fit with the rest of them. So I like it.
Yeah.
The only hiccup that I would have is maybe that like at some point in time, Ginny goes and takes the diary and tries to like flush it through Myrtle or throws it into...
Oh, and like Myrtle would recognize her own diary.
Would she recognize her own diary? Because I mean, she hasn't really, you know, like air quotes, aged at all since becoming a ghost. And if it was a diary she had on her in death, I mean,
she seems more upset that someone threw something at her. So it doesn't sound like maybe she's considered the book itself that much.
And to be fair, any logical person probably wouldn't assume 50 years after the fact that you would be hit with your own small black book.
I know. And I'm trying to think. I think in the movie prop, his name is like imprinted on the outside of the diary.
Right.
Is that the case? But I don't know if that's a book canon thing.
Oh,
like I don't know. Like I'm trying to think like, is his name on the outside of it in the book, or is it just like written on the inside?
Because okay, so like the embossing would potentially matter.
Right. I mean, you could magically emboss something, I suppose. It doesn't seem like a hard reach.
It's not something I'd be lost on.
Yeah.
What I love about it is that I actually think it fits the scenario better.
I think it does, because like think about how he gets all of the other Horcruxes.
He goes to extraordinary like lengths.
Well, like I mean, yeah, like he murders Morphin, takes the ring.
Yep.
Right. Murders Hepzibah Smith, takes the other two things.
Right. You're right.
There's like a pattern of like murdering them and then taking something
from them.
Yeah.
And that even fits with like his little trophies that he's taking as well.
Yeah.
Like he's got like the yo-yo and what else does he have in his like little box of whatever?
Right. It's more like, then it's more like a trophy from the Muggle-born he killed with the basilisk.
It totally fits.
It totally fits better. I think it makes more sense.
Yep. I like that a lot better. So okay, so we need feedback on that for sure.
Yeah.
That'd be a very curious one. But who was our reviewer on that one?
That was Plain Jane 97.
Man, well, huge shout out to Plain Jane 97.
I know.
That is an amazing thought. Can't believe we haven't thought of it. But
that's a good one.
That's a good contribution to the headcanon. So
yeah.
Love that.
Yes.
Love that.
Yes. Very good. Very solid. I'm trying to think. He obviously doesn't steal Nagini from anyone, and then the diadem is just found.
It's found, but he also does, like, in a way, you could maybe say the Gray Lady is... I mean, you can't kill her because she's a ghost.
Because she's a ghost,
but she is charmed by him and ashamed by being charmed by him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not a victim in the same capacity, but manipulated.
I mean, he, in a way, like, kills Ravenclaw's legacy, you know?
True.
A little bit.
True.
And it's still a trophy for having been a hidden thing.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So there's that.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think that fits a lot better.
It does.
Yeah.
Honestly, it almost fits in every way better than the existing narrative, which is not written in, you know, print either. Like it's not like we ever get the story. It's not like during any of the flashbacks we ever get some concrete, clear discovery.
Yeah, I know. It's not like we know that Wool's orphanage was on Vauxhall Road,
which would help. Yeah, that would make all the difference in the world. If I mean, that one sentence alone, I'd be like, oh, there you go.
There it is. Yeah,
like, you know, easy answer. But we don't have that, so it's like, yeah, this is better. Okay, cool.
Bam.
Yeah, perfect. Well, I think that concludes today.
I think it does. Thanks as always for your reviews, which, guys, we are over 1,000 reviews. So thank you so much for your continued support. And if you haven't left a review, I mean, please go do it. You know, that really helps out the podcast, helps us the discoverability and all that. And we, you know, there's always such great questions from you guys in there.
I know. Yeah. That's like one of the greatest things about doing this show is it feels like it's, you know, as much as we might be the people talking, I feel like there has been so many incredible contributions from the community.
I know.
Like,
yeah.
You got, like, you know, if we are helping to expand your knowledge base of the fandom, it's like we can also express our gratitude.
Yes,
back to you for doing the same.
For helping illuminate corners of it that we haven't seen yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which, you know, sometimes from, you know, doing what we do, that it feels impossible, but obviously it's not.
Yeah, case in point.
Case in point, this one and almost every other question we've gotten
it's been able to bring about so many new theories, so many new what ifs. So no, it's just been honestly, I know that, you know, we're still just in the middle of the
third book.
Yeah, of the third book here.
Long way to go.
Yeah, it's been. I can't wait to see what else comes. So
I know.
I have a feeling it will be quite a few things.
All right. Well, make sure you join us next week for chapter 16, Professor Trelawney's prediction here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edgehill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.